Good morning, gamers. Welcome to Gen Con TV. I'm Peter Atkinson. I'm your host for this amazing series that we're so excited about on the history celebrating Dungeons & Dragons, 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons. So we've been doing this every Saturday this will be the 5th week, right? Yeah, that's right. 5 weeks out of a 6-week series. So we're in the kind of almost the final stretch here. And in this show, what we've been doing is celebrating the fact that Dungeons & Dragons is 50 years old. And, love it or hate it, we love it. This is our history. This is like history of role-playing games. So much of history of tabletop gaming is anchored around the history of Dungeons & Dragons. It's really what took us out of being just a community of war gamers, like military dudes playing war games, and really opened up our hobby to everybody, and we see that more and more as time goes on, and I love that aspect of it. So today, specifically, we're going to talk about 4th edition. We're going to talk about it for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and then we're going to take a break for lunch, and then we're going to come back and we're going to play 4th edition Dungeons & Dragons, and I mean, that's really excited, really exciting.
I'm so ready to play.
Yeah, I know.
Like last
you don't
night,
want to talk.
This morning, it's like, okay, we're showing up, and then we're gonna talk.
That's right.
All right then.
Okay, so start by introducing yourself.
All right. My name is Rob Hainso. I had the honor of being the lead designer on 4th edition. Got to work with people like Andy, who's over there, and I started playing D&D. Or something I sort of called D&D in 1974 when the Brown Box came out. I was living on one of those military wargaming bases in Germany, and then I heard the D&D was coming out, and somehow I had already started buying the catalog that ended up backing it. Guide in Hobbies, Guide in Games.
Oh, yeah, Guide on Games. Wow. You were a subscriber of Guide on Games in those days?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I was 10, and so I...
So hot.
Yeah, so for me, it really has been 50 years, which is also sort of bizarre.
You look so young, though. You just don't look that old. You lost all your credibility, Rob.
Hey, cheers to the idea that I had credibility.
And I didn't really introduce myself other than just said my name, Peter Atkinson. My pronouns are he, they. I really made 4th edition possible by creating 3rd edition. So that you could have somewhere to go from.
The Godfather. Wait, is it the Godfather or the... Yeah.
And I just want to rush in and say I'm not taking any credit for the design of 3rd edition, but, I think I did help make it happen.
Wait a minute. Wait, you're not taking any credit for the design of 3rd edition?
It's going to be a couple words.
No, I had Jonathan Tweet sitting right here a week ago, and Monty Cook. I mean, jeez.
I think you could call yourself an uncle.
I believe
Uncle Peter Atkinson. There we go.
Wait a minute. Did they not tell the story of you pulling an all-nighter to go ahead and comment on every single spell?
No, we did not.
Game?
We did not tell.
That was not discussed
because it ends badly and reflects poorly on certain people. So this is all rainbows and unicorns.
Why did you invite
You're
me
on
here?
Gen Con TV. We are all rainbows and unicorns here today. Let's move on to Andy Collins. Right, that's who you are, right?
Yeah. It is. Hi there, I'm Andy Collins. I served on the 4th edition design team with Rob Hainso and James Wyatt. Highlight of my career, and couldn't be happier than to be here and talk about it. So, cheers.
Cheers. That was way shorter than our introduction.
Yeah.
All right, Wade.
I'm Wade Rocket. My pronouns are he, him. I am a writer and tabletop RPG designer. I first came to Dungeons & Dragons in 1981 when a friend invited me to play in his 1st edition Advanced Dungeons & Dragons campaign. So I was playing Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. And as a 14-year-old, I felt very smug about that. And then I got into some other games and other campaigns, and then when 4th edition came out, that was really when I returned to D&D, when it was announced and a friend invited me to join his campaign. So since then, I've done some work in the field, mostly on 13th Age, which Rob co-created, but also I did a bit of 4E design for Dungeon and Dragon magazines near the end of its life cycle.
Excellent, excellent. All right, Liz.
Hi, I'm Liz Argle. The accent is Australian, but a slightly weird Australian accent, if you're wondering. I don't remember my first D&D game because I was like 4 years old, so I know about it through anecdotes. I remember when my brother got the red box for advanced D&D, and it terrified me. The colors were too big and fancy, and I was like, no, I want to just play Dungeons and Dragons. It's this very comforting sort of booklet, and I like the art is more familiar. This advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and my brother would be like, you need to play. No, like advanced Dungeons and Dragons is better. And I was like, no, I'm 6 or 7 years old. Like I can't play advanced. Like, look, it's very small. Like
I don't even know how old I am.
That's right. I know we lived in a place called the Pocket in the Pocket Valley at the time, and I went to the Pocket Primary School. My first character was a halfling, shockingly enough. And anyway, but gaming was amazing to me in any form, and I often didn't have people to play with, so I would just like obsessively just read every role-playing game manual that I could get my hands on from any system or whatever, and I would just like dream about the stories and dream about the possibilities.
So this is before Twitch, then.
This was before Twitch. And I mean, sometimes like role-playing game manuals in Australia could cost like $60 or $80 in like 90s money. So I would like go to people's houses and I would like read their manuals, or I would like when my brother would get
They didn't know that you were
These
going.
these are strangers.
Go to people's houses.
Do you have any role
Real broke by any chance? Oh, man.
I'm often not clever enough to be a rogue. This is my poker face. Hello, I'm a rogue. Hello. I remember clearly, I did a lot of like the World of Darkness and just like anything I could get my hands on. I spent time creating so many GURPS character sheets and stuff like that. And then I'd get to the skills bit and I'd be like, I don't know. And I just like write aspirationally what I'd want my skills to be and be like, I'm assigning a bunch of points over there. So I would just like create characters.
That's a solid approach.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
That's right. And I do remember when 4th edition came out, because I was kind of system agnostic, and like there was a lot of noise around it. And I remember like going to a friend's place to read them, and they were like, yeah, I think people like, it's so logically laid out how to participate and how to get involved. And as somebody who has played a lot of role-playing games, I played a lot of role-playing games just by reading the manual and imagining what's possible. It was really nice and I have a soft spot for like thumpies and tanks and dim-witted people. Playing a character with wisdom today, which is a new challenging thing for me.
It's an overrated stat.
But, I really liked how it invited these different pathways that I could imagine all these potential possibilities. So even if I didn't have anyone to play with, or I'd go to a place and we'd be like, we're going to do a mashup between this and that and the other, and we're going to be playing from 4 different manuals and take what we like from all of them. I really liked the pathways for imagining the 4th edition. And it felt like 4th edition, like D&D really grew up and was like, and I realized I'm trying to talk about myself. And anyway, I write tabletop role-playing games, and I'm a cartoonist and a science fiction author. And I sometimes talk too much.
Can I get a do-over of my introduction?
You got one shot, one opportunity.
You'll be able to work it into when you get the mic back. All right, let's go on to Derek Gooder.
I'll keep my origin story a little more concise. So I'm Derek Gooder, he, him. I'm the director of events at Gen Con. And I've been playing RPGs for a long time, but I think my origin story is going to be a little bit different than anybody else's, because I hated D&D for a very long time, because I bought so hard into the World of Darkness, like this is a story, levels are horror, like everything. Yeah, exactly. It was basically my nail to my forehead. Until 3rd edition. Mike Merles made me play some 3rd edition, and we had some fun, and I enjoyed it. And then 4th edition came out, and I was just like, this is amazing. Because for me, it was just, it acknowledged how important combat was, and then made it actually interesting mechanically. So it wasn't just like, great, I swung my sword, my turn's next, there was always something interesting there. So I really, really enjoyed that aspect.
Excellent. Shall we do another round of introduction?
Keep going.
2 hours of intro.
I think that just went so well.
That's what the audience wants.
So actually, I want to, before we go any further, we need to clear the air about something. I have, in the past, perhaps said some unkind things
To me.
about 4th edition.
To me.
Shocked. This is my shocked face.
And today is my day of atonement. Today is my day of, like, okay, I owe you an apology. And you. I mean, not you three, but maybe a little bit you.
I mean, there's still time.
There's still time.
You've been teasing the whole time about it.
That's okay. We were just
all right.
engaged.
Suck it up, Buttercup.
We were.
Got it.
We were engaged in the time-honored tradition of gamers ranting about this edition versus that edition. I mean, that's all fair.
But the
fair
important
play.
thing is you
But
acknowledged that you were completely wrong.
I was
Great. I'm glad that was a nice,
I was wrong.
concise close to
I
that
was wrong.
conversation.
I was wrong to have said some of the things I said publicly on streams. No. I am here today with an open heart and looking forward to to today. And I am sorry I did not always say kind things about 4th edition.
Well,
I had no idea.
it's not a bad moment to like just take a second and be like, I think one of the beautiful things about RPGs and tabletop games in general is that, like movies, but unlike a lot of video games or things like that, like the old editions don't ever go away. So if you want to keep playing the game, or you want to just make your own version branching off from, you just do that.
Exactly.
So the games are never dead as long as people are playing them.
Right.
So everybody who was mad at 4th edition had plenty of other games to keep playing that they loved or didn't or whatever.
Exactly. It's a big tent.
Yes, exactly.
In fact, it is one of the most beautiful things about role-playing games, as opposed, just compared to other types of games, is the tremendous diversity from play styles and rules and editions and all that stuff. So,
You got 4 to 6 friends in a book, and you're ready to play a game from any era.
A frequent question that I would get, particularly from fans, is what's your favorite version of D&D? What's your favorite edition? And the answer I eventually settled on was every edition that I played was my favorite edition of D&D, right? Like that, and because it was true. When I was playing the original Blue Book rules, that was my favorite version. When I played Advanced D&D, that was my favorite. Second edition, favorite. Third, favorite. 3.5, favorite. Fourth, favorite. Like every one of them has been my favorite version of D&D. These days, I play my own homebrew.
We weren't going to call that out.
You noticed that he stopped before.
These days I play my own homebrew.
Space for people. Come on.
These days I play my own homebrew, which steals from various editions because that's what gamers do, and it's my favorite version of D&D. And when I'm playing a 5th edition game of D&D, it's my favorite version of D&D. Like they're all great.
I think someone, if someone asked me that question, I'd say, well, my favorite version of D&D is mine.
Yes. More succinct. That's well done.
I did used to say that, actually.
But like as a counterpoint, I think it is also worth pointing out, and this is a conversation that I used to have all the time when I was never playing D&D, because it was so hard to pull D&D players out of D&D, is to just, it's okay to not like a game, and then just go play a different game.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to crusade against the previous game. Like just find a game that plays what you want to
I
play.
have an anecdote that might illustrate a piece of what you're saying, all of you. And this has happened to me twice. And the weird part is it happened to me twice, because I doubt it's happened to anybody else here even once. Twice in my life, I've been in game stores where I've been sort of in the back shelves. Like one of them was down at the Game Matrix, and one of them was over at South Center. And I have heard a conversation between a very enthusiastic female 4th edition player who really, really lusted after the game store employee who they were talking with. The man behind the counter was the complete object of the woman's affection in both cases, just like focused in. And in both cases, the horrible, horrible thing that happened. The second time, I was just sitting there giggling about it almost because I'd already seen the story once. Is that the guy was like, every time the word 4th edition came up, said, "Oh God, that's just nothing but a computer game. I hate it. It's like, and anybody who plays it is just worthless." And meanwhile, the woman is sitting there going, "Yeah, well, my friends and I, we had this really wonderful campaign going on Wednesday night. I really found it's been great fun." And the guy's like, "It's all." It's just like, I'm watching going, "Oh my God." I mean,
What an idiot.
My dude.
I could walk around the table, I could walk around the counter and sort of like suggest to him that maybe listen for one moment to the fact that this other person is having a great time and that she really, really likes you.
So I think there is an argument
Twice.
that when you are witnessing a tragedy happen and you take no action to intervene and save the individual involved, that you bear moral responsibility for the right.
Hey
You're
man, the
forgetting
dude didn't
Rob's-
like 4th edition. You can say
Okay, all right,
It's just an
And
argument.
sometimes, like David Attenborough, you just have to let it unfold.
Right, you're forgetting Rob's inherent chaotic neutral nature.
I was shocked the first time because I was just, I can't believe this is happening. And if I had a camera, this would be one of the most astounding pieces of video. Like, this is amazing. And then the second time was much sadder because they were sort of all alone, except for me, that they couldn't see behind all the piles of books. And it was just heartbreaking, honestly.
It would be challenging to resist well, actually, I'm the lead designer of 4th edition, and full of Kurt Vonnegut.
I'm going to, just so you don't all think I'm being rude, I'm going to be also monitoring chat starting almost now. And, and so if you're watching us from home or from wherever on chat, on Twitch, say hi in chat. And if you have something you want me to want to share with the cast, let me know.
If anyone's watching from 3 a.m. in Australia, thank you. You're amazing.
All right, carry on.
You wanted to talk about the situation before 4th edition was published, which is,
Where did it come from?
yeah, did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I kind of want to. I think the natural place to start, because if you imagine all these shows that we're doing is sort of this narrative arc of D&D, and you can imagine what Jonathan and Monty would have been talking about with 3rd edition, and me, but very proud of it and very happy with it. So why? What happened within WotC? What was the plan? Like, what happened? Because we were all gone by then. We being Jonathan and I and Monty. What sort of was the impetus for doing a new edition?
Well, I'll interject. Before there was even 4th, there was 3.5.
Sure.
Right, and which followed 3rd by only a few years.
Yeah.
Because there was already pressure to boost players' handbook sales again. Right, we needed to get more people buying books. So there was already sort of an interstitial step of let's juice up the game again.
And I'm
with
reasonably
some
certain that
revisions.
3.5 was entirely almost precipitated by that.
Yeah. It was very much a business decision. You need some help there?
Yeah. I'm going to put these out.
Dump my dice and character
Dump
on
your
the
dice
floor.
there,
Oh my god!
because these things are really super shiny, so we try not to.
So we went through that. That was around 2003, 2004-ish time frame.
And that 3.5 had not originally been intended to be as large a change as it was.
I don't recall exactly.
Its
mandate was not change. Its mandate was sell more books.
Right, and so it ended up having a bit of mission creep, and then some people were buying the DMGs and the game and the monster manuals again because there had been enough that had changed, and so it was almost like it had been a different edition, but it was so close to the same game with some things cleaned up that, in a certain sense, it probably didn't provide anything like the long-term economic boost that a entirely new edition does.
Right, because right around that time frame, what's happening outside our walls is World of Warcraft.
Right. Some of the people who ran WotC were really jealous of World of Warcraft's subscription model. And so a whole bunch of the things that happened at Wizards of the Coast at that time, I don't know, they were based on trying to get people to pay money every month. And so I really don't remember whether GleeMax started and then caught 4th edition up in
Well,
its
you got to
mad-
explain what GleeMax
other
is
way
now.
around, I think.
I think the other way around. I think the
Yeah.
4th edition was first. And we were sort of on the way, but then GleeMax was like, and also this.
GleeMax being a large digital gaming initiative that Wizards entered into right around that same time frame. Again,
A puzzling one from the outside is what I would say.
there's
Was that name used publicly?
probably
No, it was announced like
Yeah.
It was
Because,
announced. Yeah.
like, I mean,
was
my
an
memory of the
internal
origin
shibboleth.
story of GleeMax was that
Go ahead.
it was to assign a name to something that was in development. I'm not exactly sure what, but that a name that was so bad that there was no chance the name would ever get used in public. As opposed to sometimes what happens in game publishing is you have a working title and it's kind of good or okay,
Never let
and
the
then
working
the
title
working
progress
title
a couple
becomes
meetings.
the actual name of the product. And so
I
there,
think GURPS might have been like that, even.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know Steve Jackson. I think that might have been his master plan all along.
Okay.
Generic universal role-playing system. That makes
Yeah, and
total
you'd be
sense.
like, oh, it's just
So
a temporary name. It's just a temporary
So, and
name.
is that the GleeMax story? Or am I confusing it with something else?
I think the story, I wish we had somebody here who fully knew it, because the whole thing is GleeMax is a brain in a jar, right? Right.
Yeah.
And
Who's supposed to
It
control?
was supposed to be
you?
R&D, right?
Yeah.
GleeMax was
Yeah.
like a...
Well,
So-
sorry. GleeMax is literally a brain in the jar. Like that's a character, or
kinda,
is it
sorta, yeah.
metaphorically a brain
no,
in the jar?
no, not metaphorically.
Interesting.
I
Yeah,
mean,
like-
although also not real.
But it's a...
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, of course not real.
Watsy doesn't have a brain in a jar.
We're definitely, I would say, digressing a little bit from the core question. though.
Actually, no, not entirely, in the sense that 4th edition was done for money.
Yes.
GleeMax,
I mean, let's be clear. Everything is done for money.
yeah, GleeMax, 4th edition had gotten to the point. Sorry, 3rd edition sales had decreased. They were having a lot of trouble selling adventures.
At that company.
There was also the fact that whenever you see okay, this is sort of a law. If a company does a book called Ships and Sailing Over the Bonnie Waves, it's the shark. The shark has jumped. Or, oh wait, you've jumped the shark. I mean, like, that's usually a sign that you've run out of things to do books about.
It's the musical episode of tabletop RPGs.
Yeah.
All of the
That's
RPG designers out there who are making pirate games about sailing are like, excuse me, what?
Unless your game is already about pirates and sailing, in which case Davy Jones' Locker is already acquainted with you.
The Seventh Sea expansion just got canceled, thanks to you.
I love Seven
Thanks to
Seas.
me.
Just teasing. Okay, what is the core question? And Andy's really not a thing here.
Again, but just getting back to what was the environment, what was the atmosphere like
Yes.
around Wizards, around R&D in 2004, 2005? Because we kicked off the design process in May of 2005, and I know that because this is the notebook that I had, and right up here you got Orcus, which was the code word for the edition, or at least for the player's handbook, and May 2nd.
Didn't
so
you
our
call it
first
Project?
meeting.
Wait a minute. Did you call it Project Viper?
No, that was 3.5.
Oh yeah.
We have a really good comment from Chad. I want to. This is Adamar says, "Don't forget the work James Wyatt and Robin Laws did on the 2 DMGs. Separate from the mechanical innovations of 4th edition, its
Absolutely.
DMG was the best at teaching how to design campaigns and run games."
Yep.
to
To
that
your
date.
point.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
yeah,
we would
James.
be particularly remiss. Yeah, I'm sorry that James couldn't be here. He had a personal commitment that prevented him from joining us today. I pressured him right up until like Monday of this week, but I could not get him.
We'd have
today.
crowbarred him in at any time. He
Yeah,
could walk
yeah.
right in right now.
Yeah,
We would work
yeah,
it out. Yeah.
He's so he couldn't be here, which is terrible because he was the third of our 3 Musketeers, right? The 3 of us met in various meeting rooms every day for hours for literally years. And nothing could have happened on this game without all 3 of us, right? That collection
I
of
feel
3
especially bad
brains
for James
was
because I know we're not
exceptional.
answering your question completely yet, but James also, every time we came up with a new draft, James wrote most of it. Like in a weird way,
yeah,
James,
yeah.
God knows how much James actually wrote. And so by the time he got to the DMGs, he was well practiced.
And I think everything actually that has been said is in service to this question of what was happening at WotC at the time.
It was a confusing time, really, to boil it down to. D&D had a huge rebound with third edition, right? It sort of recollected and re-energized the fan base.
Changed the industry.
Yes, through the D20 license and OGL and things like that, and just re-energized game stores. The people were playing D&D in numbers, at least as far as we could tell, better than any before. But those peaks always are followed by valleys, right? They slope down as people get less invested, what have you, and when you're focused on it as a business, those downward slopes are terrifying, right? So,
And sorry, and so in terms of the timeline, at this point, does Hasbro own Wizards?
yeah. Hasbro owned Wizards before third edition came out.
Hasbro bought
barely.
Wizards in 1999,
Yeah.
and third edition came out in 2000.
So it was already underway,
It's true. I was still CEO until 2001, so I wasn't going to leave until third edition got out.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, that's 2000.
The landscape looked a little bit like this. When Andy said that World of Warcraft was there, Wizards wanted to go ahead and find a way to make models that it could charge money for, like World of Warcraft. At the start of the fourth edition, that wasn't really necessarily available. But then GleamX surfaced, and the idea came of a virtual tabletop. It had always been the case that the people running Wizards, as you know well, they had lost the rights to do electronic digital games. They had been sold off to Atari.
Whew. That was when I left.
I know. Right. Congratulations. Good move.
So you don't need me.
You and Richard both left, right? Richard Garfield, basically for the same reason.
I think he might have. I don't know. That would be an insight for me. I mean, I love Richard. We're close.
As far as-
for me to not know, I'm not sure. But he stayed around.
He stayed around.
longer. Like Richard, when I left, I was persona non grata ever since. But when Richard left, he kept coming back.
People
and
still
working
wanted
on
Richard to come back. This is true.
Yeah, and he came back and worked on several Magic expansions
Yep.
in this century.
But what happened there is that when we made fourth edition, one of the earliest design goals that was given to us by the management was that it should be more familiar to people who were coming in having played World of Warcraft and other digital games.
Because there were literally millions of
were.
people playing World of Warcraft,
So the
which
idea was-
dwarfed any numbers
Yeah.
we could,
Yep.
there's very little data on D&D play patterns at that point, but everybody believed it was certainly a lot more people than were buying.
So in other words, the esoteric, we weren't supposed to be esoteric. We were supposed to be more approachable. And in the background, the thing that we didn't entirely understand is that our bosses intended to get those licenses back. They believed they were going to. And fourth edition was sort of like always being shepherded it into a zone so that when we got those licenses back, something would happen. Now, as it happened, that never occurred. So when it came to the, like, I believe Dave Noonan had been responsible in a certain sense. Dave took upon himself and did a really good job of collecting all the things that R&D had said about wanting a new edition for years and years and years, and all the big problems. And that was one of the sort of like things, we knew there were a bunch of issues with gameplay that we wanted to go ahead and clear up. For example, to make all the classes have choices instead of just the spellcasters. And those type of things sort of pointed in a direction. Now I'm talking a minute, but I'll stop in a second. When it came to designing a new game, and we were told, look, you got to design a new game. And we were like, the third edition's really, really good. So
You said that?
Of course.
Oh.
It just makes all the mean things you've said even worse. That's the important thing.
Little did Rob know.
Just to bring that back up.
Oh my God. So, if third edition was great, and third edition also was a simulation, and I have a little, I've said this before, but I sort of see third edition as a language. People spoke the language and they understood it. They really loved speaking that language, and it was a little bit esoteric, and therefore they were special. That's all kinds of things we didn't give them in fourth edition, because fourth edition said, at the start, I was of the opinion that we've already got a great simulation. I do not want to compete and try to make another simulation, because I don't how are you going to go ahead and convince people, oh, by the way, you've been playing Dungeons & Dragons with Amazing Simulation, try this slightly different one.
Particularly since we had just done 3.5, right? I led the dev process on 3.5, which was we are traveling the channel of 3rd edition. We're tweaking class features and spells here and there. But this is, if you speak this language, this is a tiny shift in dialect. A few words might mean something different or pronounced slightly differently.
Right.
And 4th, we said, look, we can't course adjust 10% or 20% because people will say, why did you bother making this?
Right.
We had to course adjust significantly in order to set ourselves out as different.
And in a weird way,
fair.
I was happy about it. I wanted to do a game. There's 2 things to know about this process. One is my big weakness, I think, partly, is that I don't have much nostalgia. I may have started in 1974, but I do not.
And I think that's why I loved 4th edition so much, is a lot of the things that I heard that people didn't like or that people do like about 5th edition are things that I just don't have.
Yeah.
Like, I loved about running 4th edition was that if I needed to run something, everything for that monster was in that stat block, ready to go. There was no flipping, no referencing, no. It was all
There it
there.
was.
Or I had a chart that would let me figure it out and run with it, which is also a thing that I loved. But I had not grown up liking or playing AD&D or 2nd edition or 3rd edition, like a little bit, but I was mostly playing martial characters, which I had a pretty limited choices. So when you get a stat block and it's like, here's Fireball or whatever, I would be like, why did you not just tell me all the relevant things right here in a couple words? So 4th edition giving me that was wonderful, but since I didn't have any of that nostalgia I didn't feel like I had been missing anything because I wasn't carrying that into the game. And that was the frustrating thing for me as a fan of 4th, is that I feel like it would have been wildly successful as like a lower tier game, like not challenging D&D, if it just had a different name and people weren't
like Gamma
expecting.
World.
Yeah, exactly.
Which also, of course.
Yep.
I mean, there is something about the brand name, though.
Sure,
There's a
sure.
lot of power.
You live by the brand name, you die by the
I
brand
mean, there are
name.
people who are like, the first people, especially the cost of role-playing game manuals in Australia, it's like you've got all these different things to choose from, and it's this and that and the other, and it's, whatever's imported, like the fact that it's Dungeons and Dragons, it means the stores are more likely to actually stock it.
Yep. Like from a business perspective,
you're like,
totally. Yes.
And just from the completionist people, well, I've got the other ones. I need to get the next one. And so I think, there is a power in leveraging the franchise.
I found nostalgia, the nostalgia thing, I can't help but comment, because I found myself DMing in the last 3 years since I started doing a lot of streaming. I'm either DMing 5th edition or AD&D, even though my name's in the credits for 3rd edition, and I'm very fond of it, because either I'm DMing what everybody on Twitch wants to watch, or I'm making the nostalgia play. I'm saying, okay, the nostalgia play here is to run the AD&D, and people tune in because they're mystified by
And
it.
I'm not going to pretend that I don't have nostalgia for a lot of things, but I didn't have it for D&D, which is why I think 4th edition hit so well for me, because I wasn't looking for a simulation. I was looking for, because from my perspective, combat was such a big part of D&D, and 4th edition felt like the game that was like, yes, we're going to admit that, and we're going to make the rules for spending that much time worth spending that much time with.
Nice.
Okay. So you've made it kit. It's a simulationist. If it wasn't a simulation, 4th edition wasn't designed to be a simulation. What was the goal?
It was a game. It embraced the fact that it was a game, and that the elements of it were game pieces. Your character is a game piece. The monsters are game pieces. And it focused on how do we explain how these game pieces are gathered up, assembled into encounters, or assembled into parties and used optimally. Like, it was unashamed about this is what this character's supposed to do in a party. This is what this monster's supposed to do in an encounter.
And I mean,
they have roles.
I feel like in terms of Rob's general philosophy, like when I've written for him for 13th Age, and he's wonderful to write for, and 13th Age is wonderful to write for, there are times when I've been really passionate about a topic, and I've gone into all the details and the mechanics of how this could be manifest manifested in the real world and stuff like that. And what would it be like for a person with a prosthetic to navigate the world? And I've gone into a lot of like details and stuff like that, and I've done a lot of research and stuff like that. And then
I can see
Rob
where
will
this is going.
And Rob's like, yeah, that's all very interesting, but it's too much of a simulation. Like, what are the high-level beats for people to play so that, like,
What's the fun part?
yeah, what are the hooks to get people into the story without getting like bogged down in, you've got a vestigial limb. This is how you need to care and maintain it. This is the moisturizer you need to put on it. This is the
And I think my approach for running games and playing games, probably informed by the games I came from, was very much like, what's the interesting I don't care what the realistic choice is, because I'm not living this life. What's the fun or interesting or exciting choice? And like, let me mess around with that. Just give me that. Don't list 20 things that are all realistic. List 10 things that are wild and crazy, or make sense for the story, or make sense for the combat, or whatever it's going to be. And I found that approach different. And it's very interesting to hear like a couple of the elements about like make it approachable. Now, you were commenting on that before. I remember hearing people complain about like the layout of 4th edition, about how there was so much white space, and they're like, it looks like a textbook, and I'm like, well, yeah, because it made it easier for people to understand a lot of things.
But in a certain sense, I mean, now, okay, I don't necessarily agree with what I'm saying right this second. People who felt that way unconsciously associated Dungeons and Dragons as a magic book. Actual magic. And actual magic is supposed to be very, very dense. And it's supposed to not have white space.
It's a tome.
If it has white space, that magician clearly left out a lot of stuff. So there's that piece of our culture that is wanting things to be slightly difficult to pull the information.
Vellum is expensive. You've got to use all of it.
I have a pet theory that the reason a lot of RPGs have such enduring fandoms and passions is partly because they're all incomplete, and the ones that I think have the biggest passion are like really and you like the group has to work to make this work. Like again, I love Old World of Darkness.
Really?
I love all World of Darkness. Yeah, no, I don't know if it's come up before, but
we can bond over what they did to Changeling.
Anyway,
Change that topic.
I have
Different live stream.
I have wide arms to embrace the blanks of darkness out there. But one of the things that I think is that the original World of Darkness, in particular, didn't really make any sense. My group in particular spent a lot of time talking about like, okay, what's the philosophy of this group to make them do something that stupid? Or like, this doesn't make any sense. Let's write 4,000 words to rationalize this thing that happened. And you end up
sounds like a lot like original D&D.
I mean, it's like, I think a lot of these games, the group had to, they were given like the half-finished building. And they had to work to finish that building. And if you've ever built anything or designed anything, you're like, by the time you're done with it, good or bad, you kind of have an emotional attachment to it.
So there's a comment in your chat that I think all of you will like, because I think most of you probably know Jefferson over at WotC. So
Jefferson!
Yeah, he's like, this is Jefferson. I loved running 4E edition. It made me mostly the DM I am today. My wife Heather said she wouldn't be in a role playing if it wasn't for 4E, even though she never played an RPG. She totally got D&D.
Nice.
Thank you, Jefferson.
Cheers, Jefferson.
Jefferson. As a player, I mean, coming from AD&D First Edition to 4E,
That's a jump.
is a jump. And also, I've been out of the hobby for a long time because when I went away to college, I left my gaming group behind and never really found a new one until I moved to Washington. So I was coming from a very weird perspective where I had not been here for 2nd edition or 3rd or 3.5 or World of Darkness or any of these innovations. I mean, I kind of kept tabs on them. And talking about it as a game, that really sheds a light on my experience because playing AD&D, we didn't use minis. I mean, then you're playing with toys, but also there didn't feel like a reason to use them. In 4th edition, it's like, oh, there's a reason to use minis now. Like, this makes sense as a game. and the rules. Like, I tell people that the most important thing as players for 4E that they need to learn is prone and flanking.
I was
And also
shocked.
how to flip through a
The
book
flanking,
quickly.
I was just looking back at the flanking rules right now, and I was like, oh my god.
I think we talked more about flanking than anything else at the table.
It's not that hard.
But it was like, oh, okay, there are mechanics for this now.
Fill me
It's
in.
not just-
What's the
The
inside
deal
joke
with
here?
flanking, how do you figure out that two things are on the opposite
You
sides?
literally have to be on opposite sides. You can't just be sort of on opposite sides. You have to be. There has to be an arrow drawn between the center of your soul and their soul, and it has to.
It's opposite sides of a square, man. Come on, it's really not that hard.
So Peter, like it only really matters if you're looking at like a large creature or
Yeah,
larger,
yeah.
and it's like if you're on the same side opposite, then technically no.
Yeah,
But
okay,
also, I think a lot of people were like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's fine.
Yeah, it is. It is. But clearly, other people talked about it. So.
Yes, it was very important to know whether we were actually flanking so that we could do the extra damage or have the
I
better
think
chance to
it's
hit it or
very
whatever it
DM
was.
dependent.
When we're running the game today, Peter, we should advise people, unless we've completely screwed up something so significant that it's not even D&D, we shall not worry about the peculiarities of the
Can I be a
fourth edition.
barbarian going backwards into battle?
Shh.
There's no facing.
Changeling barbarian. I got a couple things that I want to follow up on real quick, and they're sort of tied in. The half-designed world is actually what Jonathan and I took forward into 13th Age. We don't give canon, we give sort of these big pillars, and then everybody else is supposed to fill in the details in their individual campaign, which works great because people feel ownership, as you said. On the other hand, in terms of not feeling ownership, something that I'm pretty sure Jonathan said first, and I sort of come to agree with him, is that if you're doing a brand new edition of a game and you're really, really seriously changing the mechanics, be very careful about changing the world simultaneously. The number of people, I would have people who I respected and some who I didn't, catch me at certain moments and say, like here's an example, if somebody catches me in an elevator, and they say,
Quick role-playing scene. You're in an
role-playing
elevator
scene.
together.
He says, you know, Rob, I haven't been sure if I want to talk to you about this, but my group's been playing 4th edition, and we've realized what our really, really big problem is. And I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, okay, all right, cool. Please
Yeah.
tell me, because this will be interesting. It's like the change between demons and devils, and how some of them are now demons, and some of them that were devils are now demons, and sort of the difference. We just can't go along with it. And I'm sitting there like, you know, partly I had my sails up, like I'm going to hear what's happening here, and I'm going to be able to use this information as I go forward as a designer. And then it's like, I'm not going to be able to do anything with this. And
As a Planescape fan, I can understand some of it.
yeah, I can understand it. And so, but what happens is that people not only use the language to explain the world, but they also have a picture of the world that's very, very consistent. And long after, in a weird way, we had done the basic design work, there was sort of the world, the big world side of it went into action. And I don't know that I was really that involved. I think I was not on the team at all.
No, we sort of got. I remember meetings where folks would come in and pitch us like, "Here's how we want the cosmology to
Yep.
work in the new edition."
Yep.
I think it was Rich Baker gave a really elaborate whiteboard presentation where he's drawing all the planes,
right.
and we asked some questions about, why this, why that other thing, but that was not as germane to how does the game
No, that's right.
work
We were
at
really
the
working on the
tabletop.
game in a way.
So, like, I think we mostly just said, "Cool, all right, yeah."
Yeah, and essentially what happened is, let's put it this way, this is really important. When 3rd edition happened, most of the department had never seen it by the time it was getting released. It was very much Jonathan's team, and like it had not gone outside that team. Which is why when I got hired, all of a sudden I knew 3rd edition better than nearly anybody there because I've been playing.
Because you've been playtesting
I've been playtesting for a year and a half in Jonathan's campaign. And in 4th edition, the decision was made to get everyone involved.
Yeah.
And that what happened for everyone, though, is a lot of people worked on worlds.
Yeah.
There was a worlds team and there was a mechanics team, essentially. Now, I'm not saying that the worlds team did bad work. I'm saying that by deciding to change things so much, not only did people not have familiar mechanics to stick to, they also had to sort of swallow, well, why that change in the story, and why that, and what is that? And I really liked the points of light that I think Rich Baker did come up with. I liked that a lot. But the overall structure of the world and cosmology and stuff, everything was different, and it wasn't, and then Forgotten Realms got advanced 100 years, which is what?
And but that was another thing of I wasn't in the Forgotten Realms.
Right.
So a lot of my friends they'll run a new D&D campaign and they'll be like, yeah, we're doing Forgotten Realms, blah blah blah, and I'm like, none of that makes any sense because I've never paid any attention to it.
Well, I think that is for people like you. It worked.
Yeah. So for me, it's we have this vague thing about primordials and a couple wars of create. Sure, great, that all sounds fun. Let's run with it.
The Dawn War.
Yeah.
Is this like Greyhawk? I don't. Sure.
Yeah, whatever. But I do think there was a lot of consternation from people I know who were really into it. And they were just I can't play this game anymore because the setting is different.
I'm
which
reasonably
I get.
certain that doing something like advancing the timeline 100 years simply took sales and shot them in the teeth.
Change is terrifying,
Yeah.
right? That's what it really boils down to. And there's only so much that anybody can cope with, particularly in their hobby. As you say, this is a language that they have learned together.
Yep.
And if you change too much of that language all at once, it can either open up the world and bring in players who didn't speak the old languages and are like, I can speak this one,
Right.
and I'm on an even footing with everybody else. But it can also unintentionally shun the people who were super invested. I don't want to learn a new language. I'm happy with the language I know. It's a tough thing to face, particularly in a time when the company was not, how to put this, not interested in soliciting feedback extensively from outside the department.
That is a really delicate way of putting it.
Yeah. This was a time when Wizards as an organization was pretty terrified about letting information go outside the walls. So we had limited playtesting, but it was underfunded, under-resourced. We wouldn't have gotten anything from it if Chris Tulak hadn't basically stepped up and said, I'll organize all your playtest feedback for you, because we didn't have any time to do it.
No.
But compared to what 5th edition did years later, where they just sort of opened the doors and said, here, read the books, tell us what you think. Oh, you didn't like that? Let's change some stuff. That's a radically different mindset
You're right.
of game design and development that I think is informed much more heavily by computer gaming. Ironically, 5th edition design was informed by computer game development in the
And
development
A/B testing,
side,
even A/B testing and stuff like that. Yeah.
as opposed to we were sort of more influenced by the business and design side.
Right.
Well, you've got me thinking, in terms of different incarnations of D&D and what's familiar and what's made strange and how people can get passionate. It's made me think about the different generations of Doctor Who. How invested we can get into a specific doctor, and when the lore changes and stuff like that. And people have, their doctor and their whatever.
Give me that scarf.
That's right. That's right. I'm Sylvester McCoy is my doctor, and when Kissy Who came along, David Tennant, I was like, what is Doctor Who doing, kissing people? We have what we hold on to and what's precious, and how. What they keep familiar, the Daleks are a constant.
Right.
And
Nobody
all
likes
these
being
things.
told that what they know is now wrong.
That's right. That's right. And so how do you take, I'm really excited about the new Doctor Who and how they Disney is calling it season 1, but it's at the same time they're bringing in old suddenly the Doctor's actually got more continuity than ever before, because companions are suddenly able to go old and getting to see Ace again and stuff like that. And so it's really interesting in that I'm really excited about this fresh reboot, but also they've drawn that through line. So
So should we transition into talking about the system itself?
Sure.
Would you like to do that, or
Sure.
like what do we think are, like, how would you describe to someone who doesn't know 4th edition, who is maybe a 3rd edition player, like who your target market was? How were you describing what was more specifically cool about 4th edition?
You mean, how would you pitch it back then, or how would you pitch it now?
Well,
Because
I think both
pitched it a
questions.
certain way back then.
Yeah, I think I think that if you're trying to, I think compared to back then, like in the sense that, like, okay, we have your current market is 3rd edition players, or prior to pre-3rd edition players, or new players. But like specifically, what are you pointing to as to the strengths of the system itself?
To be clear, the market those days were people that didn't yet play D&D, because there were not enough 3rd edition players to satisfy the business folks, right?
That is-
if we were just making a game to keep people playing D&D, we would not have made this.
done this in
because-
the way, because that was flat out said.
Right, that was
People don't
3.5.
want to admit it, but it's true. It was like, yeah,
It was getting you to play the game.
it was getting Derek to play the game.
Well, it was getting
And
millions
World
of
of Warcraft.
MMO players, right?
Yeah.
Again, we looked at the numbers. Right? If you look back at the numbers in 2004, 2005, 2006 of what WoW was doing, like it was eating our lunch, and we thought that this is changing the face of gaming forever. This is a trend that will never change, so we
Yeah.
have to get on that
So I
train
find
somehow.
that ironic and fascinating, because I am also, like, personally really fascinated by the hobby's perpetual existential dread that something is going to come and stamp it out and no one will ever play RPGs again. Because Magic was going to do it, Vampire was going to do it,
Yeah.
MMOs were going to do it, other video games, like it's constantly, this other thing is going to ruin us.
But you see, this is the hard part. Obviously, that isn't true. If you're talking about making interesting RPGs that people will play.
Correct.
It may be true if you're talking about yielding the type of revenue that Hasbro
Sure.
wants you to get. And so when I say that Gleemax was connected to this, it really was by the end. I mean, the point is that there wasn't going to be, selling books alone wasn't going to do the job. Like, we were being asked.
It was literally the back page ad. Was you can't wait to play this game on your computer.
And it's for Gleemax right down there. Andy's hand is on it.
Tragically, you will wait to play this game on your computer.
And everybody else remember Silverlight?
So
So that's what
one of my-
Gleemax was. I mean, it was
wanna put it at
it was going to be an
King's
electronic version of 4E.
no, Gleemax was, here, to say it quickly, McMahon, go. Gleemax was going to be what Steam is now for
Okay.
Valve, where you went to buy games. It was going to be the platform that you actually played the games on. It was going to sell Wizards of the Coast games. And
It was also the social media where you would talk about games. With
it was
your
going to be
friends,
all the
'cause
forums.
Facebook was starting
It
to
was
become
all
a
the
thing.
forums that were going to be talking about games. It was going to be a virtual tabletop for Dungeons and Dragons. It was going to be where D&D books, after you supposedly bought the print book, you also had the, the character building stuff. In other words, though, its ambition was to be one-stop, let's call it one site to rule them all.
We have an overhead cam, so I'm going to put this out here, and we'll catch it that way.
It was the storefront, the social media,
The storefront, the social media.
table, the virtual platform. But like, it's an interesting, different facet of the die, because clearly there was a lot of anxiety in the company about MMOs, but also the hobby. One of the major criticisms was how much 4th edition is just a video game you play on a table. But then also the video games that everyone was worried about eating their lunch were so inspired and designed by old D&D. Like, it's just an Ouroboros. And it was one of those things of, as somebody who loved 4th edition, I was kind of like, how many times have you heard people sit down and be like, okay, we're gonna play D&D or 3rd edition or 2nd edition or something like that. Oh, I'm gonna play a wizard. Okay, I'll be the fighter because we need somebody to be on the front. Like, so they would say all of the same things. They just didn't use the term defender or striker or whatever else. And it was, again, like, to me it was, this is a game. It's being honest and direct and forthright with what it the game part of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can I pitch 4th edition?
Yeah.
All right.
Pitch 4th edition.
All right.
Let's see if you do it, because I was about to do it too. So
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I want to play in a couple hours, so sell this to me.
less screen time, so we're going to
Sell
get this
me on
away.
4E. All right.
Love it.
Here's the thing about already you're hooked, right? All right.
I love a good pitch. I'm a sucker for a good pitch and a good scam.
Listen,
Not the same. No.
I got a bridge for you.
4th edition. If you play 4th edition, first off, if you're the dungeon master, as Derek said, everything is given to you. You don't have to keep referring to a lot of spells and other things. It's just like the monster is right there. It's easy to reference. There's so much load taken off the dungeon master mechanically. Like the rules themselves make that easier. From a player's perspective, this is the character as you imagine them in your head. Like when you roll up a fighter in my case 1E, it's you hit somebody with the sword and then you hit them again, and that's kind of what you do, and everything else you just have to make up yourself as any other cool thing you do. But in your head, he's just like, he's Conan or Aragorn. And in 4th edition, you start that way. You start cool. You start being able to do amazing, interesting things, and every class feels a little bit different. Every class has something interesting to do on their turn, and you have to make interesting choices based on what's on your character sheet, as opposed to hit them with my axe or hit them with my dagger.
I remember someone actually complaining to me, like, I'm the sorcerer. I like to feel special. Why does everybody else suddenly get to be special?
Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, sorry, magic users.
But simultaneously, I think an interesting thing about 4th edition too, where you didn't just get new powers as you went along. You've replaced your old powers. And weirdly, a lot of people, again, there's a division here, but I think I really appreciated that, because when you played high level 3rd edition, or maybe anything past 10th or whatever, if you're playing a spellcaster, you've got a real long list of spells, most of which don't matter. And the pressure to play your character right by knowing all of them was real. And so with 4th edition, you only had things that mattered. Like, again, it kind of gets, yes, you can call that simplified. There's a lot of ways you can characterize it. But to me, again, it felt like it solved some analysis paralysis that I know a lot of gamers suffer from, when you don't have to, which level to drop? You've got encounter powers and at-wills and daily, and you've got maybe a dozen powers at most. In any given moment, probably only half of those are going to be relevant. And it was much more expedient in figuring out what you should do in your turn, I felt like.
You've reminded me actually of my first playing of AD&D at a role-playing convention, and they were pre-created characters, and they were like, I can't remember if they were 12th or 20th level, and it wasn't my normal. It was actually like my brother's gaming group that were doing it, and he desperately didn't want to play that game, and so I got roped into the last minute with people I wasn't super familiar with playing, and they gave me the cleric. And I hadn't, and so it was like an unfamiliar character type. And it was just like all of this complicated stuff. So I spent and it was a 2-session game. And I just basically spent the whole time just reading pieces of paper and freaking out.
Yep. But 4th edition, here's a new character sheet you've never seen before. You ready to play?
Yeah.
Give me 5 minutes, be good to go. That was a thing I loved when a new book would come out and a new class would be there. I'd be like, cool. I would immediately flip to it. I'd be like, what are the at-wills? And what's the core ability? Because those two things combined tells me how this class will play in trajectory. There are a million powers out there. People would love or hate that you'd get a new book of powers. And I just wouldn't bother reading any of those, because I'm like, I don't need to know any of those powers until I'm picking them as a player. But give me the core ability, give me those at-wills, because I know that I'm always going to be able to do these things. Am I interested in doing that thing? Then I'm in for this class. Cool. If not, it's not for me.
The games that I ended up playing and running after AD&D in the 80s in high school and college were things like Call of Cthulhu and Champions and Teenagers from Outer Space, and those had role-playing mechanically supported. Call of Cthulhu had the sanity.
Right.
What am I thinking? Well, I mean, I never played World of Darkness, but my friends did, and you had the various factions, the houses or the clans, and then for D&D,
we call them splats.
Gangs.
Oh, okay. The various gangs that you belong to, and those are very role playing.
Yep.
And D&D is very combat-y, and it was perplexing to me when people would say, "Well, there's nothing about role playing in here." It's like, yeah, it's D&D. But mainly you kick down doors and kill monsters, and that's what it's great at. And I appreciated that 4E focused on that. Like, this is what I come to the table for, is to fight dragons and explore dungeons.
Oh.
It's in the name.
Exactly.
Rob looks thoughtful.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Sometimes I make those.
I would be interested, I have not done this research, but I would be interested to see, there has been in the tabletop game area of board games, like what most people would think of as a traditional board game, there's been a significant uptick in recent years of games that implement something close to role-playing in them. That they have more choices involved in decision-making. A lot of board games that are starting to look more and more like D&D.
They want to be campaigns.
And I wonder how many of those you could trace roots back to this, because this is a role-playing game that's looking over at board games and going, what can we steal there from things as simple as book layout. Like, this layout feels more like a board game rule book in a lot of ways, because it's got white space, it's got big headers, it's got sidebars, it's trying to be very easy
Color
to navigate.
coding so that you can very quickly check, scan.
And I would suspect, although I do not have the evidence to back it up, that there is a trajectory that a lot of its descendants actually now live in the tabletop board game arena as much as in RPGs.
Do I have a receipt in there still?
Excuse me?
I think you just flipped through them. I think I have a receipt in there at some point. Weird.
And I think layout.
All right. Okay.
And layout-wise, I think it also brought it closer
All right.
to sort of World of Darkness books as well in terms of ease of reading and stuff like that.
Again, as much as I love World of Darkness,
But I'm just saying, like,
but
reminded me of the.
I have to question anybody arguing that World of Darkness layout is readable. Do you remember how many times we had black text on a dark gray background?
It had nicer column width.
Sure. Okay, great. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Originals, Wally. I mean,
Original Magic cards had the same problem.
I still haven't played Wraith, but I still kind of want to.
Wraith was the best World of Darkness game I've ever played. It's amazing.
I've always wanted to play it.
And we keep talking about World of Darkness, and there may be some people on the stream who are impatient about that. However, I think it's a big part of what the hobby, the state of the hobby when 3rd edition and 4th edition came out, is there was this game that suddenly all the goth kids were playing who had never played D&D or any other role-playing game. It just expanded the market and changed the face of the industry in terms of who was there, who was doing the design, and that had an effect, I think, on the development of D&D and other games.
And I think it was where some of the resistance to some of the art style might have come from as well in some ways.
Like, that's
No.
those people with their fancy art.
That's right.
Well, I'm
super
curious.
heroic, right?
Yeah,
In a lot of
it
ways.
is super heroic.
I'm very curious because by the time 4th edition was being worked on, World of Darkness was well past its heyday.
Yeah, it was well past
So I'm very curious,
I don't think it was viewed as relevant.
Yeah, like it, also
I
like
had no
4th edition
background
is so divergent from that, which is why I think some people are kind of surprised. Like, I have maybe 3 or 4 loves of general channels in RPGs, and they're all very distinct from each other. And I think that's, I don't know, like, I think
The only way that it would have been relevant is if you consider that World of Darkness was really successful publishing splat books. And Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition had already established that it liked that pattern. Some of the things that happened in 4th edition were essentially demanded by the business team to enable and splat books, and not just a single splat book, but
what's a splat book?
Martial Power 2.
Books that are full of player options.
But
Things
see-
that make your players make monsters splat faster.
the reason
got
splat books, I think I had a totally different. For me, splats were it was a 2-page spread. The splat was on the page. It was not combat. It was factionalization. The splat books sold because they were your faction, and D&D has never gotten that.
That is true.
And like 4th edition and 5th edition have like the factions, but nobody cares about them. Other than like maybe the Harpers and
because you
the
have
bad
character
guys.
classes.
Well, yeah, but like,
right.
but
I mean,
even
in World of Darkness, correct me if I'm wrong. Like you didn't have a character class.
It depends. It depends on the edition that you're looking at, but because there were, especially later designs, it was very much. And this is another thing that I liked about 4th edition is you would pick from lists. Like you'd have 2, 3, or 4, or whatever. You'd pick from list A, list B, put them together. That's your thing. Like werewolf, you'd pick your auspice and you'd pick your tribe, and then great, you've got a character concept. And 4th edition, I think, felt a little bit like that, where the race and the class would give you a thing, but I think the race having a power that was always present and was more meaningful at higher levels than just a stat boost or something like that meant that a Eladrin fighter and a halfling fighter are
Very
not
different.
the same character.
Very different.
Are wildly different at every level of play. And that was a thing that really appealed to me because I would love looking at a new book and being like, what's the new race? What's the new class? And then being like, cool, what attributes is that race good at? What attributes does that class want? Now, what ramifications does that have for the society I'm vaguely imagining but will never actually get on the table? So like a new class comes out where Constitution is really powerful, but probably a bunch of dwarves are doing that one.
Yeah.
What does the dwarven society look like if suddenly a bunch of
those
infernal
guys.
warlocks are really, or dwarves are being good at, like, now you've got like, oh, well, there's a like a subculture of infernal warlocks in the like, that's the kind of stuff that I would love, even if it's never going to make it to the table.
Right.
It's all
Sounds
about the levers.
And like that was the thing that always people. Another criticism is that 4th edition very dry, not a lot of fluff, not a lot of role playing, not a lot of world building. And I would see these elements in there, and they would inspire me so much more to mess around with the world building than the stuff that I had seen in previous editions.
And Rob, with 13th Age, you kind of make that explicit and say, yeah, this is, I like spell design is very much like 4th edition in that there is not a ton of flavor text. It's just, here's what it does, and you can fill in the rest. And there's a whole lot of that throughout the game.
By the way,
That's
one thing I
explicit.
forgot to tell you all at the beginning, if at any point you take a bio break, feel free to just go do it and come back, and I will demonstrate. I will be back in just a moment.
Thank you for the demo.
Watch where that man goes.
And try not to cut off the camera lines, but it doesn't matter.
Knock over cameras.
We don't take ourselves too seriously.
Now, what can we get up to?
So
while he's
ironically,
away?
Wade,
Yes.
in the most in 2nd edition right now, Jonathan decided he really wanted to give people a fun example of what spells might be like when you cast it. So we've been adding some flavor text.
Well, it's a second edition. It's gotta be.
But it's an example, and it's sort of like this element of like the whole point is we want you to rename the spell to be your thing in the first place.
So, but that I got in the habit of something as a GM in 4th edition that is carried on to every other edition or every other game that I've played, basically, which kind of ties into that, which is a player sits down at the table and uses their power, and the first question I ask them is not like who's the target or roll for it. It is what does it look like? When you do that power, what does it look like? And some players are like, I don't know, like I just cast it, and others are like, oh shit, like I can make this look like however I want, and like this is an opportunity for me to characterize or role play and I can describe it and express something. Like some of them really love it.
And even better, much like I would say, noticing questions that are coming in from the public, if you can then, at some point in the game, use the special effects that character has created to like actually be meaningful and help them in some fashion, then the player is like, oh, this is that warm glow of, wow, I got noticed.
That mattered,
Yeah, much better that way.
I've got a question for Rob. What do you remember from those early days of the design, or even pre-design? Like how did you get? Like, what was the process of you getting picked? Do you remember?
I
any of that?
interviewed well. I had been at Wizards, and okay.
Because you were relatively new to the RPG department
That's what's
at
funny.
that point.
I wasn't. I mean, okay.
Not to
Stealth rogue.
but you were known to many people there. Obviously, you weren't new to design.
No. What happened is I got hired at Wizards to do Forgotten Realms, Worlds team. But I very quickly realized I was going to lose my job if I stayed on that team. So the Forgotten Realms campaign.
This would have been like, what, 98, 99?
the year 2000.
2000, okay.
So I turned over one book after writing it in a weekend and was told that that was not really acceptable behavior for a WotC employee. That was the monster book with Faerun. After that, Forgotten Realms campaign setting went a lot better. But I knew I was going to lose my job if I stayed in there. So I did everything possible to get involved in miniatures.
That's right.
And there was a soccer card game that because I was the person who actually played and actually knew it, I got involved and ended up running it eventually. And then I was one of the L5R story. Three of us
Ooh, an L5R, those don't come up very often.
Three of us were tasked to do it. James, Dwayne.
The third edition adaptation?
No, the actual card game.
Oh, okay.
Gold edition. And of course, three of us were tasked to do it, but that makes no sense. You don't need three people doing the story of a card game with flavor text, and I was the one who'd done trading card games. So I ended up being Gold edition story. So what happened is,
Yeah, you were much more of the multi-class designer in that department.
I got myself involved in card side. And so, so when they actually laid people off that time by walking around and tapping on their shoulder, when I got tapped on the shoulder, I'd already been told that I had a job, and I turned around and the boss said, "Just kidding."
Wow.
Truth is, I thought that was really funny, but it was also pretty terrible.
Okay, so fast forward a couple years.
Fast forward, and I was the guy who, what you missed is Andy asked me, how did I get involved in, how did I end up doing 4th edition? And the truth is, I had been designing a whole bunch of games. I'd been working on the miniatures. I think I'd already invented Three Dragon Ante.
Okay.
Okay.
I was on the way to doing Dreamblade with Jonathan, the miniatures game. So I basically, partly of the interview process was that I'd been designing a whole bunch of games recently.
I'm curious, is the fact that most of your experience, it sounds like, was with card games and miniatures games, was that a factor here? It's like, this is going to be more game-like.
I mean, we say most of my experience, and it's like I'd worked on role-playing games all along, but as an example of something unusual, when I finally wrote an adventure for 4th edition for Dragon Magazine, it was the first professional published adventure I'd ever written. I didn't write adventures. That wasn't me. And so everybody else in the department was like, an adventure is what they turned out. It's like, whatever, that's just natural. And for me, it was completely different. So I think maybe, I think that the fact that I'd already been involved in miniatures and was in charge of miniatures, really, meant that I'd gotten along really well with Bill Slavicek during that process, and I also had been successful at it.
You had a breadth of design that was unusual for the department. Most of the people working on role-playing games, in my recollection, only worked on role-playing games.
Well, the weird part about it is, like Steve Winter, for example, they had worked on other things too, but it had been pre-WotC.
Right.
And WotC kind of put Steve Winter in a box and said, well, you're not going to do this kind of design, even though Steve Winter actually probably could have, So, he definitely could have. It's just they didn't let him.
We got if it's okay to segue, I got a good question from chat.
Sure.
Okay, so Mr. Coconut writes, talk about the art of 4E books. William O'Connor, Wayne Reynolds, Eva Wilderman.
Yeah. Lee Moyer, too.
I love this style. I love this style of art.
And we can put this up here. We have an overhead.
It spoke to me in a way that, every edition of D&D has glorious artists and amazing
It's
art.
never been a weak part of D&D.
But this...
Even original.
Even
original D&D
yes.
has great art.
Yep. the evocative line drawing, just pen and ink. Yeah.
And actually, when it comes right down to it, I just realized something. Well, I didn't know this. Stacy Longstreet was the art director, the main art director for this. And Stacy and I had worked together on miniatures. So we already were a team. And so then...
Speaking on their behalf, so obviously I wasn't in the room when they were deciding what's going to be the art style for 4th edition, but when you look at it, it is clear that they wanted it to feel like something new and fresh, right? From the fonts used, the title treatment, the red title on the white background that's really going to pop on the cover, particularly these early books. Like, those are two very prominent figures. They're very clear. They pop off the cover there.
I remember
and
all
they
the
look
art,
like superheroes.
Yeah, the art was heroic.
Yes.
It was dynamic. It was in motion, and it was. I almost want to say like intricate, but not like overly detailed. But just, especially Wayne Reynolds.
Yes.
Very few of his characters look like they just walked like off of a simple design set. Like, they all have like tiny little stuff all over them.
It was like
You guys keep
clean and
talking.
rich
I'm going to
detail.
These are like
a little
Peter
bit
just
for
These characters did not look like they had walked out of a period-appropriate film or a Ren Fair where people are like, I need to make sure that every thread of this costume is accurate to the time period. Like, no, this is, what world do these people live in? Dungeons and Dragons.
And there was
world.
also none of the feeling of like, oh, well, a first level character has just begun their adventuring career. Like, who knows if they'll survive? Don't even bother naming them, because you may not like be around with them that long, kind of thing.
And
trying so hard not to say anything.
And this was actually something.
It's just
This was actually
it's a
something
different
that
kind of play.
This was something that
Exactly. It's all
grognards
good.
like Peter have a very tough
Yep.
time with. They want to wake up naked in a cell surrounded by rats. And they
in
wanna-
a null prison camp using forks to dig our way out.
And you know what? You still can.
Yeah, I know. Exactly, for sure.
Well, you're right, because there was no like this. That isn't the thing. There wasn't a real thing of going. This is what a first level character looks like compared to the higher level ones. There was definitely a sense that this is epic. Things could be epic, but we weren't trying to make the first level characters.
Well, even the epic, the Paragon Paths and the Epic Destinies were also an interesting choice, because I had entered in the enjoyment of D&D phase of my life with basically 3.5, and a little bit of Eberron and a little bit of like trying to get the prestige paths. I think is what they were
Prestige
called.
classes,
Yeah, prestige
yeah.
and all that kind of stuff. And then the shift to Paragon Paths and Epic Destinies was interesting to me, because it was like part of me missed the, well, if I optimize and pick these 5 things, then I can get this prestige class earlier. But then instead having the, look, everyone gets one at this level and everyone gets another one, made an interesting arc. And there was a lot of interesting things there. And ultimately, it was fun because I designed a Paragon Path and an Epic Destiny for my wife as part of my proposal to her, where we had Paragon Path of engaged and an Epic Destiny of married.
Those came out of
Nice.
a very specific design discussion. I remember like sitting around and saying, we've designed all these classes, fighters and rogues and all these things, with all these high-level abilities that nobody ever uses. Because once you pick up a prestige class, you leave your old class behind. So
You're talking about third edition.
Third edition. Third edition 3.5. Like, isn't it a shame that we spend all this time in the third edition player's handbook explaining these classes that no real experienced player ever uses? So, somewhere, I won't take credit, somewhere along the line in our discussions, we said, well, what if you didn't have to leave your old stuff behind? You once you're a fighter, you're always a fighter, but you get to layer on these other aspects, because the flavor that came with prestige classes was amazing, right? Like, they really let you set yourselves apart and say like, oh no, I'm this kind of character. We didn't want to lose that. But.
Since I really gravitate towards sort of the fly on the wall, behind the scenes stuff, so I'm curious, when they come to you or to the team and say, okay, we need a new edition to make money, there's this audience of 1 million people who love fantasy role-playing online, and we want to get them to the table playing D&D. So then you get out the whiteboard, and how did you get here?
Ooh, interesting.
So there were a couple
Interesting.
things
I
there.
mean, I literally have
Yeah.
the opening pages of my notebook here.
I want to go right. I just want to throw in one comment from chat. It's a good one, but we don't have to talk about it. I just wanted to repeat it from Rex Fellows Catlord. The 4E monster tokens and art, and at least some of the tactical combat maps and cards have also seemed to be popular, including among players of other editions.
Oh, good.
But
Doing maps was actually one of the things that I've been doing for miniatures. So I was like
Oh,
completely.
I love maps.
Yeah.
Maps, I go down a rabbit hole there. But I think this is an excellent question.
All right. So one of the things that happened is me, James, Andy, we're in a room. We meet for 1 or 2 or 3 hours every single day for at least the first 9 months. Sometimes we have people joining us. I have interviews with every person in RPG R&D, which I actually have the notes on here, with asking them what they hope for from a new edition. And some people come, like Dave Noonan comes with a really flippin' excellent document collecting, sort of collective wisdom that we may or may not decide to use over the years. But yeah, and it had a big impact. Meanwhile, the weird part is, the thing that I don't think is very well known, is that our original commandment was to go as far as we possibly could. There was not, which in retrospect to me feels like a mistake. Perhaps it was.
We didn't have the other step of now there's somebody else watching to say when we've gone too far.
No, we didn't. So we went far because, as I just said, I don't particularly have nostalgia. I was like, okay, wham! So if you think 4th edition goes a strange distance, the very first stuff out of that particular iteration was absolutely whacked.
Bonkers.
Yeah, bonkers. Now, when I say absolutely whacked, no, I mean, here's an example that occurs to me. I had a different weapon system for blunt weapons and cutting weapons, in the sense that if you rolled odd.
Oh boy.
The Starbucks resolution system, I believe, is what you're
Starbucks
describing.
resolution, baby,
These are my
Maytag.
notes from the
I forgot.
16th of May. This is 2 weeks into the design, and Rob is pitching us
As-
3 tiers of damage based on what you
As
roll.
somebody who's played 13th Age, not shocked. Not shocked.
Yeah, okay, so what happened there is that I was,
I love that you can do things on an odd roll.
Okay, great for you. For me, literally 13th Age is which character class does not do a thing different on odd or even rolls. I'm playing that one. Like I love
Derek,
that. I love that it exists.
I'm going to make something for you. We're going to have something for
Love
you,
it.
Derek.
I love that it exists.
It's gonna
but
be
it's definitely
called-
one of those things of
The flavor text will
Not for
some
me.
way say, it's almost good enough. Alrighty then. So we did that. We went far. We came back because the first stuff was a little too, like, this doesn't feel like D&D, said the very accurate comments of our coworkers. So we roped it in. Having said that, I'm going to say another big thing about the design. The fact, and I don't want to talk very much about the OGL, but if you had told us at any point of that process that Wizards was going to do everything it could to kill the OGL and not have a functional SRD for 4th edition, we would have done a much different design. We would have had, or at least we would have had really serious discussions about that, because we did this game and then we were told that they were trying to kill the OGL. They thought they could kill the OGL and they couldn't, and then we got a useless SRD.
They keep trying, don't they?
They keep trying.
Yeah.
Then we got a useless SRD that nobody would use for a year.
which also
multiple versions.
changed the industry in its own way.
Which created Pathfinder, bizarrely, and so, in a certain sense, that was another design ramification that never got accounted for and was a big surprise. Now, having said that, early on, we were just happy as clams. I mean, I was loving that stage. It was a really fun moment of design, and I'll say the point that finally kind of was something. We got to a point where sort of a development team looking at the game made something real that hadn't really worked before, and that was where Mike Merles and Rich Baker simultaneously, like, it was pretty funny because Mike was talking, describing the system of at-will encounter and daily powers, and he had colors for them. At the same moment that Rich was walking to the whiteboard, completely lost in his thoughts, and then wrote out the same system that Mike had just said, which I think Rich had come up with it like as he was walking to the whiteboard, and so it was very much like, yes, you're both right. So
It was very interesting to me because Merles was my roommate
Yeah.
in Boston, like just before a lot of this. So he was the one who was running third edition for me.
Yep.
That I was enjoying and getting
Right.
into, and it was really neat for me just because he and I would talk about design a lot because he would like to tease me about World of Darkness and how I didn't like whatever.
do people just tease you?
Yeah, actually, I mean, like,
'Cause I mean,
okay, hold on. How many of us at the table are like? It's the world we live in. It's
Okay,
the water we swim through.
All right.
It's how we express our love for each other many times.
It is.
Peter.
It is.
So it was just really neat for me.
But how many of us have a name like Derek Gooder? I mean, that's
My last name used to be
Impressive.
Rude, so
Back on track.
the Book of Nine Swords had come out for.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So there was a lot of stuff. I
The
think.
Book of Nine Swords was actually what 4th edition looked like at that moment. Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
So it was interesting for me to get little snippets because some of that would be worked into the games he was running. And then 4th edition came out and it feels so primed to be, hey, Derek, this is what you want. And I was like, great, love it.
That's
excellent.
Funny. That's good. That's hilarious. So then, let me think. We eventually, Wade, that sort of answers the question of the beginning. The beginning was, there were some playtests, but as Andy pointed out.
It was mostly us going into a room and just throwing ideas at each other.
Yeah, exactly. There were very few playtests.
Were you?
We didn't know what we were making yet.
I mean, since WoW was so popular and it was being touted as like this is the
This is the
existential
future.
threat
Yeah.
To our company, were you
The commandment
were you
was-
playing WoW and seeing how WoW? I mean, were you taking like a very literal sort of look at
Well,
WoW?
Okay, here's the irony. Not me.
Yeah, okay.
I played some MMOs.
I played
Yeah.
17 levels of WoW twice with 2 characters, and the next time I sat down to play, my leg spasmed and kicked out and hit the wall, and I was like, I must never do this again. My body rejects the idea that I will spend my time playing this game, but I was able to watch and absorb from everybody else because Wizards of the Coast had like the people who were running guilds, and doing the PvP combat, which was really popular at that time, which was fun. And Andy, and you came with a lot more knowledge specifically of this is what it feels like in a particular game to have this type of controller.
Yeah, a bit. It would be too far to describe me as an expert in the area, but I had played enough and had enough young designer hubris to believe that I knew everything
Andy,
about
you totally convinced me.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So I think
I was still in my 30s and stupid.
So the answer is that we were told you must make it more accessible to people who come from that world. You do not necessarily have to do anything
Like what they were doing.
specific that they're doing. That's not the point.
But what we did adopt were some of the ways of thinking about characters. Less like it was a little bit about mechanics, right? Because every character in WoW has a cool bar of powers down at the bottom, and we wanted to reflect some of that feel. Like every character's got cool buttons they're clicking or cards they're playing, but also acknowledging things like party roles, right? You cannot play an MMO without thinking about what role are you filling in the party if you're serious about it at all. We wanted to adopt some of that this is a game, you have a place in it mentality, and not have the, well, I've brought the bard to the table, what do you do well? Nothing. But I can sing.
Chad's going to explode
was
over
not,
that.
That was not the game we were trying
But
to
is he
make.
wrong? Where's the lie?
That was not the game we were trying to make. We wanted every character to feel like I'm contributing at the table, particularly in combat, but preferably everywhere.
There had been historically a rich tradition of characters whose place was actually out of combat during role-playing. And although that was something admirable for the campaigns who really wanted it, it also meant that people would make a choice based on story and then find themselves fairly useless.
They would stumble into it. That's the thing
Yeah.
I didn't want. I didn't want people stumbling into ineffective characters because they did not realize the ramifications of the choice they were
Well,
making.
that was what I was going to say too. Is that in 4th edition, you kind of have to decide that you want to suck at combat. Like you have to put real effort into it. And that, like there's plenty of room to optimize. Again, like fitting the puzzle pieces together makes you can make any class and any role really interesting. But 4th edition definitely felt like it was designed to be like, hey, you're going to be fighting, so at least you can hold your own.
And I guess that, when you have, with a certain amount of perspective, I can say that like when I'm doing design now, I'm aware that there are people who don't want to be able to contribute in combat. They just don't. And their desire is to, and the weird part about it is the trick is to entice them into doing something in combat that's interesting, even if it isn't wrecking the enemy. And I think that the truth is when you have, in games where you have characters like clerics and druids who, in 3rd edition, for example, at high levels, run by the right people, could solo nearly anything that was thrown at them by game masters as effective as Chris Perkins. I mean, I remember Andrew Finch and other people would do a druidic wild shape weather control build. Then Chris Perkins would have spent God knows how much time getting the climactic encounter ready, and it's just bye-bye. It might as well have been a nuke in one of Peter's Chaldea games.
Speaking of which, there's some great comments from chat. I'm actually kind of overwhelmed, not quite sure where to go with some. Anyway, but
good.
I think, thank you for all. I'm sorry we're not getting to everything that's coming up. But there is and I can't figure out which one it is. But one of the comments was, I apologize, sort of going back to the GleeMax question and the virtual tabletop. I mean, what happened?
We bit off more than we could chew as a company. That's the short version of it. We had a strong confidence in Wizards of the Coast has never lacked in confidence, particularly R&D. Never lacked in confidence that we could figure out how to solve this problem. Wow, Rob is breathing real, sighing heavily over there.
It's like the Kennedy administration in Vietnam. It's like we're the best and the brightest.
Yes.
We can do GleeMax.
Yes.
Can I tell one
As it
anecdote?
turns out, card game designers are not computer game designers, and we didn't have the chops as a company. We didn't know how to hire the right people.
That's right.
We didn't know how to run the process of digital tools and build platforms. It turns out that is real hard. Having spent the last 14 years of my life in that world now, and that basically comes down to, I don't understand how any computer game ever ships. Every single one of them, even the terrible ones, are absolute miracles. There are so many moving parts and so many people involved and Wizards just was not.
Can I tell one anecdote about
Please
why
do.
it didn't work? Tell me if you know the story. When they started making GleeMax,
It wouldn't matter if I knew the story.
they didn't have a platform,
Yeah.
but they had programmers from every different branch of the world, different languages, different platforms, and everybody was told, look, there's no time, and we don't know what platform we should really be on. So everybody just program your stuff in whatever you know. I love focus on Liz's face. Program your stuff on whatever you know.
That's an approach.
And at the end,
I'm programming in Lisp.
and at the end, we're going to go ahead and patch everything together.
Oh my God.
That's all that needs to be said. Yes, you do. You work with it. You work with it. Yeah, you work with it now. All right. Didn't. So at a certain point, they kept on bringing in people who were who really knew what they were doing as advisors, and they say, you're going to have a job for a while, and the person would come in, spend 3 or 4 days, and go, this isn't going to work, and then they'd be said, well, thank you for your help, but goodbye. So the advisor would leave, and then the two.
We don't have room for that kind of negativity here. Come
There'd be
on.
another advisor, And so the reality is, never was going to work. So the virtual tabletop element.
Yeah.
The weird part about it is, even if anything that got through and was finished had to be released on its own rather than patched into anything called GleeMax. And so the virtual tabletop, there was one. People were moving miniatures around. In fact, in one of the last days when we were working on that book, I was writing virtual miniatures art guidelines. So irritating. So incredibly irritating. Like talking about vaporware. Oh my God.
I went on tour to pitch that platform. We had a press tour. We went to other cities.
What?
Yes, I think James was with me, maybe a couple other folks. We flew to San Francisco to pitch to a bunch of tech magazines, because magazines still existed. And
Not for long.
I boldly and confidently told them about how cool this platform is. It remains like one of my sort of professional shames. Oh no! Because I believed what I'd been told.
Yeah.
I believed that we were going to have these tools. I had seen some of the early prototypes.
Some of the early
I didn't
prototypes?
understand things like, yes, we have made a set of costumes for this character. How long did it take? A month. How many do we have to make? 4,000. Like, somebody has to do the math here and understand that this is not a production pipeline, right? I didn't know what a production pipeline was. We knew how to make books.
That's right.
We had to fill pages with
I'm remembering
words.
now things. I mean, I don't want to cast aspersions when I don't fully remember, but the truth is,
Yeah, don't mention names.
the people who were doing things like that and creating the costumes, it's hard to get in touch with them. It wasn't entirely clear that they actually had an office. It just turned out to be like, wait, what's going on?
Now, were you involved in the Facebook game?
I don't
No.
think so.
Okay, so
No,
here-
that was carts. That was cart
Okay,
side.
I think that answers that question. The other question, and once again, there is a question about the influence of 4E. Was it influential in the design of some of the board games that came out during this era that have
Sure.
some? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's the
WotC. WotC board
there's a
games, yeah.
Ravenloft game,
Yeah,
and then the Chardalon game. Like, they're it's very
here,
adaptable.
I found a Rex Fellis Cat Lord again, referring to the line of games that included Wrath of the
Chardalon,
Legend of Drizzt,
Yeah.
Castle Ravenloft. All
Absolutely,
which
like
use the
those are
same
coming
basic
out of the same,
system.
coming out of the same department, using minis on a grid. Like that's
Very game design
Yes.
too first.
yeah.
Yeah, Peter Lee was.
Yep.
I hired him to do miniatures, and after when I was moving
No, I hired him.
We
He was on your
hired him.
team, but I was the manager that hired him.
Did I say I?
You did.
I apologize.
You probably were in the interview.
Apologize.
You probably told me to. I expect you said,
There you go.
you should hire this guy.
Yeah.
No, I take a lot. I
There
hired
were
exactly two
multiple good
people,
candidates. There were multiple-
and I've stayed friends with them to
There were
this day.
multiple good
'cause they're
candidates
really
on that
good. Yes, there were.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but no, Peter was great. He came in and had really strong minis and sort of visual. Peter Lee
He
came
was
in.
going to be here, but
He was able to craft the minis for us, and also took over the dungeon tiles,
Right.
And created
And then
a
did the
string
board game, and then
did the-
later did Lords of Waterdeep.
Yes, he and Rodney built. Yeah, very talented game designer, under-recognized by the industry. Hey, Peter.
Before we wrap up, I feel like maybe a little self-servingly, but I feel like we also should touch on some of the settings that came out, like Dark Sun. Like, no, really.
I mean, we returned to a few settings.
I was
right?
so
we did
happy.
Forgotten Realms. We did about one a year.
Yep. But like, so with the couple of the things that I took from pre-3rd edition was Dark Sun and Planescape. Like those were the two things, the two things that I loved from D&D that I wanted to like extract from that rule set basically. And then I felt like Dark Sun was such a perfect fit for this. Because I'm also like there's so many things that feel like weird or divergent for me from the standard D&D player, and that like I hate equipment. I hate treasure. I hate magic items. So, like, Dark Sun was great because I want my character to be the.
I want to be
coolest thing.
rewarded by kick sand in my face.
Yes, see, exactly. So, Dark Sun, again, the rules were designed in such a way that it was very easy to be like, you want magic items or not? Fine. Just use inherent bonuses. Like, you're just going to, all the math is going to work out perfectly fine. Do whatever you want with the economy, and this is fine. And then we got a setting where all these things were supposed to be rare and fragile, and it gave a lot of freedom, I think, to some of that. It was just a perfect marriage of like heroic, brutal, high action, and maybe not a whole lot of magic items.
That setting really fits a very particular niche of player and player interest.
Especially because you can have like all martial and no arcane classes and still cover all of the roles you need at the party, which fit the theme of the setting.
We're getting praise for Dark Sun and Eberron.
Yep, everyone was a lot of fun.
4E
I got that.
versions.
I was hired as a contract editor working on Dragon and Dungeon magazines, which were digital at that point, working on some articles. I didn't do any development work, but I ended up working on Dark Sun. I choose to say that I worked on Dark Sun and Forgotten Realms and Karatur, and the thing that just really made my inner 14-year-old explode was Greyhawk. And so this was, seeing these things kind of introduced as these worlds are still out there and they are available for you to play in with this game was just so wonderful to me.
I got involved in the Ashes of Athos campaign, which was like the fan-run living campaign RPGA-esque kind of thing that Wizards kind of allowed to exist nearby, which was just fantastic. And we had so much fun designing like really cool adventures and figuring out the arc for the year, it was just so much fun doing that, and it was a wonderful experience, and I think it was a great marriage of mechanics and story and world, and it all really came together there, I think.
Lunch is here.
I can smell it.
Parting thoughts around the table?
I want to share my favorite 4th edition related anecdote. And this is from Gen Con 2008. So the game had come out a couple months earlier. I want to say it came out around June of that year. Because we didn't want to, we wanted people to have it in their hands by the time they got to Gen Con so they could play, not learn. So we show up to Gen Con and have pallets of books and all that, and everybody is buzzing about the game. The ENnie Awards that year, let's say we did very well. We took home a lot of medals, and that year was again 2008. Summer Olympics were literally going on while we were in Indianapolis. Like we'd leave the show floor and hang out in the bar and watch
other people getting medals.
Yeah, watch other people. So we just sweep awards at the ENnies, and I think Bill or somebody was gathering them all up, and I said, how about I'll take them all and I'll bring them down to the booth tomorrow. So, because we didn't know where to put them. So I carried them all to my room, clank, clank, clank.
That's where they went.
And the next morning, I had the audacity to wear them. So I walk out of my room in my Watsy polo.
Cue earlier message about 30 years old.
Yeah. And I'm wearing 6, 7, 8 gold and silver medals on my chest, and just total confidence. Walking right down to the elevator, and I'm standing in the elevator, and the button. The elevator goes down a few floors, opens up. 2 absolute strangers look at me, and they're getting on, and this guy just looks me right in the face and goes, "Hey, Michael Phelps." Gets on stage next to me.
Oh.
It was pretty awesome. It was pretty awesome.
That's good.
I just want to give a shout out to the games that are coming out now that are inspired by 4E. There's this younger designers are really gravitating toward it in interesting ways. There's a mech pilot game called Lancer, which I have not yet played myself, but I understand takes a lot of its inspiration from the game, and it's just cool to see people who love the things about 4E that they love, taking them in different directions.
I mean, weirdly enough, Pathfinder 2 is more affected by 4E than I ever would have imagined. And graphically speaking, for example, but also in a lot of the concepts. So.
And I think that's just something that's like fundamentally beautiful about this art form we have with role-playing games, is that it is inherently a conversation, whether it's a conversation between DMs and players or with the text, and there's always these extra layers of interpretation. You can bring your Bullfinch's mythology into it if you want to, or all this sort of stuff. It's always a juicy conversation. It's this very dynamic, impermanent fleet. Like, we all have these anecdotes that we love to tell that are like part of us that we take forward in the world, and we get to do all these experiments, and that it's always a conversation. And we are an oral tradition to a degree that we create tomes, but we pass it on. We pass on so much through our conversations with each other.
That's how we teach the game to each other, right?
Yeah.
How many people learn from a book? Very few. Most of them learn because somebody else is talking them through it.
Yeah.
Derek?
Yeah, so I think what I would say is, like, I cannot emphasize enough how much I think individual players, groups at a table, the hobby, designers benefit from playing different games. At different times, for different purposes, just do different stuff. And the industry and the hobby is so inherently additive. Like, you can't take away the game once it's out. It's there. If that's what you want, it will never be taken from you as long as you have a table to play it on. But consider what else you can try and explore, and then take back to what you do want. Like, you don't have to stick with the new thing. Try things out, and the more that we can view the new addition or change as a chance to experiment with something, and if we don't like it, we go back to what we like, and we enjoy that instead, I think the happier all of us will end up being, and the better products and games we're going to end up playing and running and participating in and buying and designing and whatever else.
Roll initiative.
Go eat. Thank you for joining us today here on celebrating 50 years of Dungeons and Dragons here on Gen Con TV. We are going to have a lunch break, so don't go away. We're going to keep the stream going, and we'll be back in a bit, and then we're going to play 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons. So thank you all for being here and being part of this, and let's go eat. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. Yes, we are. We're back. We're back. We went and had some lunch, and we succeeded. We had some lunch, and now we are back. And thank you for joining us today. If you've been watching, you know, or this is part of our series about celebrating 50 years of Dungeons and Dragons, and this is our 5th episode out of 6, where we are talking about the 5th edition. If you number them, we're all zero. We're gamers, right? We can all follow zero-based numbering system.
Armor class 2,
Yeah.
plus
So
1.
original D&D, that would be the 1st edition that was published, but it was 0 edition.
Yeah, this is
in
really helpful.
AD&D.
I'm sure this is awesome. This is what everybody needed in order to understand the editions.
This is exactly
Exactly.
right.
Or we could use the name it has.
Yeah, well, commonly referred to as 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons, or if you're counting them, the 5th edition, unless you count Expert Set as a separate, or 3.5.
But really, it's 0.
9th edition, maybe, is what we're here talking about. No, 4th edition.
Whatever you were drinking at lunch, how come I didn't get
the
any?
Arduin Grimoire. Wait, the Arduin Grimoire. What do you call that?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
really.
Oh, right. Okay. A side
The
quest.
square root of 4.
Arduin Grimoire. Okay, if you're going to open that bag of words, I will tell you Arduin Grimoire taught me that player characters could go up to 100th level. That's what I learned from Arduin Grimoire. Rob Heinzu is our Dungeon Master today and is going to show us how to play 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons. AKA 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons. Why don't we do another round of introductions real quick?
Sure.
Starting with you.
Hi, I'm Liz Agel. I have done some indie role-playing game designery stuff. I'm a science fiction and fantasy author and a cartoonist. I do the webcomic
Look at the red light. The red light.
Comic back
The red-
creatures who are
the red-
kind.
the red light.
Oh, and I'm looking at the wrong camera, so I'm not sure that's even my good side. But yes, I'm Liz Agel. I write games like games. They shaped who I am as a person.
Thank you.
Do you want to introduce our characters too?
Oh, and my character is Tamashanlin, a halfling paladin of Yondala.
I'm Derek Guter, he, him. I'm the director of events
Oh,
at
and
Gen
she, her. Sorry.
I'm the director of events at Gen Con and an ardent fan of D&D 4th edition, even though we haven't played it in a long time, which will become readily apparent as we get into this. I am playing Morlek, a classic tiefling warlock, because of course I'm going to default to playing somebody whose schemes and ambitions far exceed their skill in accomplishing them.
I'm Wade Rocket, and I am he, him, pronoun-wise. I'm a writer and tabletop RPG designer, and today I will be playing the Elven Ranger Guy d'Accord. Although that is merely his secret identity, he is actually the deadly outlaw known as the Red Shadow.
The Shadow.
The Red Shadow.
Red Shadow.
Or Shads for short.
However,
Okay.
to be clear, the player characters are a group of heroes. Do they know you as the Red Shadow or as Guy d'Accord?
Guy. We know him as Guy.
Right, go, it's Guy.
Whatever is the most fun, but I suspect for our purposes they do know.
I think they
And-
do.
Okay.
And I think it might be an entertaining story how each of them found out. But
Well, we
we'll
have
see.
one, but
yeah.
but yes, and,
Found out
and
what?
to be clear,
One of them does not care.
I am an outlaw, but I am good.
Yes.
I prey on those who oppress and exploit the oppressed and exploited.
That's commendable and understandable, and why you're able to hang out with a otherwise somewhat lawful.
Yes.
Cleric of Yondala.
I am a lawful.
Paladin.
Yes. The first 50 years of my life, I was a master craftsman, or working towards being a master craftsman in leather, bone, and wood carving. And then I was called to service for the goddess. So I've been doing that in more recent times. But being a paladin doesn't pay the bills when your goddess is Yondala. So one of the things I do is carve beautiful buttons. And Guy d'Accord was one of the customers that he loves a good button.
I'm very fancy.
And so then when there was some misunderstandings around which halflings did what and stuff like that,
Halflings are being accused of crimes they could not possibly have committed.
except one of them perhaps.
Yes. All right.
So we had a Batman Catwoman-like confrontation where then I recognized him as Guy d'Accord through his button, and we helped each other.
I love the story,
interrupted.
and we now segue to a person who recognizes nothing.
My name is Tyrellius Vex. My secret identity is Andy Collins, mild-mannered game designer. But I will today be playing an inspiring warlord, and let's see how long it takes the fans at home to figure out what fictional character inspired this particular D&D character. We'll see how long it takes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I already went.
You already went?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to go next or can I go next?
You can go next.
Okay.
I don't think you went into how you might know some
No,
of
we
us.
started with her. We started with Liz.
No. I introduced character. We did
It
not
seems
establish
like
how I
that.
know the Red Shadow, but I have a feeling that he wants to progress.
All right.
Gotcha.
So,
Dungeon Master, lead us.
Dungeon Master. I have Dungeon Master. I've been a Dungeon Master for a long time.
I'm Peter Adkison, host of Jen. Yeah, bye. Thank you. He, they.
He, him. Rob
are.
Hainso. I'm going to be, the first character I'll be portraying today will probably be somebody who will not give you their name, but will just refer to themselves as the voice of the ring. Now, Derek, did you introduce your character by name?
Yes.
Yeah, I must have been thinking.
Morlek.
Morlek. All right, and you are a tiefling and a vestige?
I am a warlock who collects the scraps and remainders of dead gods and heroes to upcycle them for a more modern
All right, so the scraps
utilization.
of not any particular god, but all the ones you can find.
Yeah.
All right, this is going to be most useful today because the adventure which you are about to embark on, I don't know the name yet, we'll figure that out eventually, This is the city of Talisman. Talisman has 11 recognized gods. To be recognized, you have to be allowed to have a temple on Temple Street. And if you have a temple on Temple Street, you can be legally worshipped in the city of Talisman. There are no... when you say... First of all, the thing to know is you've discovered that there's going to be a new opening, which is most unusual because there hasn't been a new temple added for decades. Something bad happened to one once and it got replaced. The gods are the usual mix of mostly good, occasionally a couple neutral, and one real weirdo, which is some sort of
throws fun parties.
octopus god of some type that, like, I know, octopus god, but that you're not dealing with those other gods right now. What you are, in fact, dealing with is that you all, to some extent, for some reason, owe some sort of debt to your long-suffering halfling paladin friend. And why doesn't Morlech give his little speech about what he's discovered? Go ahead.
Okay, so you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Just go along with me on this one. And
I'm already there.
Great. And I swear, this time is gonna work out. I promise you. Okay. So weirdly, you know how there's never any new temples on Temple Street?
Yeah.
Well, that's still the case. But one of the temples is now kind of unoccupied. So if we can get in there and get set up, then technically we're fulfilling the law, and it's basically squatters' rights here.
And then we'd be gods.
No. Her god is in the temple.
You have one?
Yes.
The goddess Rundal. But I mean, we're very, temples are big affair. Like,
But
big,
just-
and I like temples to Rundal. They're very small sort of things.
No. I know what to tell you to help you. Ready? Just think of the feast that you could throw in that space. Think of how many people could eat at your table.
All right, so I want to cut forward from right after that,
thinking.
because the group has decided to go, and what they're looking at, they're standing with a representative of the Street of Temples. Now, the weird part is, normally everybody thinks Street of Temples, they think, oh, let's just look at a street, there's temples on either side. No. The whole reason that they've managed to realize this is a temple waiting to be taken is that the street meanders all over the city of Talisman, and temples dot it. And it's like, it's on Temple Street by the fact that it's a temple. And then there's a street that goes through it. So right now, you're kind of out in sort of like the really not great part of town. And as you said, don't worry, you can throw a great feast. And as she said, we just need a little burrow. What you're looking at is a wreckage, and the voice of the ring, with hands clasped like this, it's a person.
Oh.
It's a indeterminate, wearing a hood, not giving you their name because you're not on Temple Street yet. Says, yes, well, our diviners have discovered that the basement here was in fact a long-lost temple. And as you can see, it's clogged by wreckage. The propitious day, I should say the propitious night, begins tonight.
That's tonight? Wow. I need to get a better
Their
calendar.
timing is excellent.
Perfect.
Because adding a halfling god to our temples, to the pantheon here of Talisman, would encourage trade and promote much amity among small fellows, of which I've heard. This is the first one I've met and talked with, but I've heard you're quite entertaining.
We do our best. We do our best.
So, officially speaking for the Voice of the Ring, you're going to need to bring shovels and pickaxes, because
just look at you.
what you'll need to be doing is you'll need to dig into the temple. Tonight, it must be tonight, otherwise we're going to have to wait another year at least. Tonight is a medium holy night.
It looks perfect.
Yes.
There's a little hole in the ground. It looks
little hole in the ground.
It's a bit of a fixer-upper, but
And
with his muscles, we'll get
and
there.
I can tell you only this. First, what I can tell you is there is some trace. We've managed to discover it because there is some trace of magic still active. I couldn't tell you what.
Really? Weird.
No, you can tell us. It's all right.
Who would have known?
Secondly,
that?
I am now
does
officially,
not know.
since we now have. Do you agree to participate in the ritual? Do you agree
Like,
Do you agree to go
I'm
forward?
weeping to say yes unless
Can
anyone
you,
else.
can you please specify the name of the ritual and its precise nature?
The
We
ritual
agree.
sanctification,
By blood?
not necessarily.
Okay, because sometimes a ritual will have that
You
little
must
extra on the
clean.
end. And you're
Look,
like,
you will know. The voice says, "You will know when you have sanctified the space. You will also know if someone else has sanctified the space."
Andy.
And you
Alamar
may
wants
ask
to know
me.
what race your warlord is.
You may ask me 3 questions, and only 3 about this evening.
You don't ask any questions. Don't know. Any questions from him, they
By the
don't
way,
count. They don't
the
count.
game master says I was really counting on Tyrellius Vex just to. Why 3?
Only 3? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Do you literally hold on? You literally have to climb him and slap your hand on his face.
Yes, like this is a big deal. This is, and I know him.
That's
Okay,
right.
so 3 questions. So like quick huddle. 3 questions. What god? Who else?
And when is their birthday?
No.
We have to know when to
They
give them a
said,
present.
they said other people
just
could.
common courtesy.
They said other people could sanctify the space. We need to know who
Yeah,
else is.
that's the who else.
Yeah, who
okay,
else?
so what god? Who else?
What? Oh, I mean, what god previously had this space?
Probably like weird monsters and shit.
And where's the best place to get a good sandwich?
okay, that, any of us could answer that. Any
We're
of us
gonna
could
get
answer that.
hungry.
By the way, I'm going to give you 2 questions, and then one of you is going to have to make some sort of save to prevent Tyrellius Vex from getting in the 3rd question.
I understand.
I just
My hands are
can't-
very small.
Well, yeah, I can't bypass this opportunity.
Yes.
And it's not going to be a save. It's going to be a moderately hard difficulty check to get him.
So,
saved.
like,
consider your 2 questions.
A charisma check
Carefully.
possibly
Yeah,
would
yeah.
be
And don't even
popular,
bother
guys.
worrying about the 3rd question until you find out you have it.
Okay.
Okay, so what god? Who else? Right?
Do we need to know what god?
In terms of what monsters and things we might.
Well, that is it. What dangers await us beneath? What
that's
are
a
there
good question.
rumors or something that?
What dangers await us
That's a
beneath?
vague answer. They're going to answer vague. I know these people. They're not going to give us specifics.
That's true. They'll just say
specific
dangerous,
questions.
dangers.
By the way,
I would say I trust you, but
And he's looking at us funny. We
we have a
probably
history.
shouldn't.
So
Yeah, I know. At this point, I think you'd know that this is my kind of. Anyway,
What could possibly
I
go
trust
wrong?
you, chum.
see?
All right, I think.
He doesn't remember our names.
Okay, I think what God is useful just in terms of like who we might need to apologize. Just like I don't like maybe it's a nice God that then some bad things happen. We need to be polite to them and have.
if we need to apologize, we should know the
might
name
need
of
to
the
bring.
god.
I have brought snacks.
If I'm going to put their remains in a bottle, I need to know what label to put on it. So we'll
Or
get that.
if that is strictly that they might
sounds
still
good.
be using.
Definitely necessary.
Okay, yes, all right.
Who else?
And who else?
And a 3rd question, why don't you figure that out while I talk with you about how we're
Okay,
going to
so-
decorate this place afterwards.
Okay.
all right. So
So-
while you do that, and you can do it silently, but with animation, we'll roll afterwards. So the voice of the ring is patient, and when finally, who's going to speak to the voice? Which of you?
I think it should be me. I think.
The official. The official representative of Yandala.
I sort of push her forward.
Yes. So, question number 1 is, what god was this temple for previously?
As near as we can tell, this meandering temple, it's not in the same place it was, which is why we obviously had lost track of it. It was last occupied by clergy of Slan, god of necessary murder. Very popular with adventurers in those days, as you might imagine. Murderous folk. Yes. Now, why don't you roll me a
I have history.
Suddenly, I'm conscious of the fact I never did talk about
Religion.
the safety stuff, did I? No. Murder's fine. It's just other things that are fine. Yes, just wanted to emphasize that here on Gen Con TV, we follow Twitch and YouTube guidelines. No violence against children.
Children.
No sexual assault.
They're the same size as halflings, but much nicer, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
no
yeah.
sexual assault, of course.
No
not.
sexual assault. No bullying of of people. I mean, characters can bully each
Okay,
other,
sure.
but we
No.
don't bully our.
No.
I mean, stuff like that. So.
My
But
hope is-
seriously, if a topic comes up that any of you are not comfortable with, please, we use the X card to go like that. Let us know. We will take a break and
come back to it.
and come up with a way to navigate around it. And we use lines and veils. Lines are topics that never come up, like the aforementioned ones. Veils are topics like, oh, there's a sex scene. Okay, that's okay, but we won't go into the details. Just cut to crashing waves and trains going through tunnels and
I
stuff
will
like
be
that.
absolutely shocked if there is a train in a tunnel.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Was that a challenge?
Do these rules, are they clear?
Yes, they
They
are.
are clear.
Do they feel sufficient?
Yes.
If something does come up, please let us know.
Is the God
right,
of necessary
thank you.
murder a problem?
No.
All right.
Murder's fine.
All right. Okay.
It's America.
Welcome to Dungeons and Dragons.
Murder is fine. As long as it's not like murder of fill in the blank.
yeah,
there would be
right,
certain
no.
ways to finish that
No,
sentence
no.
that would not be
I will just
appropriate.
warn the
Yeah.
player characters that if at some point it will be on you to be mindful of this rather than me. All right then.
I'm trained in both history and religion in terms of understanding
You
this
should. What about charming people?
guy. I've got diplomacy at 4.
Yeah, you should be trying some diplomacy. Diplomacy. And because
Without
there's,
asking questions, so I'll be like,
well, there's something. I don't know. The diplomacy check is an overall check to see how well they actually appreciate you as the potential leader of a new temple. So go ahead and give me a DC.
This will go great.
Roll a d20, and you're adding.
Hey.
What'd you get?
I rolled a 16,
Oh yeah.
and my diplomacy's 4.
All right.
What's your character's name real quick?
Tamara Shanlin, Tam for short. No, Shanlin, that's someone else. No, yeah, Tamara Shanlin is what I went with.
Tam, I'm going with Tam.
Yeah. And I go with Tamara Shanlin.
The rest of the session on X is going to be known as Tam.
Yeah.
What I do love is your explanation of the name was fully in character too, as a meandering back and forth back to where you started, halfway around.
Tam. For a moment, the voice seems to have stopped, but then it sort of glancing over here at the interior decoration discussion, but then looks at you and actually leans down and says, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but of course there were other temples there before too. So
Can anyone but us hear you whisper?
can anyone
We can't at all because
Okay,
we're busy.
so
Yes,
in a
we got design.
whisper, the voice. Thank you. The voice says, "There was also a god of making hard choices, but that was quite some time ago."
That probably won't come back up.
No.
Speaking of hard choices, what do you think about balloons for decoration?
No. We're gonna come up with this plan and then we're gonna present it.
Okay, wait a minute.
We're not workshopping this.
No, I think it happened.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just interrupting.
Yeah. Okay.
Too
So
slow.
I just wanted to get another
Another
insight.
question in there.
So,
Yeah.
so you said you wanted to check.
yeah, I did.
That was my third question. They had their chance. We haven't even gotten to the second question.
to be able to roll a die.
Okay, everyone, welcome to the Tyrellius Vex show.
Well, that's question 2, and then we go to the
On the upside, there's no way to lose the balloons. They're trapped underground right now in this basement. On the downside, you're going to need a lot of work, and I believe that balloons would only get in the way for now. But later, you could engineer a wonderful halfling Yondalan cornucopia with spilling out with balloons.
I'm thinking arch. I'm
Instead of
thinking arch.
Before he says anything with a
So-
question mark at the end of it,
Yes.
So who else might be trying to sanctify or claim this
Oh,
temple?
second. This is the third question.
Yeah.
Give me one moment. Voice.
nobody is a totally acceptable answer. Just put that out there.
If you don't want to answer that one, I've got more.
Adherents of a god who appear to be so out of touch they don't even really know how to spell or pronounce their own god's name. And yet they are somewhat formidable, and they will be taking a different approach than you. So you'd best hurry. When the ritual begins, and it'll
So no
begin
balloons for them.
That was a question. We'd only get 3.
That was really more a statement. Sorry.
no balloons for them is a statement. The ring says, I like this one. Yes.
Was the god of making hard choices involved in the early design of 4th edition? Thank you. That was from Atlamar. That was from Atlamar.
I think we should just be happy they asked about that god and not the god of necessary murder.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, Atlamar, for choking up Andy so badly. That's perfect. That's
Almost got the other side of the table wet there.
Well, we'll tell them we'll find out. Still remains to be seen.
you can tell them. You just did.
Yeah. It's like, no, Peter, I feel like you have a one-to-one.
We will find out. We will find out. Yeah. No,
Next time.
They can only talk to me, but you all can talk to them.
Look, normally in these games, it's really important that I ask you, do you have your 10 feet poles? Do you have your string and all that stuff? But we're just going to skip ahead right now to
I
the
have my
fact.
adventurous kit.
We told him to bring everything.
I did.
So he came packed with a pack.
He's
I'm-
got stuff.
And I have sandwiches to shove in his mouth should this ever come up again. A muffin ready.
It was really nice of your friend Guy to buy all this equipment for us.
Yes, it was. He's a pal. Guy.
I'd like to, if I need an NPC so that I can make comments, but no, I don't have one here at the moment. Decided not to come on. So,
What's extraordinary is we're mostly cultured people that don't read. We're a very oral culture, and yet.
all right. It's not going to be necessary at the moment to put your characters in any kind of combat order, because the first task of business is it's pretty obvious, like, that some of this. One of these piles of wreckage is not like the others, and that's clearly.
Careful, we're going to get a takedown notice for that.
Yeah, well, for me singing. Okay, I believe it.
Fair use, it's comedy.
Yeah, so you guys, you can see where there's a big pile, and it's weird because it's like, it does look, now that when you pull off a couple boulders, it's like, oh yeah, this does look like something that could have been used for a temple. And you're like, oh, and look, here's a little fragment with like mosaic stuff on it still. How did this stuff stay unhidden? I'm sorry, how did it stay hidden? And basically you were told that the ritual had to start pretty much when the sun went down. And the idea is you emerge in triumph, sanctified with the dawn. So
That sounds like a great plan to me.
I'm beginning to think that the whole delve itself is the ritual.
And I recall when we were asking questions, the figure looked towards some mosaics.
Yeah.
Can I go and have a look at them, see if there's
Absolutely.
any clues?
Yes, and while you're doing that, just go ahead and make a d20 roll. What is it?
3.
Yeah, okay. I don't care to add the math. While you're doing that, and I assume that you're starting to get out the pickaxes and things like that. Who's helping him, Dave?
So I assume that I have directed him and tried to send her to keep him on task,
Yes.
while I then scour the temple for more exciting things that could be discovered.
The truth is the top is not a temple. The top is some sort of
But obviously, there's a secret entrance.
No,
back door.
Actually, no.
No, obviously.
Okay, go ahead. Keep searching.
Yeah.
Keep searching. All right. So we'll let you search. Are you gonna work on digging?
Yes.
All right. So what we have is first we had
shovel.
First we had a roll for investigative religiosity mosaicdom. Second, we have another look for. I am sure there's other entrances
what
and
temple
exits here.
doesn't have a
There's
secret
lots of
entrance?
digging going on here, and in your case, good guy. Oh, I'm sorry, Red Shadow.
This is Red Shadow.
Red Shadow.
I am in my guise as the Red Shadow.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking to, but this is Red Shadow.
Yeah, Red Shadow. Red Shadow. All right. What are you doing?
Red shadow.
You don't have to come up with an answer until everybody else does something.
Chaz, can you go help him?
Come on, chum.
But of course, but before I get into the backbreaking labor of excavating this temple, as a ranger, I would like to sort of see if I can detect any trace of monstrous activity.
All right.
Hey, guy, if you find a secret entrance, let me know. It's mine.
No, that's you're thinking of the other
No,
guy.
a male.
Oh. Does that sounds confusing?
It really is, but do not worry
That's
about
the
it.
fun.
I go with chum.
Okay.
You also call me chum.
Liz,
And also my chum.
Liz, while they're doing stuff, figure out whether you want your character to be somebody who makes stuff up when they don't know anything, or who goes ahead and is honestly confused.
I think I'm honestly confused.
All right. You're not an instigator. We have one here.
That's right. We have plenty of instigator.
Plenty of instigators.
Rob, would that be a dungeoneering or a perception or nature?
Absolutely.
Okay. That would
Something
be
about fruit was in the middle there. Yeah.
I'm making a dig
22.
check.
Okay. Go.
I shovel. I do not shovel well.
All right.
Thievery?
Yeah, sure.
17.
All right.
So was that was a natural one for
It
shoveling?
was.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. So
We brought you here for
I broke the
one
shovel.
or two reasons. you brought a second one.
He broke that too.
No, he hasn't broken that one
not
yet.
yet.
Well, hopefully
Not yet.
that takes me from
Not yet.
pointlessly looking at
I
mosaics.
can use the second one to pry the first one out.
that's right.
That's why we bring you along.
Yep, and I'm just shouting from the other side of the rubble pile.
Wow.
Yep, yeah.
So
I'm going to go help with the
I'm going to
rubble.
go high roll first. You're searching for traces of monsters.
Yes.
Truth is, this is a city. It's in a city. But the other bizarre thing is that shortly after the sun went down, the stars and you've been focused on this temple just long enough, and there's some sort of weird fog that has covered all the other, and you know what it sounds like when there's things around to make echoes. For example, the city. You talk in the forest, it echoes on the trees. You talk in the there's no echoes coming back. It's like you're in a. It's like it's this spot, and then it's outside from this spot. There ain't. You're not, and you're like, oh, you're not on the same. You're not on the. You're an elf, right?
I am an elf.
You've been on the Feywild.
Oh yeah.
You have this weird feeling you're not on the same plane as you were. It's not the Feywild, but it's not the same. It's not quote Talisman, the city.
Fun fact, this is also what the inside of my head sounds like.
There's a loud tang and the sound of a shovel breaking when it was being used for something probably shovels aren't normally used for exactly.
The rock wasn't that big.
How strong are you?
17.
All right then.
I duck.
You duck as the piece goes by.
I share this information with two of my friends.
You know what? It does seem like you found what could be a less jammed, smaller pieces. And the reason you think it's possibly you got the warlock, the sense of it's like if you stand over, it's like a stove. When you go to the what they were calling the entrance, you're a long way from the heat. When you go over to the smaller place, you're like,
That's where the good stuff is.
oh yes, it smells like power. So maybe
Secrets and easy riches right here.
that's right. So here's the choice. Obviously, we're doing a lot of role playing for pick and shovel work. Okay, the first question is: do you want to keep him working on the other main entrance alone, or do you want him over here helping you?
Now that I've identified a better target to
Yeah.
deploy this wrecking ball at,
Yeah.
definitely over here. But also, this is me, Morlock definitely has a plan and a scheme and an ambition. But as a player, I am totally okay with anyone interrupting any of those to actually accomplish something useful.
By the way, has the camera focused in on Morlock's dice?
No, so
There's a lot of them.
yes. I wanted to do classic. Classic 4th edition to me is I was the guy who had millions of sets of tiny, differently colored dice for all the different attacks, so that I would roll the attack and all the damage, and they would be color coded and they would be ready to go.
Wow.
Yes, we are getting some coverage of the dice.
Okay,
So,
then.
Yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay, I understand now. I was looking, going, what?
And these dice.
That's mine.
These dice are my husband's original red box set dice. And this is the first dice set he ever bought.
This is certainly the
Long
most
time
glorious
ago.
dice porn we've ever had on Gen Con TV. That is, oh yeah, that is, I'm going to take another screenshot.
Yeah, I mean, I made a short list of stuff to bring, and it was book and a bunch of dice.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
the one here is completely barred-in. This
was
will
wondering.
not roll true. It came that way.
I would not expect any of these dice to roll true. They're all so tiny,
They're
so
tiny
poorly
and
made.
small, but at least they can be read, which is like a
Most of the time.
Okay. All right. So I would say that digging is the order of the day. And remember when I said that speed mattered? What I'd like to do now is, I think 4th edition had an aid. Okay, it sounds like you want him to be the main digger, and he wants to be the main digger.
The less digging I can do, the better.
And other people, do you want to, Red Shadow,
Yeah.
do you wish to dig or keep busy doing other things?
Tyrellius, Red Shadow, over here.
I will help dig.
All right, excellent. If do you guys want to help them dig? Because there's an aid other action that's a DC 10.
Sure.
First, I'm going to just briefly check, because I've been told we're somewhere else. I just want to quickly check whether I can feel the presence of Yandala. Like, is she still
Oh, around
reachable?
you?
Yeah.
In this place?
Yeah.
You have not been cut off from your god.
Okay, now I'll go help everybody.
right.
We can all hold
right.
things.
All right, time to get serious about this.
Yeah.
I'm
all right.
stronger than you might think.
Why don't the
We're
two
gonna
of you
have
who
the
want to aid others help?
Obligatory
DC 10 checks.
Obligatory action moving moment where Tyrellius sheds his armor.
Oh,
Goes
yeah.
bare-chested.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the actor really worked hard for
The
this
actor.
body.
That's
So
right.
they're going to show it off for this one scene. All right, who's helping?
I just rolled a 7 to help.
I rolled an 11, and assuming athletics, 12.
Sure.
So looks like I'm helping you out.
Yeah, athletics. She's going to roll.
For athletics, this is I got an 18.
Liz, why don't you roll a d20 rather than a d10?
Oh yeah, that might explain why you got that.
Oh, you said to roll a d10, so I rolled
It's a
a d10.
DC 10 check.
Oh, DC 10 check. Okay, I rolled a 19. My
Plus 4.
my athletics is 3.
Here's where I shovel. I shovel. Mine is an 18 plus a couple of mods. Sounds like it's well over 20.
That's good. All right.
And
And
you,
you? What'd you get, Wade?
Oh, I got an 18.
Total?
Yes.
well,
We're
I'm
shovel
assuming,
buddies.
I'm assuming that 1 assist and 1 assist.
Sounds
so
good.
22.
Yes, we are shovel buddies.
All right, that's good. I'm very happy. I mean, I'm just keeping track of how fast you are, and what you're doing is this is amazing progress. Like he's a monstrous
why we
figure,
brought him.
and the elf knows enough to like duck out of the way. You're not quite there yet, so this is basically taking a few minutes. I would say give it one more try, and we're going to assume that you're helping. You don't have to roll again.
Okay.
You're whatever you chose to do. Cool. Go for it.
I also
I think
sing
you guys are
while
like
I
a bucket
work.
brigade. You're like
Yeah,
pulling,
we're the
they're
bucket-
pulling the stuff up, and you're moving it aside. Probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
With the occasional nudging him, pointing him as
20.
necessary.
20.
13.
All right. You've dug down far enough, and this whole bucket brigade thing is working really well. And suddenly there's a breath of air going past you, like in a hole. Like and you picked out a big rock, and you're like, oh, it's like look down there. It's like there's an opening, and did I say Give me one moment. Game Masters.
Something's about to happen.
Yeah, something is about to happen. Here, let's cut to what's Andy.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and give me a reflex save.
No such thing, sir. You need to attack my reflex defense,
I'll do it.
sir.
I'll do it. Oh, come on. Is that cocked?
Ha!
What is it?
That's a 2.
What if I, what,
Keep adding.
I got hit an 11. Does that hit you?
That's a bingo. Because I'm not carrying my shield right now, because I'm digging.
That's why I didn't hit you?
That's why you hit me.
Oh, I hit you.
Yes.
All right. So first things
What's in the
first.
hole?
No, don't shove your head in the hole as a first action.
But when you look into the hole, it looks back, and I need to meet a new friend.
Okay, that's true. But they may not be a friend, remember? They might necessarily
A friend
murder your
is just
face.
an enemy you haven't yet defeated.
Sure. And what if they defeat you first? You become their friend. They don't become your friend.
And I don't think that's how it works.
Wait,
Okay, well,
What?
but in combat it does.
hold on. I'm going to have to think about
Okay.
this one.
So
And it's the pondering is what actually still.
the rest of you, you're looking. It's okay for me to stand. But I'm on the camera, right?
yes,
The
yes.
rest of you, you see the moment of triumph. Broken through, and then a ball of purple fire explodes in front of Tyrellius Vex and sends a wonderful shadow up towards you guys.
Oh, but it's purple. That's good luck.
And
What? What are you rolling? Those are bones.
yeah, they are. That one's a bone.
Rolling bones.
9 points of weird fire damage.
Weird fire damage.
Yeah.
I'm not resistant to weird fire damage.
I'm resistant to fire damage. Does that count from a weird?
And Tyrellius Vex.
Yes.
This is a moment where I need you to tell. I'm about to reach into your head, and I need you
boy.
to tell me something because when was there a time when your character, Tyrellius Vex, committed necessary murder?
I mean, probably yesterday.
Yeah, I know. So what was it?
Oh, well, yesterday. Well, there was these very bad people menacing some very nice people, and I told them to stop, and they didn't. And the only other volume I know is Destroy. So yeah, I broke them.
All right. So
The bad people, just
so
the bad. They were all bad.
after the fireball blows up, and you're like sort of staggering back for a second, a voice, a strange, cackling voice below says,
It was just yesterday for you with 3 hopeless bandits. Thank you.
and
They were hopeless. They were terrible.
Don't talk to them. If you engage them, they keep preaching.
he actually, I love this. Tyrellius Vex is actually. Yep.
There's no reason to be rude.
No, we
And so-
talked about this. Be stoic. Be professional during the fight.
This temple seems very still occupied.
Yes, that's what we're gonna fix.
Tyrellius, you have your option right now.
Yeah.
You can either stick around a little bit and then you'll be able to tell people what you're seeing inside. Or you can duck back up and try to make the hole bigger. Or, duck back and try to work on the hole a little bit while getting a little bit of cover. Or anything else. You could just run up and tell,
Well, there's fire coming out of the hole.
there's fire coming out of the hole.
So that means it is going to be dangerous to my friends.
That could be.
So I need to jump into the hole
That's
to
right.
stop the fire.
All right.
I was actually going to say the first thing I imagine you doing is literally just cannonball and just trying to smash the hole bigger with your body.
All right. We
After
need
being blasted in the face with fire.
we need a very short break while I get a little map ready.
Okay. All right. We are going to go on a very short break while Rob gets a map ready.
Wow. There's a lot of judgment in
All
that
right.
prep.
I think
Voila!
And we're back.
So
Yeah.
days later,
I just want
Yeah.
to draw attention to this amazing map, by the way.
Yeah. We can do a
Hand-drawn
top
off-screen.
down on that. Yeah. We'll.
All right.
You can see why it took so long to prepare.
Where are you?
Where are we?
And give me a sec. You have jumped down into here. Through this,
Yes, that's
through
where
this
the danger
hole right
is.
There, that's right. And what you see
Nice.
is you see something burning over here, and other things you don't see yet.
That's fine. I see some other things that I don't see yet.
And the group is let's do it like this.
this temple's a lot more actively in use than this. This is not an X temple.
We'll fix that. Don't worry. There's a solution to that. It's called necessary murder.
What?
Yeah, there's a really weird epistological loop here.
You were really close.
I think you're now superpowering the god that exists.
These guys,
here.
this is probably a lot shorter than this, but this is like the framing shot. Yeah,
ramp down.
Yeah. Right.
How about we give it a shot and see what happens?
I think this is a very bad idea.
It's all right. I'll use my violence on them.
All right. In the words I've heard before, please roll initiative.
When have our ideas gone poorly?
What is initiative for this?
Today,
It's on your character sheet somewhere.
since we came back from break.
Natural 20.
Are
Plus
any of my
22.
players the type who wish to volunteer to track initiative?
Yeah, I can do that.
I should have brought note cards.
I wasted my 20.
I'm glad I'm busy.
I do not recall what I add to the
Initiative is at the bottom.
The very bottom right.
Oh, of course it is. Base and miscellaneous. That'd be 8.
So we got an 8 for Red Shadow, and a
22.
22 for Tam,
10.
10 for Maury over there, and I got a 14.
Maury. I'll show you Maury.
I mean, I guess sometimes murder is necessary, but it's not something you should.
Is there a number I should jot down?
So,
Yeah,
like,
Blaze,
fourth edition,
24.
One half.
Well,
No, Blaze, I'm sorry.
Plus your dex.
Yeah, Blaze, 24.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Baltimore saying everybody's going to be incorporating God and necessary murder into our games now. Yeah.
Skeleton,
By the way, I've
18.
learned how to do screen captures and then post them on X.
It's a 12.
So,
I didn't realize that
I wanted to
this
give you a
was the
follow-up.
number
Oh, yeah,
versus this.
yeah.
When the fireball hit, you still were, for some reason, holding on to that little mosaic tile that you hadn't been able to make anything of. And when the fireball hit, you felt it get warm in your hand for a second. And you looked at it, and you see a symbol on it. And the symbol is imagine a dagger, like a cross, except in the pommel, there's an eye. And the eye has got a red drip coming down from it.
Do I recognize it from anywhere?
Oh, no, definitely not.
That'd be a sick tattoo, though.
Needs an eye drop.
This is a very bad.
All right, I've got a
Blaze goes
18 and a
first.
24. Blaze goes first.
Did we all hear the thing saying, I'm God of necessary
Oh,
murder?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
was
you all
everybody?
heard that.
I wanted to make sure.
Yes. Well, it
No.
looks Andy. Sorry, not Andy.
Tyrellius Vex.
Tyrellius Vex has tumbled forward. Tyrellius Vex, I'm going to do something that I would normally do. Here's your choice for you. You're probably going to land on your feet because that's just the kind of guy you are. On the other hand, there's a small chance you're going to just end up prone. So why don't you give me some sort of athletics check?
Acrobatics?
Yeah, sure.
Athletics?
Acrobatics. And it's going to be
Why
really
did I
easy
say the one I'm bad at first?
because that's funny.
All right. 4.
A small chance you might
All right.
end up.
Were we talking about prone and flanking being the two things to watch out for?
Hey, but you're harder to hit with
I
any
as
attacks than
game
me, right?
I mean, now he's underneath the next
By the way,
fireball.
when I did 13th age, the prone and flanking are dead. Right? No, not do that. Prone. No.
This
no,
shows
not gonna happen.
Tyrellius
But
Vex's brilliant tactician mind.
We're experimenting with 4th edition, and we're showing what it's like when a paladin. He's not a paladin. When
Warlord.
a warlord who's really good at giving other people orders goes off alone, face first into a pile of skulls, slides down it. That's what happens. He ends up. Remember that story you like so much that I tell about the guy who thought it was a hill and he walked onto the hill and fell into the whale?
Yeah.
Well, in your case, you just dived headfirst into a pile of skulls. And so if I could get your character to stand like that, I would. So you're kind of prone, but you also have cover. So when the blazing skeleton that's back there steps forward and says, "In the name of Slan, who is not forgotten," and it tries to blast through the again. And let's see what I get. You know what? I should really use this. This is an undead attack, right?
Let's roll
Well,
that
you
bones.
tell us because we didn't know it was undead, but now we do.
Yeah, it's undead. It's a blazing skeleton. Read that. What is it?
Is it that one there?
Yeah.
2.
Oh no! I brought out the beautiful weird die, and well, I hit a 10. I actually, with your cover, I hit an 8 per.
For reflex?
Yeah.
No, sir.
All right. Pass me my die back because I'm very disappointed in it. But on the other hand, I'm happy to say that I did read the attack line more carefully, and you also are on fire for 5 ongoing fire damage.
Yes.
Is that weird fire damage?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're going to play this fire 13th Age style instead of 4th edition style. So you'll see what
Get that dungeon, master.
And what that means is you don't take the damage at the start of the round. You take it at the end of the round, right before you save, because that way somebody can be on fire, going, I'm on fire, take their turn, and then
do something.
die.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right.
So we're 20 minutes in, and Rob's already thrown away the rules.
But you took your turn.
No.
No?
I haven't had my turn initiative yet. I started it.
He's prone, which I
I
believe
instigated.
Got it.
I made excitement happen.
Fell.
No, again, Tyrellius Vex, he's
Action
prone.
dive.
He's prone, which means ranged attacks are going to be harder to hit him.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, then his next attack missed him. You get plus 2
genius.
bonus to all attacks. And you take a -2 penalty to attack rolls if, say, there was to be anything up there stabbing into the pile of skulls.
Well, he's prone and setting up the flank, is what you're saying.
I took cover.
Who's up?
Oh, the next up
Me.
is Tam.
So I'm going to, with my shield, trusty shield in hand,
A little help.
slide down there and with my shield up to protect him from further fireballs.
Oh.
I want to get to here with my shield and put him out.
All right.
So I'm shielding and
All right.
shielding and patting.
So I gotta say that
This is not the first time she has put me out while I was on fire. I am sure of this.
it is not.
Remember the drills we did? Stop, drop, and roll.
I'm very grateful.
Okay, so
I
stopped
don't have
and
much
dropped.
sense of
which are you
smell.
prioritizing? Are you prioritizing the athletics trick of running with a shield, dropping through the space, and landing next to him, or are you prioritizing? Because you see, you have a choice.
He's been
The
on-
surest way to actually put out the fire would be to take your shield, turn it around, and fall on him, like smothering him, like as if your shield was a blanket.
Would you characterize this as a hard choice?
In terms of which one's going to protect the other people as well more, because he's been on fire before.
Oh, well then you being upright, ready to attack whatever comes and attack him is the correct tactical move.
Okay, so
And I
Fire will go out on its own.
One way or another.
It's what fire does.
Flame don't hurt.
It goes out on its own.
It does. It's and he that's his nickname, Stumpy.
So yeah, and especially given my shield is a
Yeah.
symbol of my goddess, I
Yeah.
want to have that pointing towards the ungodly, awful
look,
purple.
the way I feel about this is I'm going to let you get down there, no problem, because you're not talking about attacking. You're not talking about spells. You're just trying to get down there and be protective, and sort of get in the way. So this could only go wrong if you roll a 1 on a d20.
Famous last words.
What are the odds?
I see a 1, but also a 9. 19.
Yes,
You're
19.
good.
91.
All right, you're good. You're awesome. So halflings are known for their agility. I mean, in fact, I think, and you bounce past the ranger. You size things up. The light from the burning paladin. I'm sorry, the light from the burning warlord tells you, where to go. And you're on top of this pile, and you're able to protect him from things that are coming. So, and there are things coming. You can hear motion.
You all heard him. He described me as a beacon.
Yes.
It's true, but not of what you think.
Well, he's definitely a beacon for the
You
game
don't need
master.
any more compliments.
Yeah, okay, all right.
One is enough. Thank you.
That's all right. All right. So by the fact that you have not taken an attack or cast a spell or anything, I'm basically going to allow you to interpose yourself if somebody comes and tries to get at him while he's prone. On the other hand, when he gets up and runs away, you, as usual, yeah.
Well, he's going to be on fire hugging people, and maybe
That's right.
that'll help him
All right.
attack them.
Yep, that's right.
There's only so much you can do.
There's only so much. All right, Mr. Collins, you are the tracker. Of
Skeletons
the
are next.
initiative. They are. Oh,
Or
wow.
skeleton, I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Could be
it's
more than one.
skeletons. Well,
Who can
they, All right. Very simple. Okay, I gotta take a look at the word speed here. Speed 5. So if it's here, it goes 2, 3, 4, 5, and it comes running around. The fact that it looks like this, so scary, it's just really scary. Do you want to interpose yourself?
Yes.
All right. So you're going to be taking this hit instead of your prone friend. Go. And here comes the hit. I'm going to roll the undead die again. It decides to go ahead and use a longsword against you. You can see, you know what? It should be a longsword, but actually, it's wearing the tattered remains of a priest's outfit with that dagger symbol. That
Looks like a 15.
is going to be a hit. It hits you, and you end up taking wow, this game has you rolling damage instead of average damage. What the heck?
Who would have designed it?
I don't know. 4 points of damage as the mace clatters off of the paladin. And there's 2 others. They were waiting in case somebody came running around here. Now it's more like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, now it's going to run farther. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yay. And
So skeletons are just pouring out of the darkness here.
yeah, pouring out of the darkness. And even though I grabbed sword arm skeletons, they're actually more like they're mace cleric skeletons. This one actually decides to come up and engage Andy. Engage? Is that the word 4th edition uses? I don't know. It's been a while. All right. So the one that hit you seems to be trying to say something, but the lower jaw fell off and it doesn't get anywhere. So no.
Am I able to counterattack it or anything?
No. I could have, if you hadn't done so much in terms of like dodging them down and
I
stuff
might
like that, I
have
would have
saved
let you do that, but not right now.
I'm
Because
just
this
doing
is
the
actually a very
paladin.
difficult.
I'm just doing the paladin right thing, being
Yeah.
the shield.
Well, and actually, you're going to give him a bonus to his defenses if he sticks around. We'll see if he does. Who's up?
There's certainly
I
enough-
am.
There's certainly enough nearby entertainment.
Speaking of up, time to stand up. Ooh. I extricate myself from my cover that I tactically took.
Rising up out of a pile of skulls on fire.
Ah, yes. It's very metal. Skeletons all around. Well, let's attack. That one is attacking my sidekick here, so clearly I need to go
Oh,
after
your
that one.
sidekick?
Well, yeah.
I mean,
I'm the protagonist.
I'm not wearing a moth costume, but there is a certain dynamic.
Also, I would not be surprised if Tyrellius literally thinks that sidekick it just means the ally standing next to you at that moment.
So it's great for all of you to have co-starred in my protagonist story.
So are you a warlord?
Yes, I am.
And technically, they help other people do things.
Yes, they do.
All right.
Watch me.
Okay then.
I will unleash Hammer and Anvil.
Hammer. Oh, I love that power.
This is my encounter power. I will attack this many-armed skeleton here. I'm attacking his
The
reflex.
arms are symbolic of like the gods that have many arms.
Sure.
There's many necessary murders. So they basically they graft useless arms. Anyway, go
It's
on.
very efficient. Like
Yeah.
Otherwise, those arms wouldn't be doing any
You
good.
can just see the string hanging from the upper
Yeah,
arms,
it
and they
is.
just
The two of
very
them are
slowly
useful, but the other
yeah.
two are just dangling around.
If they had some halflings
All right.
on their crew, they could do better
I
production.
roll a 14 to hit its reflex defense.
It's reflex defense.
Yes.
What happens when you miss by 2?
Probably nothing. It's an encounter power.
What kind of game are you playing?
We know what happens when you miss by one.
Nothing at all. And how come their defenses are so high?
Laughs at you.
I complain that their defenses are too high.
Well, we'll see what he does next.
And then
Was that at willpower? Or?
no, that was an encounter power.
It really was.
That was one of my signatures.
Do you want to make a deal?
Yes.
Oh boy, very classic.
How about it gets a half damage opportunity attack against you that automatically hits, and I will let you re-roll that once.
Wow. This is 4E or Rob?
Now, also, wait a minute.
Is this a Rob Hainso or this is a 4E?
This is a Hainso special.
This is a Hainso.
There's
What I
also,
refer to as
remember,
the-
wait.
the
there's some-
Hainso
wait.
Faustian
We all got to
bargain.
buff back for a second because it's been a while since I ran this game, i.e. 14 years, 12 years, who knows. And you have action point. Each of you has an action point. You
Yes.
could, if you don't like my deal and you just want to spit in the face of what I'm offering you, you could just use your action point and re-roll that. You gonna do that?
I need to roll a pretty big number to hit these guys. This reflex defense is much higher than I wanted. So I'm just gonna accept this loss with dignity and grace,
That sounds very un-Vexian.
and come back later with something more exciting.
Turns out skeletons are fast.
Yeah. I'll be back for you later. But in the meantime, I feel compelled to point out that my character has not yet had an opportunity to put his armor and shield back on.
I was
So-
gonna just wave past that one.
Yeah, no,
I
so
forgot.
That was why I was gonna wave
Well, I
past that
imagine
one.
it's close by because you're like,
it's probably back there someplace.
Okay, so wait a minute.
God.
Hold on a second. Think about it before the next time you go, and tell me the bonus you're getting from fighting in all your Kirkley shirtless glory. Okay.
Clearly, it's a +2 bonus on attack rolls.
I will accept that, except with this condition: the burning
Gets worse.
that certainly doesn't go away.
I'm about taking damage.
Do it. You're
All
gonna
right. Well, in
burn.
that case, I strike him
Yeah. Go
and set
for
up this hammer and anvil.
it. Yeah.
I will deal a whopping 10 points of damage.
Harms.
Let's use that. That's next. And then one ally adjacent to the target makes a melee basic attack as a free action, adding +3 to damage. Swing that, I don't know, sword? What do you got?
So who's the hammer and who's the anvil?
I'm the hammer. She's the anvil. My sidekick.
do I get to roll a 6 or an 8
What?
for my short sword attack?
That's a
Okay,
D6 damage.
D6 damage.
D8.
Well, that's because it's wrong.
It's incorrect.
And can I do something special, or is it just
No,
oh,
just the basic.
basic.
Just the basic. So roll your D20. Well, you got to roll your attack.
Oh,
You got to attack.
Rolling that ancient Creed die. What's that?
3.
A 3?
The anvil let me down. That's all right, chum. We'll get him next time.
Alamar suggests using the action point to re-roll the encounter.
Actually,
Or re-roll the character.
yeah, I'm going to use my action. That good call. I'm going to reroll. Oh no, but it's just for 6 damage. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
very,
no,
I'm not
don't
very
do it.
smacky.
Don't do it.
No, it was. I
That's all right.
almost-
We're out of
almost-
practice.
We just, again, to refresh ourselves on the rules, we can also just spend the action point to
Take another action.
get an action.
Yes.
Oh, that's it.
All right.
On our turn.
Okay.
At the end of my turn,
At the
I will
end.
take some damage from this weird fire.
Yeah, you were taking 5
I was
before.
taking.
Take
yes.
7 now. And
Exciting.
you're supposed to save against it, right?
Yes.
Which is basically you need a
10 or better.
plus.
Yeah.
Except right now, you need a 12 or plus.
Of course I do. I roll a 1.
Okay, so this whole idea.
Maybe you want to spend the die.
Hey, it's cool. No,
Nope,
I love
it's
this.
okay.
It's
I got
like-
lots of hit points.
All right. So
He said he's fine.
this is too much information, but I don't think it goes
Take the
against.
damage is
I
my
don't
jam.
think it's like in violation of standards.
All right.
What we want to know is there are some men, much as myself, with very little body hair. There are other men with a lot of body hair. Which were you?
Well, it's, thanks to my elven heritage, I have a fairly sleek physique.
so
he
no,
was-
no hair to burn.
And he was on fire last week.
He doesn't fire.
Yeah, it hasn't, the stuff that was there hasn't really
All
grown
right.
back.
All right. Well, I think when the ongoing effect happens, I think what I'm going to say is that once again, you need to tell me of a necessary murder. But now we're going back 2 years in your character's life.
2 years, a necessary murder. Well,
I don't like this, Trent.
I've already been thinking up ones for when it inevitably comes my turn.
I know one, and then not.
There was that time we were all drinking. I believe it was the Thirsty Duck.
Thirsty duck.
Somebody was picking on you, something fierce. It was this large half-orc gentleman, and he just refused to take no for an answer, and I had to forcibly evict him head first out the window, forgetting that the particular room we were on was a third floor.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
yeah, it was 100% necessary.
All right.
Did end up being
A voice at the back. Nobody else can really understand this, but Slime rejoices in flightless ducks. Anyway,
Good to know.
The current management is not competent and needs to be replaced.
This is a very bad place.
That's
We're going to make a very good place
and
out
then
of
I'm going to
it.
roll a saving throw,
all right. Please
which
do.
I failed.
You did.
Remember, we
Yeah,
rolled a
who's
one.
up? Who's up?
I can like your
Morlock.
god shouldn't.
Morlek.
Great.
Morlek
Is this the end of the round?
No, not even close.
Oh.
In that there's one more person.
Okay.
So I believe I'm going to head to here.
How many spaces is that?
I don't care.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. So first, I'm going to use a minor action to curse him, and then I'm going to use my. Yeah. So screw you, and also you, as I'm going to like basically as I'm looking one at cursing at one. Like another set of eyes will kind of open up, and you'll see like a whole other face next to my face. Much more regal and dignified than me, but very angry. As he will also be cursed, and then I will make an attack roll against him.
Which one?
This one here.
All right. That has not been damaged yet.
Correct. It's like 3 squares away is what it has to be.
Okay. Oh, exactly 3?
Well, within 3.
Okay.
But this is how I get to spread my curse around a couple targets at once.
Tell everyone what a curse does.
A curse means that when I hit them, I will do an extra d6 of damage.
Nice.
So,
You
22
hit.
versus
You hit.
will,
You hit. Oh, yeah.
for a total of 14 damage.
All right. This okay, if this were a animation and you had the little subtitles underneath saying monster's thoughts, it would say, I am a priest. I should not be affected by your vestige. And then it sort of has a moment of realization that maybe it is also a leftover, and that's when the damage hits. All right, who's up?
My buddy Red Shadow.
Red Shadow, are you still here?
Oh yes, oh yes. I am lurking in the shadows, like
Biding your time.
biding my time, waiting to strike with my blade of justice.
You're perfectly ready to flank. Just as the perpetual warlock player, I feel like you should point out these
I spring into
opportunities.
action, and I move 3 squares, and, so that I'm in a flanking position. And
Wait, I'm confused.
Oh, wait, are you
Yes, we know.
Are you flanking your friend?
No, we know he's not.
I've had to.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, technically, he's preventing a flank. How about
Oh,
that?
yeah,
We're
right.
going to present it like that for now?
Yeah,
Sure, yeah.
Until the trap is sprung? Okay.
So looks like you've got an attack on this guy.
I am going to attack that guy.
So helmet skeleton over here.
Spread the damage, spread the damage.
That's how you win D&D.
Sure.
Shit, remember, bloodied is a thing.
Indeed.
Because bloody matters for me.
It's almost
Bloody
a thing.
matters.
It's almost a thing right now.
So far, ain't nobody bloodied.
What do you mean?
I am going to use Ruffling Sting, one of my encounter powers.
Ruffling sting. You have to play with your shirt as you do it. It's like, ruffling sting.
With
All
a
right, I love it.
with a flourish, but not a sly one.
That's a fly one. Without
I make an offhand attack, and then it says until the end of your turn, the target grants combat advantage to you for your next melee attack against it. But
Right.
I'm pretty sure that means until the end of your next turn.
yes,
Yeah. Okay.
more. Well, I don't know. It could be like you get another attack that turn.
I mean, I'm down with
But
that.
you're not going to.
Let's do that.
No. Well, no. Here's the deal. If you could, you would use your action point to make another attack, and then you would get the advantage on that.
Heard, understood, and acknowledged. So if I don't use the action point, then
Well, then it'll work on your next turn.
all right, cool. All right. So that is
If it's
a
still around.
17 plus 7
Oh, yeah,
is
That's a hit.
24.
That's a hit.
All right.
All right. This priest fails to block you with its mace,
Hot dog.
and you roll damage, I bet.
Okay, and offhand is a short sword. So that is 9.
9 if your American damages. All right. I am not staggered in any fashion, or bloodied, or anything. Is that the end of the round?
It is, sir.
Oh, also, do I see a jawbone lying around?
There's so many jawbones. Yeah.
Yeah, toss it to him.
I think I have one in my pocket now.
Can I make like a quick action or something and like toss it to the skeleton who was trying to say
No,
something
don't
but didn't have a
let
jawbone?
him
Sure.
cast spells. No,
sorry.
don't let him cast spells.
It's okay. The fact the paladin is babbling incoherently cannot prevent you from doing that.
All right. So, in slow motion,
Yeah.
the jawbone goes sailing past the paladin toward the skeleton.
All right. Now, it strikes me that it's much more fun to say that you just managed to do this without me needing to make die rolls for it. So let's say, yeah.
I want to hear what he has to say.
All right.
You know,
And
He might have some very good points.
yeah, we can't have witty banter if one of our opponents doesn't have a jawbone.
If we're going to take over this property, we need to know about its history, its upkeep, its
Exactly.
maintenance.
I mean, I'm all for open dialogue, but I'm also. I mean, you
there
make
is no but.
So what does the skeleton do?
Well, it's rather damaged, but it sees it coming and gets his hand and goes gong, 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 and is now trying to like jam the jawbone into place, and it's holding. Now you maybe did the right thing, because now it's like this.
You see?
All right, when that skeleton takes its turn, I will be doing that. By the way, this is the new round.
Yes.
You're all about to have an experience. Something changes, something that you didn't, a feeling you've never had before, as an escalation die enters the table. Why, yes. It's.
Did you just get your peanut butter and our chocolate here?
Oh,
This
no,
is the Dungeon Master's
This is
house
how I
rule.
ran 14th Age.
Yeah. Oh, I know what it is.
14th age, as in 4th edition.
Is it the official 13th age, 3rd edition,
No,
14th age?
I'm just indeed enough, and I'm
It's
going to
more
be
peanut.
giddy.
I think maybe it's more jelly to
So
peanut butter.
really, this helps 4th edition a ton. So you player characters will now be adding that to your attacks. And if you happen to fight a dragon, the dragon will also be adding that to its attacks. So good
All
luck.
right.
Hypothetically.
Right.
Why did you specifically mention dragons?
No reason. And
In a dungeon, you say.
I know. Yeah, that's right. Who's up?
Back up to the
Andy?
blaze.
Blaze.
That you have picked for us to sanctify pillage.
Yeah, I mean, look.
You're on fire
It
still.
will work
sure am.
out, okay? There
All
are
right.
speed bumps along the way.
This goes. It moves up because it sort of went too far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've got cover, so. All right. It looks at you and says. Looks at you. You can feel its voice is carrying and says, "You are a rich sacrifice. We will on this medium holy night. We will rise again."
I hate to contradict you. I really don't have that much gold to my name. But we have a friend of his is very rich. We could put you in touch with him if you're looking for a richer sacrifice.
Plus
You're looking for a
8
rich guy.
versus reflex.
It's human sacrifice. It's just-
19 versus your reflex.
All day.
Okay, 2d4 plus 4 5 damage.
Sure.
I'll just roll this one twice. 3.
Also, I have plenty of dice.
Oh
if you
yeah,
ever need
thanks.
them.
10 more fire damage,
All right. I'm bloodied.
and the ongoing is still going to stay the same.
Hey, I get a bonus to attack you now.
All right. Honestly, we're going to do the necessary murder thing when you take the ongoing damage. Not
Got
right
it.
now.
Tam is up
Actually,
next.
that final, like that. No, never mind. I'll do it later.
Okay. Tam is who's up?
Tam is up next.
Tam Sham. Tamasham.
Save me. Tam, save me.
Tam.
Oh, well, actually, I can do lay on hands at will. I'll do that. I lay on. I
At
like.
will?
No.
Well,
You'll have a limited pool of
you-
him.
well,
you-
yeah, lay on
anytime you want,
hands
but
at will
eventually
twice a day.
Your batteries are
Okay.
running out.
Wait. Okay, twice a day.
Yeah.
All right.
So, yeah, I'll do that. You spend a healing surge and the target heals as if they had spent one. Add your charisma modifier to the healing they gain.
And what's your charisma mod?
My charisma is 3.
All right.
So I
20.
will get 13 hit points,
Awesome.
and you spend one of your surges.
Yes, indeed.
All right.
Where is surges
You
tracked?
and you're not blooded anymore.
Not anymore.
You have 11, so you're just
All right. I bet that was a minor action.
Yes.
That means you still have a move and a standard if you wish.
Let's team up on this one.
Yes.
punch his jaw off.
Before he talks.
I'm just, I'm just
I
trying
think
to...
I got to now I'm on the
Shove a
spot.
skull in
So I
it.
can do a basic attack, and then if I do a
You
fancy...
didn't know what he was going to say.
No, I do now.
And if I do a fancy attack, it does damage and then the effect as well?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, basically,
So-
you're almost always going to be doing a fancy attack instead of a
Yeah,
basic, except with this guy.
And I just healed him, so I might not do a healing one so
No,
much.
I'm fine.
I'll do an enfeebling strike.
Love it.
Hang on. How do I
No,
mark
not
a
on you.
target?
No, you just do.
Okay. If you mark the target, it takes a -2 penalty attack to attack rolls.
I think
until-
marking, or no, actually, no, marking is an effect for most of your powers. I think.
Take a -2 penalty. If it attacks someone other than you, it takes a -2 penalty once it's marked.
But how does
you
how do
already
the
marked
paladins
those
mark?
two?
I cursed them.
The mark comes with your divine challenge power. You have an at-will minor action divine challenge that lets you mark a creature within 5 squares.
So,
Actually, so I'll just do. Actually, this seems like a very bad situation. So I'm going to do a shielding strike. I can do it once per encounter. Until the end of the next turn, one ally within 5 squares of you gains a power bonus to AC equal to my wisdom.
That's good.
So you are now +2.
Well, you got to hit.
plus,
You got to attack and hit.
I got to attack and hit.
Yes.
And it's pretty dodgy.
you're
roll
plus
high.
7. You're plus 7. Okay, that's not helping out.
So 11.
11.
Yeah.
Versus AC.
Yeah. So it's 12 because of the
Yep.
escalation die,
Yep.
but that's still not enough.
Okay.
All right, so we do not get that.
That's a good one though. Shall I just spend my thing?
No, sorry, that's an effect. You do not need to hit for that one. You only need to hit to do
All right.
damage.
So Andy's
Okay.
shielded.
So I'm going to get, what's your wisdom modifier?
2.
2.
All
It's
right.
2 to AC.
Awesome.
If you wish to stay there, you can, or you can shift 1 square back.
I've got to protect the idiot.
Yeah.
From himself.
I love how quickly and smoothly that sentence came out of her mouth. As if we've been gaming together for years.
Right. It's like
I've got to protect the idiot.
you're role playing really well.
Next up are skeletons.
Okay.
Random question for the party. Does anybody do thunder damage or do any effect that has saves, like ongoing damage?
Not really.
Negative.
Great.
I can daze. That's bad.
Okay. Let me take a look. I'm gonna get my
daze for hours.
math here. All right.
Daze for days?
All right. Here we go. I'm gonna chop at the halfling because I can tell the other target is tough.
But unarmored.
Oh, missed.
Yeah, he should have attacked me.
Okay, this guy does then.
Yeah.
That hits an 18. What's
Easily. Yes.
Your, gets through your AC, really? Mm-hmm. All right.
I have no armor on.
Oh yeah.
Remember?
Yeah,
Shirtless
good times.
scene.
All right. Well, you're marked now. You have to
We're a
attack it.
4-quadrant movie. Come on.
You have to attack it. And I do 8 damage. Woo! It's a lot. This one.
Is flanking me.
Thank you so
And therefore gets a +2 bonus on his attack roll. We call it combat advantage.
Oh yeah. Boom.
Yeah, bring it.
Oh. Oh, 3 points of damage.
Bloodied again.
Can't
All right.
take you anywhere.
This
Back
guy.
up, back down. Back up, back down. That's what the healing strike is for.
Yeah.
The bolstering strike.
Yeah, I'll do that next time.
Oh, also, because they're
it.
temporary, they can
All right.
exceed his max.
Tyrellius Vex is next.
Tyrellius.
Okay.
Oh, that's for me though. it's not for him.
So
yeah,
let's just start using the daily powers now, since my day may not last that long. Heroic effort. I must be bloody to use this power. I am tactics. I gain 6 temporary hit points.
Fire burns count as blood?
Is he still on fire?
All my allies deal +3 damage until I'm not bloodied anymore. So
Now I feel conflicted.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's one of those rules.
What's that ability called?
that is heroic effort.
I like how it's not heroic success. It's heroic effort.
That's a minor action. Then I will use Valiant Strike which is an attack roll.
Oh, and did the laying on hands stop him from burning it all? Or
The
did I
one
just
that's most
have
damaged
it?
is that one,
No,
actually.
you just gave him
Really?
more hit
Yeah.
points.
Okay.
than
I didn't think
So
that was
it's
what we were
like
hitting, but that's what I'll go
that
after.
It's lay
This
on
is
hands, not
Valiant
pat on
Strike. I
hands?
get +1 to the attack roll per adjacent enemy.
Hey!
Because I'm a half elf, I got to steal a fighter at will, and it's a good one. So +3, +1 for that is 4. I'm at total +9. That's a 28
Boom.
for a whopping 6 points of damage.
Ah, it's staggered.
Is it bloodied yet?
Yeah, bloodied.
Okay.
Yes. I can feel its weakness from here.
It's which actually in the skeleton terms is like it's one of its toes that's been chopped off and it's weaving around a little bit. Oh, and I also forgot
bits
the
are
little
falling
speech
off.
right here. As you managed to hit this other one, the one here with the arms that were attached.
I'm so glad this will be over one way or another.
See? They want release. We're helping them. One way or the other.
I'm all done,
Will
which
we hear
means
now?
it's Morlek's turn.
Hey. So, I will, like, the camera zooms in on those cracks that form in those bones, and I'm like, yes. And I will Eldritch Blast at it.
At all of them? Which one?
No, Eldritch Blast is one target.
And this is
but
the one?
I get a bonus to attack creatures that are bloodied.
Oh, okay.
So, I can sense
Yeah.
this happening. I should probably specify that I'm going to be with the King Elidir Pact, because I get to pick.
Okay.
So,
Each day you get to pick, or each battle?
each short rest, I get to pick between the two.
each battle basically.
By the way, we had a raid from Sadie Matty. Thank you, Sadie Matty, for
Just in
raiding our
case.
channel.
Actually, no, I won't. Because there's no way to get adjacent to you without being adjacent to him, it looks like.
Oh,
So-
there's a way. Just tell me what you want to do.
Actually, can I?
You can go in there.
Yeah, can I? Yeah, I'm going to roll through it over to there.
You can swing from the edge of the hole
Yep.
and throw yourself where you want. You'll roll an athletics check.
How about an acrobatics check?
Acrobatics check is fine.
Okay.
And if you do really badly,
Yep.
that guy will hit you. One of them will hit you on the way through.
Okay, so
That's a no-brainer.
the red die is going to be the acrobatics check. Red Shadow, duck, we've practiced this. Okay, that didn't go very well. Ow! So I got an 11 on the acrobatics check.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good. Better than an average person who is not in any way trained at it.
Right.
By only
Yes,
0.5.
I'm just going to say
that's
that
the
grabbing the hull of an ill-maintained dungeon hole which just got ripped open, swinging over your friend's head without like being stabbed by a skeleton that has a mace. I think it's not. Yeah, we'll see what it hits you.
Yeah, I like to swing from well-maintained
wow.
dungeon holes.
There's so few of them
I
these
think
days.
does a 13 hit your armor class?
Actually, it does. Yep.
It does.
Yep.
Does a 12 hit your armor class?
Nope.
No, you're all right.
Yeah. So then we have 9, 10, 11.
I decided to give him a -1 penalty because it was like, it's not that great.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
So 16 versus reflex.
Which one's that?
one?
This one. That bloodied one.
Oh, the bloodied one. 16 reflex. Boom! That's what you needed. You
Love it.
understand.
17 points of damage.
Ooh. What does it look like when you're hitting them with whatever the hell you're hitting them with?
So I think, like, imagine, actually, have you guys seen the black flame? If you take a sodium flame,
That's on YouTube right now.
yeah, you take a sodium flame and you put it under yellow light, it actually absorbs the light around it. So it's like that.
Whoa!
It is wild. Go look it up.
I just think it's so good that you guys both coordinated making something up like this.
I absolutely did
it's
not.
pretty awesome. All right,
Teamwork.
So this guy does goes up in black
Yep.
flame.
And
We'll just tip him over because it's fun to have bodies. in the
there's a
way.
very quick
Yes.
little, like, as a little bit of the back flame comes back to the head that appears next to me.
It's not you.
Correct. It's not me.
Yeah,
It's not me.
absolutely not.
I'm not weird. I'm not eating souls. I don't know who would think that. I wear a T-shirt that says I don't eat souls, and I figured that would answer the question, but no. I will give you one ally next to me gets a +2 bonus to all defenses until the end of the next turn, and you are adjacent to me.
Everybody
you're
is
at-
helping shirtless Vex.
We really want to enable the shirtlessness as long as we can.
Wow.
I mean, look at him.
And
Ratings, baby, ratings.
And
We have Shatner in the party.
I can now curse him with my remaining minor action.
Everybody cursed.
And I'm just
This is a big turn.
Yeah, so the head just kind of turns to him and is like, you're next.
Which one? It's
The multi-armed one.
the multi-armed one. Okay. All right.
I can only curse the nearest
like-
thing.
The gods.
All right, Red Shadow.
Whatever you are. It's like, and he turns to the rest of you and says, standards have dropped.
All right, it is
A
now.
cleric of Yandala, a hellspawn, an outlaw, and an idiot walk into a bar.
Did you hear what he said about you? He called you a halfling.
Anyway.
I will cope somehow. Thank you, mon ami. So I turn to the skeleton that I am
Engaged with?
dealing with. That I did
Witty
ruffle and sting
repartee.
to.
Yes?
What's that?
Witty repartee.
Witty repartee, and I give him a salute with my rapier and say, mon ami, you have the honor of being the Red Shadow's quarry for this round. And I give Hunter's Quarry, which is a minor action to the target that does plus 1d8 damage. Also, I have combat advantage.
You know, the weird thing about it is it clearly understood you because it starts turning around and trying to run away.
No, this is great. Come back.
It'll be a good time.
It is a privilege. I will lay you to rest. Oh, maybe not. So that was, okay, so...
Cursed D20 game.
Combat advantage, so that's +2 and then +7, so
Plus
that
this?
would be plus this. So 5 is a 12, 15.
Against.
No, wait. 4,
Math
5,
is hard.
+7, yes.
Is that a 15
so we're 14?
14,
against armor class?
Probably.
yes.
Sigh.
Alas.
Alas. Alack.
Do I do miss damage?
Too much talking.
Alas and
13th
alack.
age is not
know,
with you
I
today. No misdamage for you.
But wait.
Unless you wish
there's
to make
more.
a deal. You wish to make a deal?
A deal? I do not dice with fate.
Would you like misdamage?
I am the master of my destiny. I use elven accuracy to reroll the attack roll.
Bullshit, I want a deal.
He has hoist you on your petard.
Yes. Okay, let's try that again.
That hit.
That is so much better. Okay, so that is D8
Cursed original 4th edition mechanics.
plus 3.
So we're here to love.
So rapier.
By the way, Elven Accuracy, I had 2 campaigns where every single player played an elf with Elven Accuracy.
Rerolls are good, man.
Oh, yeah. It was,
But the thing is every time
much
we sit
damage?
down to play a game with a group, I'm all like, what if we're all family?
You roll
yeah, I know.
2d8.
Well, that happened. It was awesome.
And, like,
It was good.
because nobody ever chased me up on that
Oh,
deal.
it was a family. It was a family extended Elven
12.
family group,
yeah.
and
We got 12
then you've
damage
got
coming in here, Dungeon
overdynamics.
the
Master.
entire
exactly.
age. They sort of redefined an entire area magically. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
12.
It tries to run away. You spin it around, like as you hit it, like so. That means it's staggered. It's staggering, but therefore it's facing you again and ready to fight.
Excellent.
All right.
Is it indeed bloodied?
It is bloodied.
Oh,
Keep
yes.
saying staggered.
Another
Bloodied.
one.
I know. Bloodied as a skeleton. Very disturbing. All right.
They
Not
fall,
its blood.
They fall like undead dominoes.
Add 3 because of my heroic effort.
Thank you for remembering. I would not.
Yeah.
Still. It
Yes,
helps. Wait.
it's right there
And
on my
now I get to
conditions.
hilariously say, still alive.
Frank Swatsky in chat says, and the skeleton says it's only a flesh wound.
I mean,
Bad
skeleton
internet.
humor.
Bad.
Or good.
That's the end of the round.
Why I've interrupted, is anybody here an expert on X? Yeah. I'm being told you
Used
need
to
to
be.
thread your tweets, whatever the hell that
Just
means.
reply to yourself.
Here's the thing. It's X.
Don't worry about it.
It's not going to be around for what? So just
Just,
enjoy
re-
it.
don't worry about
enjoy
it.
it.
just
Okay.
reply to yourself.
Or
It's
reply
part-
to just reply to myself.
Yeah, and then
Reply to
it'll be a
your
thread,
Okay,
and then
okay.
someone can ask it to do a fancy thread if they want.
Yeah.
Okay. So just like take the most recent post I made and reply to it.
Yeah.
And then reply to that one.
And that will
Yes.
totally work, except when it doesn't.
It's like a sad country song. Reply to
Okay.
yourself. All right.
Blaze is next.
What?
Blaze. Blaze is next.
Oh, so it's the end of a round?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Escalation die is at 2.
So So we get
feel like I
plus
didn't-
2 to hit.
All
this
right,
round.
let me think about this for a second. You notice that you're very worried about this being some sort of active temple, but I should describe the situation for a second. There's piles of skulls.
Some goods do that.
There's dirt. It's like a cave in. It's like there's no like this is a temple that anybody besides undead have been in for quite some time. And now the history you know is that the god of necessary murder was not a god of undead. This is not their standard thing.
This is a twisting. Of
This is a leftover.
Okay. The god of unnecessary murder wouldn't necessarily. I mean, yeah.
And just because you realize that just now, the skeleton blasts you. And la 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 la. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's pretty big.
Against what?
Probably AC. We'll find out.
Versus reflex.
Hey.
That's a 20.
Okay.
Did I hit?
No, yes, my reflex is 13.
15. I'm gonna use your little dice.
Hey.
I'm never gonna use your little dice again.
That's why there's so many of them.
6 weird fire damage. 5 ongoing. By the way, did you say?
I was going to rewind after you were done here.
All right, so 5 ongoing weird fire damage. Think about a necessary murder that you had to commit, and I know. But
Just think how
Liz.
excited they'll be when they
I
find
know,
out you
Liz.
have it.
Rewinded to the end of my
Yes,
turn. I took
just-
7 damage, rolled an 18 on my save.
You're good. You're clear. 7 damage.
I'm
And
no longer immolating.
are you bloodied?
Oh, yes.
Are you down?
Oh, no.
Okay. So, and you can say it in the spooky skeleton voice, not me. I don't have to repeat it. Say it once. Spooky skeleton voice. It'll start like this.
Now you are a protector, but then
Now you are a protector, but then you sucked bones out of their living flesh and turned it into a cup.
It's not clear who the skeleton's talking about. I want the record to reflect this. Not me. Not me.
A necessary cup.
Okay then.
Maybe she was very thirsty. Somebody was very thirsty.
Very
I think I'm immediately just going to assume it's one of you two. Because I don't think we have clear confirmation that it's the fire that does it, because I haven't been hit yet.
I mean, anyone looking at me would probably see like all the color has gone from my
face. All right. By the way, I gotta write that down. You sucked out their bones and turned them into a cup.
Necessary. Yeah.
That was
necessary.
They were very, very bad person.
When
and I
the
expect-
god
and
asked
it's
you
too-
what the last necessary murder you did was, you don't have to tell him the worst one. You know, you can just pick a small one.
I don't.
Not everyone has a ledger like yours, Red Shadow.
Good news is Tam's turn next.
I don't murder people. It's not. I don't
Unless you
murder.
did a cup.
Unless you're really thirsty.
You can knock people unconscious.
Speaking of which, after Tam is a skeleton,
you know,
necessary cup.
I hang out with him, so maybe the occasional manslaughter, but I don't I don't know. It was very. I mean,
It's okay.
sometimes the goddess calls to you in mysterious ways, and you.
Chat thinks that you have broken Andy.
Sometimes the goddess works in mysterious ways and she demands a commemorative cup from the murder she told you to do. And you're wondering why I want to clear out the temple?
I didn't need the cup. It's just the stability that I had at the. It's just.
By the way,
sometimes.
do you want to skip your turn and just keep talking?
I'll make a bargain with you.
Do you have to tell Liz that a lot?
I think I'm
She brought it
battling
up.
at them so much that I cast Radiant Delirium. Seems appropriate.
Nice. I don't even know what that does anymore, but it does sound.
It's 7 to hit versus reflex, 3d8 plus 3 radiant.
Oh God!
One.
How many?
2, 3,
Oh,
4,
that guy. Yeah.
5. Are they within 5? Can we?
Can you? Is there? What is the symbol on that thing? Is it R or A or C? Is it a close attack, range attack, or area attack?
It's a Radiant Delirium Daily Standard. 70 hit versus V effects in 5 range.
I mean, it's sounding. I'm just wondering-
It says the target, so I suspect it is 1.
Okay. And I'm also suspecting, can't she do it without taking an attack of opportunity?
These are not specifying that, but it says it has a range of 5, so I
It's a
presume
range
that
attack.
it's a range attack.
Yep.
Yeah, so what you should do,
I mean, I'm in like a,
There's no easy place for her to go.
but honestly, you can take a hit. That's the one that wants to die anyway, right? So
Well, I think she's going to be targeting
I
that
know.
one.
Yeah.
I know. What I mean is, this guy's going to swing at you as you do it.
and I mean, I'm a halfling, so I'm just,
yeah, you can
I'm
go with
in a
it.
babbling state where I just
Right,
like.
right. By the way, I'm
and
swinging
just
at you.
trying
I'm
to
swinging
like
at you.
explain
And-
my like, and I mean, it was just I didn't need the
All right, so I rolled a 2.
Okay.
So I missed badly, and that means, and I'm actually, my sword slices over your head, and of course, and or go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna move
Do
a
it.
little bit. I'm gonna like move here because I'm just
You
like
can shift.
I'm like
You can
just
shift.
ex-
You can shift to
to
there.
the right because I'm just like explain like I didn't. I mean,
All right.
they were very. I was very upset. I don't murder people.
I don't murder. Allow me to step forward
And it's
and
a
murder.
4. I'm gonna spend an action die to reroll.
You have doesn't halfling luck. Don't you to
No,
reroll?
that's-
Oh, it's ones.
it's-
It's reroll ones.
Okay, the 4. Let's do better than that. Let's
Are you,
change.
and you're
that.
using your action point to do that?
Yes, because I'm just like a 4. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
won't cut it.
No.
Hey.
10
Plus
plus 7.
plus 2, 19. You got it. Boom.
Okay.
And
Versus
3d8
reflex.
plus what? My God,
Plus
this game with
3.
no average damage. I just
3d8
Hilarious.
plus 3 radiant.
All right. Plus the 3.
And the
Rolling dice for
the
damage was
target
good
is-
enough for 40 years.
The target,
Maybe not for 50.
the target is dazed until the end of your next turn. In addition, the target takes a -2 penalty to AC.
Oh,
Save
boy.
ends.
Oh boy.
I'm like when I babble.
Yeah, you babble.
1, 2, 6.
That
so
is-
9.
I hate. Yeah. Okay.
I'm straight.
Wait. So plus 3 for Andy.
And plus 3 for the actual power itself.
Yeah.
So 15.
Nice.
Okay.
Was
Was
yeah.
this really 15? Okay.
Yep.
Ouch.
Radiant delirium.
Yes.
and so
Target is
what is this-
dazed.
Oh, hold on. It's also radiant damage, which I suspect they might be vulnerable to.
Give me a minute. I'm going to pretend I remember what that means.
Double damage.
Double damage? That's what.
In fifth, in third, I think it's plus 50%.
No, wasn't fourth? You are vulnerable to a certain amount to
yeah,
something.
it probably takes plus 5 damage.
People in the chat
plus
yelling.
So I'm just like, I'm just,
You'd be like vulnerable.
Because I'm defensive.
this is a
I'm
lot of
defense
inner
6 or
turmoil
resist
and
6.
like a changed life to a life of
probably
servitude.
20.
I used to be a master craftsman, but like you can't look people in
And
that.
then one
like,
murder,
like you
and you're
take,
sent out
Yeah, but,
adventuring.
I mean, they were very bad person, and I was very upset.
Next
I
up
was
are the
just-
skeletons.
I don't-
All right, so you can continue. Just feel free, but the skeletons are attacking. And, by the way, you really did hit it hard. It's not quite bloodied,
Okay,
but it's.
but it is dazed until the end of
dazed.
until the end of my next turn.
Okay, when you attack it, you get bonuses, and it doesn't get as many actions, and it can't flank anybody. Huh.
And -2 penalty to AC is part of the.
Yeah,
barrier.
it's not in great shape.
That's what you get when you pull out my trauma, man.
End of your,
Explain to you how I'm a nice person while I'm killing
end of
you.
your turn, roll a save against the ongoing fire damage.
Okay.
Roll D20, looking for a 10 or better.
Skeleton number 1.
18.
Yeah, you're okay. You're cool. Skeleton.
But she takes the damage before this.
Yeah, take the damage,
What was
5,
it,
and then
5 points.
and then save.
I'm on 15 down.
Still flanking me, bring it.
Oh, man. I don't know. I don't remember if I didn't write down if I
Wow, I have
marked
no
or
hit
not.
points.
Nope.
Nope.
I mean, I'm a paladin. It's my job to protect
Yeah.
Something like a
and to
17.
not
Oh, yeah.
turn people into
Yeah.
balls.
Take
Well, a cup, I think. was
yeah,
what
4
it was.
damage.
Cup. It's a large cup.
And the other guy also tries
Not a
30.
skull's worth.
You're looking for a 15.
With a.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
armor.
Oh, no.
right.
Oh, no. I,
We're doing what we
I
can.
missed so badly. And at that
You're doing
point,
fine.
I'm shifting to here so I don't take an oppie. And I'm shifting to there So you guys might have to move.
Get that guy out of here.
I'm getting out of here. He's now crunched underfoot.
He's part of the bone pile.
All right, who's up?
Next up is me,
Tyrellius who?
Tyrellius Vex. So I heard that this guy is dazed and has a penalty to armor class.
Yep.
Sweet. Let's go for him then.
Oh, so you're just going to run up there?
Yeah, absolutely. Which I believe will give that guy a free swing.
It could be her. It's very difficult to gender a skeleton.
Oh, boom.
I guess the voice might be.
I mean, you could ask.
7 damage.
Excuse me, what do you pronounce while I murder you?
Boy.
All right, so that he tries to kneecap you as you go by, and he doesn't succeed because you clearly managed to keep moving. How? Oh well, I don't even know how many hit points you have left.
Not a lot.
All right,
So it's time for Warlord Strike.
Warlord strike. Oh yeah, right. You're a warlord
Yes, I lead the charge. That's what I do.
of the Light Brigade.
All right, we're adding a total of +7 to this roll. 13 against armor class.
And they've got
This guy's probably got a really
and
low
they've
armor
got
class.
-2 penalty to armor.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
-2 penalty to armor
And
class.
he's dazed, which I think could give me combat advantage against
Yes.
him. So it's actually a 15 against armor class.
And did you count this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did.
he did.
Okay, good.
Unfortunately,
17 against armor class with that. Yeah. 6
Wait.
+5 is 11. No, 2 and 2 is 15. Sorry.
Yeah.
Got too
Yeah,
excited.
otherwise, you would have hit him because of his penalty, but you missed. Want to make a deal?
Wait, his armor class was
His
19?
armor class is 19. I don't know.
That sounds like cheating.
Yeah. I
Who
know.
would have designed that?
Yeah.
I don't do monsters. Well, yeah. What's my deal?
The standard, he'll also get to, like, you can go ahead and hit him if he can hit you with his claw.
I love this plan. Sure.
All right. So
Hit me or swing at me.
Oh, hit.
Oh yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen?
Mutual annihilation. You just like look at each other and you're like, he's like, he shoves his flaming digits into your throat.
So I discovered very quickly that I would never get the benefit of a bonus to attack when I'm the closest of my party to the target. when
Oh, is
dealing
that
with
the skill you have?
Well, you just got to attack somebody else.
That's true.
It's like, yeah, those little people. You're going to take 7 damage and 5 ongoing fire damage. The attacks are simultaneous.
Well, he takes 14 points of damage.
Okay. And he's now, quote, bloodied, unquote.
That's great. In addition to the +3 damage you're all doing, everybody does +4 damage to him. And I'm going to just investigate the floor
take a little
here.
nap.
I'm going to check out the floor. It's very important for me to see what's going on down here.
Very dramatic.
Yeah, that's... wow, really wish you could have done a little bit less damage. So I could have pulled off my inspiring word before the end of my turn. But I don't get that. So instead, yeah, I'm going to go look up the rules to see what negative hit points mean in this edition.
Maybe we should have like gotten some potions or something.
Yeah.
I've got plenty of healing.
You should each have a potion.
Potions.
You should each have 1 potion. I meant
Moving
to
on-
think about that.
Moving on to
It's in our
Roll it.
adventurers pack.
That's right.
Okay, we've all got 1 potion.
Yeah, 1 potion.
negative hit
here.
points. Negative hit points.
Just take the potion.
You want the death and dying rules? We can worry about it your turn. Yeah.
Keep going.
All right. Who's that? I can't.
It's me.
All right.
So, great. I am going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm going to say something that I don't want to. We're going to draw the curtain on a little bit.
Do I get a saving throw unconscious against this? I assume.
What? On the
get to
fire?
say-
Yeah.
Okay, so it goes
Fire's
away.
gone, but you did take it.
It's okay, Rob. Nobody's listening. This is a private conversation.
Yeah. Okay. So, the worst necessary murder you ever committed, the one that makes you feel guilty, that skeleton is going to shout out as you fall. But I'm not going to make you say it out loud because it might be so bad that I don't want to disturb. Anyway. So you don't quite know why the skeleton said this horrible thing, except that it says, "You
Super embarrassing.
fall in the..." Yes, gasp.
That was up.
I know.
That was
Mais
the
oui.
waiter! Anyway,
I'm not sure that was necessary.
yeah, well, there we go. He thought it was.
Yeah.
All right.
With their own
Now
legs.
who's up? Malik?
So I move forward, which will give that guy an attack of opportunity against me.
He already took one against me. I don't think he can get
Which
another
is
one.
why he does not get one against me.
Yay!
Wait.
You have to spend an opportunity action to take an attack of
I
opportunity.
thought opportunity actions were as many as you want on different people's turns.
I recall spending them.
An opportunity action, you spent them, but it's one per turn.
On each other combatant's turn. Dang.
Well,
Stupid rule.
I also have Shadow Walk. So as I move through here, I specifically took a route that would take me through 3 squares with this guy, which means that my image becomes a little bit blurry and hazy, so I get concealment as he
He
attempts
has
to attack
minus
me.
2 to attack you.
AC is 13.
Your AC is 13?
Correct.
What a crazy low number.
I know,
Crazy low.
That's why you have
Hopefully-
big friends like me.
Hopefully you can take 4 damage from a mace.
Oh, okay. I don't like the fact that I got hit during this fight. So I will now curse this guy. So everybody is cursed, and then he will see behind me, basically the background behind me fades away as we get an image of a tall, craggy mountain with lightning striking it everywhere, as a vestige of a dead mountain asserts its weight on him.
Is that like a hill?
That's a really big hill. Real big. It's at least 2 hills on top of each other.
Tumulus.
Isn't that
That's a cloud.
No, that's a cumulus.
No, that's when you get a lot of things.
That's a cumulative.
So 22 versus reflex.
Well, I was dodging out of the way, but then I saw this hill. And it was sort of like, what the hell is a hill doing in my temple? And it hurts me when you bring your filthy hill-like vestiges. How much? Oh, plus
27 thunder damage. As I bring the weight of a mountain that only I remember down upon this creature.
You killed a mountain?
No. I didn't make a cup of it, okay?
All right. Do you want a heroic or comedic situation here?
I think you know us by now.
Heroic!
Heroic.
Heroically comedic.
Heroic?
All right. So you blow this thing up so effectively.
If it matters, I give him +2 to his save. Or to his defenses for whatever you're about to
It's
inflict
kind of
upon
funny
him.
because it's like, are we? Let's see. Yeah, I guess we should.
We're going to have
All
a
right.
lot of trouble at
All
the
right.
end of level bad guy.
So you blasted it out of existence, and
Clock's a ticket.
yeah. All right.
It's true.
Yeah. So we'll see how high this gets before you manage to finish this off. So well done.
Red Shadow's next.
Who?
Red Shadow's next.
You are in a duo, I believe.
And then they do.
Yeah, so when that thing dies, the face appears again and
Sucks
consumes
it up?
Yep.
The face that is
gonna keep
not
doing
you.
this?
Definitely not me.
Definitely not.
I am, in fact, going to do a nimble strike, which lets me shift 1 square before my attack.
Oh.
Well, ha.
Assume that's like hop, hop, hop.
Sure.
Bunny hop.
My footwork, my energy.
Not my roll. It just slipped out of my hand.
Your time in this temple has made you slow, mon ami. That would be
All you need is
19.
Yeah, you hit.
Yeah, okay. And because he's my quarry, that is 2d8 plus 3.
And 3.
Okay, so
I keep on
If you
giving.
do not kill him, you roll like a peasant.
11 and 17.
No! I am undone. All right.
Salute.
That one was cursed. The face appears again and sucks up the soul.
Isn't it a law that if one character
the
is
rule
using
does not give
a
a
funny accent, that monsters
bonus
have to do
type,
also?
so I'm just going to decide that it stacks.
Can you not eat the souls of everybody so we can talk
I'm
to
not.
them?
What? Huh? I'm not eating any souls. I don't know what you're talking about.
Who's up?
Well, Blaze is
Talking about
gone,
this.
so it's
not
Tam's
me.
turn.
Tam, are you going to, keep on agonizing or kill a
No,
skeleton?
I would like, and I mean, how easy is it to interrogate a skeleton?
Well, I've got ways.
I'm not going to think about that, and I'm going to do. I'm feeling a little unwell. I'll do a bolstering strike,
Yep.
and so that's
You
7
need
to hit versus
a
armor.
18 armor class. You already have a +2 bonus because of this escalation die.
That's back up to 3 now.
Oh, it's 3.
Round.
Oh, yeah, 3. Yep. Find the 3.
18.
Oh, boom!
All right, so that's for what is it? My wisdom 2 plus 3, so that's 5 damage.
What?
Wait, hold on. Oh, no, it's weapon.
Oh, one weapon.
So whatever the D, I think we decided the long sword was a D6. Is that right?
D6.
Yeah, because it's a short sword. Because I'm a short ass. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong die. It's cocked. Then it's like that's like.
It's wrong die, and it's cocked, and...
I'm sorry, Mike, but I'm not going to use your. 5. So 5 plus 8. I do 8 damage.
Plus 3
plus
for
3,
my
11.
heroic effort.
Oh yeah, so 11, and I gain temporary hit points equal to my wisdom modifier.
Okay.
So I get
2.
+2 hit points.
This thing is on its last arms, and it's so close to dead. It's almost like the only reason to keep this fight going would be for the drama of one of you getting to kill it. I think. Also, maybe the drama of getting to see the death rolls. So let's go ahead and keep going.
Skeleton's turn next.
All right. It says, some murders are more necessary than others. And it steps here.
That's how it's going to be.
Attack?
No,
Probably
it's
just
shift.
shifting. Wow. Okay, this is how it's going to be. All right, good to know.
I did give him a bonus
Love
to
you
his
too, Rob.
defenses.
I know how much.
The text here does not specify a bonus type. So if it stacks, 4. If it doesn't, 2. Because I have fed him 2 souls.
You fed me souls?
No one tell him. No.
So the
you're
good
fine.
news for you, sir,
Sandwiches.
is that it steps forward and it mashes
Spiritual
you
sandwiches.
and deals 3 damage. I think you can take that.
That's nothing.
I know. I rolled a 1. So it also was attacking past you and like
I mean,
around the
really,
corner.
I should have
So,
healed him, I
yeah.
guess, but I was in a state
All right.
of shock.
So
when someone
he's like
there.
hitting you with this mace. It's going. Oh, the jaw. He's like, I'm taking you with me.
Is there any chance we get to add that number to saving throws too? Say yes, because it'd be cool.
Give me 1 minute. Let's make up a reason why that would be cool. Why? Because I agree it's cool. What is the special circumstance in which in this case you're going to add that to the?
Well, turns out that attacking me while down just makes me angry.
Absolutely. Like, yeah.
Oh, thank you for waking me up.
That's right. You're getting hit on your unarmored chest. And it was a big mistake. It's more
He's
like
well-oiled.
Big
unarmored.
mistake, buddy.
Somewhat singed.
it's like electroshock.
mistake.
It's dirty pool.
It's electroshock. It's like
Bad form.
bad form. Absolutely.
All right, well, at the end of my turn then, I succeed with a 20 or higher on my death saving throw and wake up spending a surge to have 10 hit points again. What? I mean, you can stand me up if you want.
Oh, okay. All right.
Seeing as that takes an action.
All right. Okay. But you're going to be you're awake.
I'm awake. Oh, hey, look at this. We're winning. More like this next.
So
A very small.
Has everybody been adding my damage bonus?
I will.
I don't know if I think someone did for me.
I will shift that way
Yeah.
to
Technically,
coincidentally.
Technically, you can't shift
Fine.
into rubble. I'm
I
sorry,
only
sir.
wanted to do that for the narrative purpose of having the prone, helpless guy as a meat shield between me and the enemy.
all right. So I'll tell you what. In this particular case, that seems cool.
Yeah. And I will, hiding behind your hulking body, I will Eldritch Blast.
How many times have you said that in your life?
You'd be surprised.
Use me for cover, chum.
Use me as chum.
No.
That would not
made that
be a
mistake
good
before.
roll. So that is only going to be a 9, 12 versus... no, I'm no longer... But he is bloodied, so 13 versus reflex, which I don't believe will hit.
I may be a decrepit skeleton soldier held together by fabric and my hope to kill something on the way out. So, thanks to my jawbone, I say thee nay. Nay.
Missed. No missed damage either. Shocking. It's like that one of those moments when there's an entire dance choreographed around the boss monster, and the boss monster is a skeleton with 5 hit points left.
All right, Red Shadow, dispatch him, and then we can tell your friend Guy all about it later.
Guy. His name is Guy. Never mind.
Go get him, Shads.
All right.
Like the cooking oil.
I am since
Australian, it's how we do.
Red Shadow.
Indian butter. That's awesome.
since the Red
We
Shadow.
have to think. Sorry, Peter has just established we can remember your name easily if we just think of the oily butter.
The kicking.
Yeah.
You know, it's better than nothing.
Okay.
I thought that was a martial arts robe.
It's a ghee.
It's the better characters that say ghee.
We have the
So,
knights that say
since the Red Shadow's quarry is dispatched now,
wearing ghee.
that skeleton is going to be my quarry.
Oh, the hunter. The hunter hunts.
Yes.
I suspect you watch him move out.
You are now flanking.
+2 to your attack.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Does prone dude offer flanking?
I'm
Correct.
conscious.
He is still threatening, just not particularly threatening.
I'm always threatening.
Man.
I'm smoking in any job.
Yeah, okay, you are on your knee. You're on your knee, and you've got like one hand down, and there's burn marks on your chest.
Or I just imagine you reach out with one hand and grab his bony ankle.
I got you. I got him. Hit him.
Yeah. Go for it, Wade.
Okay.
I'm praying you make this roll so that we can move on to the next.
No,
Don't let us
whole
down.
new round.
Don't let us down.
I'm sorry.
Don't let us down.
Well, I'll do my best.
Just roll out.
So, how many squares was that?
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Okay, evasive strike. You can shift 4 squares either before or after the attack.
That's good because the halfling cleric, she was looking at you for a new cup.
Right.
She's got to complete the set.
One time.
Who wants to drink alone out of a bone cup?
One time to a living entity.
Oh, right.
Whoa!
Is that our first
20?
That is our first crit. Welcome to the world of 4th edition, where we decided that the well-worn tradition of double damage was not good enough, and instead it just had to be max damage.
Okay.
All right. So this is 2 weapon plus 4. So that would be 20 points plus 3.
Okay.
Am I calculating
Plus
that
3?
correctly?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the plus 3.
All right. So I would like to say a funny version that you can turn down. Have you used your action point yet?
No.
Have you used your action point?
No, sir.
I have
I
not
have.
either.
You have.
One has been spent.
Yes. I wasn't
I
going to
would
waste
give
mine with the
you a
Lyrian.
new action point if you hit it so hard that it sprays your friends with bone shards.
I'm in.
I'm cowering behind him, so it's not going to hit me.
All right.
How about you?
Roll a d6.
Burns
D6
is
damage
just part of
D6
my
damage
life.
to my friends.
to your friend. 5 of the damages. So basically, you hit this thing so hard that, and you hit it in the jaw, and the jaw
The Red Shadow gives, the Red Shadow takes away.
spins out and hits you in the.
Because it sounds like Morlach believes that because he's crouching behind me,
Yeah.
he shouldn't take the damage and I should
Correct.
take it instead.
So there's a variety of things that we.
Well,
did
now I'm
not have to
unconscious
mention.
again.
Well, okay, but it would
Jaw
therefore
hits
be
me in the
funnier.
mouth.
Now I have to fix him.
Yes.
What would you say?
I know. I'm helping you feel
you get an
What would
action.
you say about Morlach getting hit with the jaw as he is crouching behind you, feeling safe from damage?
The amount of time, like the player, just because someone consumes a couple souls, the rest of the table starts leaping on trying to justify damage to him.
Wait.
I'm taking his damage.
Wait.
That's what I do.
Okay.
Okay, all right, because I was going to say that I'm
I
just
take his
obviously
damage.
playing this for the
what
fun
I
of
do.
it, and I appreciate. So, the Red Shadow, inside you feel like I was aiming at Morlach, but do you want to say that out loud? No. All right.
That would have been funny, but
It would have been funny, but no. All right.
c'est la,
So-
c'est la guerre.
Okay, so what's going to happen is this. You're in the temple. The symbol that you saw of necessary murder is, which was the dagger with the eye that's crying a bloody tear. That is on the wall in a couple places, and there's sort of disturbing leftover mosaics. But the temple is pretty dead at the moment. The escalation guy got up to 3. I want you to all take a short rest. What that means is you get to heal like him.
Right. We will spend any number of surges that we wish, healing 1/4 of our hit points for each surge that we
that's right.
spend.
And if you drink a potion, which you do have, and I'm not sure you said you'll gain 10 hit points instead of your normal amount. You'll just gain 10. And you each have 1 potion.
So with the surge, when we heal, it's not the surge value.
You heal the surge value.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So you've now spent 2 surges.
I spent 1 surge healing
Yep.
here.
And now during the short rest, you will spend an additional surge and heal 9.
And with the temporary hit points, that goes into...
That goes away. The temporary hit points disperse into the ether at the end of the encounter.
Okay, so I'm
Healing
just as
surges
much
were
damaged.
a 4E innovation. Yes.
That is correct.
So I was
well,
at 15, then I got 2 temporary health.
Did we design
Okay,
them
the
before
temporary health
Jonathan
just
put
goes
them
away.
into
Okay, so I'm back at
Omega
15,
World?
not
I
13.
don't remember.
Yep.
He may have come up with them
He did
first.
it. He did it. Probably.
Yeah.
I should have
Probably
been
was
using a
Jonathan.
pencil.
Nah,
Okay.
commit to it.
If it was in Omega World, then it was definitely Jonathan.
Yeah.
Okay. I need
And
a break
also,
just temporarily.
any
which means you
encounter
just walk
powers
away,
that
right?
anybody spent,
Yeah, sure.
come back.
Yeah, I'll be back. All right, so here's what's going on. The action is about to pick up because when they told you there was competitors, it's all about to become clear. And
The Cthulhu people are coming.
somehow, Red Shadow, do you have any relationship with Shadow?
I mean,
So
Let's go ahead and make this an official break.
let's make official break. We'll talk about the game later.
Yep. Okay, take us out, Joe. Hi, thank you for sticking with us while we had a little intermission. We are back, and we figured out that we did do something wrong, so we're going to start over the adventure from the very beginning.
I ripped my mic.
Rob busted another mic while we were gone. No, we're not going to do that. Just so, anyway, thank you
For the sake of the game.
for the sake of the game.
We go onward.
All right.
soldier on.
All right.
Forward,
So-
never backward.
So go ahead. Let's just say this. While you're resting, you're able to look around the temple, and really there's not a whole lot going on. As I said, it's cobwebs. That wreckage is really typical. The over here there's actually some sort of carpet left, but it's really disgusting. And like the Yandalas clergy would demand better. This place could become a better borough. But as you're doing this, you don't need a perception check. Just
Thank
move you.
goodness.
Put yourself wherever you want to be.
Forward.
What is the swampiness again?
That is disgusting, fetid water. And if you end up going prone in it or being shirtless,
I put my armor back on, by the way.
Some clothes on.
During the quick rest, please. Please and thank you.
so somebody had to climb back out, find the armor,
Is it
bring it back.
carpentry over there?
Yep.
I'm going to look at the design. You can tell a lot about the crafts of the people with, and there was squiddy octopusy
That's right.
stuff.
Absolutely split the party. I'm entirely on board with that. And the mosaic there. All right.
It's a dumb thing to do, therefore
No, it's
interesting.
fine. It's fine.
It's
We'll give you
interesting
some, as you're looking at it, you'll absorb something that will help you with the remodeling later, assuming you all make
Is it
it.
a disease?
What?
Is it a disease? Is that what she absorbs?
That you know what I call that I call that chumming the dungeon when you give the game master ideas that are so perfect that they really want to
Well,
use
you keep
them.
calling me chum.
I mean, we've got to do some sanctification. It might not be just killing people. So I'm just,
Hold on a minute.
But what are the odds?
You're right. Wait. I think that is an excellent point. You have discovered a spot that requires sanctification. And in fact, are you going to yell that to people? Like what is it? What does it look like? It's some sort of like little altar over there. Like
it's a vessel that needs rebuilding.
a vessel, like a cup?
One or more a vase.
Okay, a vase.
How about we take down the symbols of the murder,
Yeah,
too?
you could do that too.
Yeah, we're going to
All
take
right.
down
I think that's
symbols
what
of the
you're
murder.
working on. And just as this is all happening, in the center of the room, where you guys are right there. There's like the whole dungeon shakes for a minute, and two things happen kind of simultaneously. First, in that far corner, right there, I would describe it as a hole opening up, smashing as part of the wall falls, and there are. You guys know? Does anybody? Let's talk about 4th edition gods. Torog.
Oh, I love Torog.
Oh, the king who crawls, king that crawls.
King
yeah.
that crawls, torture.
Yeah.
Are you bringing this up just because I mentioned an email? Because you were like, what god do you guys worship? And I was like, well, you want a good one, but Torog and Thurston are pretty cool.
I'd already decided that Torog was going to be involved. But, I mean, it hasn't come up yet, but these guys, their symbol's wrong a little bit. Like, it looks like they're some sort of deviant cult a little bit.
Got it. So the deviants.
And there's two lug heads, and they look exactly like this. They're definitely monks. And there's shadowy figures behind them. And the weird thing is, from where you guys are, you can see that they clearly fought a battle on the other side of this thing, because there's bodies and blasts and everything like that.
Well, thanks for helping us clear out our new temple.
Yeah, and
We can take it from here.
They're probably doing the same thing. Now, there's something I would just be saying. They're going to attack you, but there's something else.
Rude.
There's something else going on, and that is right as the two of you entered this room, and I think you might have. I don't know if you even had time to say anything to friends. You started, like, how to express it? Let me take my glasses off. If you relax at all and just are looking normally, you're not seeing this room with like it looks like that with the whatever. If you relax, you see a room that looks like this, a glorious temple space with 2 seats and thrones, and there's figures inside of it. And if you have to go like this and open your eyes and sort of be like that to make it go away. And then you see what's really, quote, what's really there. And so at the moment these guys come through and you roll initiative, I need to know which of the two of you is looking at that, and which of...
Oh, I'm definitely looking at that one.
All right.
Does everybody else see this?
So you are in the third
Usually
square.
it's just me.
1, 2, 3. All right. So there's a golden shimmer, and Tiberius disappears.
Tyrellius.
Him too.
Tyrellius.
Completely
I
unrelated.
wasn't going to interrupt him.
Ticarius disappears. And, give me 1 minute. Same thing.
Somebody came with.
All right. There's going to be initiative rolled by everyone. I might as well roll it.
Everybody gets +2 because I
Because you
am
say
a
so?
combat leader.
All right. Do you want to
Forgot
keep
it last
initiative
time.
again?
Yeah, sure.
It's really helpful when you do. Thank you.
19 plus
+2 for me.
a
And
21 for me.
damn, all right.
Apparently I'm the paladin that goes first.
Cool idea, by the way.
14?
13.
13.
That's a cool idea, by the way.
And my buddy Red Shadow.
16.
And what do I write down for your chummies?
Just to do a little bit of foreshadowing. Meathead Monk, 11. And Tricky Warrior, 23.
Okay. Well, the Warriors are going first.
They aren't, because what's going to happen in the order of things here,
Meathead Monk, and what was the other one?
Tricky Warrior, Tricky Torog Warrior. They don't know how to pronounce the name. All right, so the two of you, actually you,
Me.
and that Meathead Monk.
Yeah.
There's 2 seats.
What
2 of you.
we're going to do is
They're gonna get married.
we're going to
I love that.
we're going to do your where you are first in a round.
Got it.
And then we're coming back to quote reality. and doing that round. And so what's happening over there? The two of you are suddenly in a vibrant temple full of, let's call them powers. Like there's figures and shapes around, sort of radiant figures,
Fancy.
but they're old. They're very old. And a small figure that looks exactly like this. A tiny little.
Is that a Pokemon?
That's very strange.
It's a timid monster. I believe it's their name. They sell these at Gen Con, and I get a little timid monster from once in a while. But the fact that we're calling it a timid monster, I believe that's the people who make it. This is not necessarily timid. There is a being of extreme power, like you can feel it radiating, floating next to your head like this, and it says, "Do you wish to be fully announced or maintain a simple name?"
I am always fully announced wherever I go.
All right.
Usually I have to do it for myself.
So tell us what it looks like when you're in finery that you probably what would your ideal finery be? Because you're not wearing your normal clothes or anything.
Golden, shining, gleaming armor, polished within an inch of its life,
there
almost
a feather?
blinding to look at. Probably a cape. Big flowing blue cape.
I'm not writing all this
Wind,
down. I just count on you to remember.
Somewhere the breeze is blowing it.
Yes, very good. All right, that's all. Meanwhile, the monk over there, who is, as you can tell, is like the plain shirtless Kirk himself. He is encased in heavy plate armor that looks like torture equipment. You know, it's just like spikes, barbs everywhere, and it's like if he moves, it brushes up against someone, they will be hurt, and that's clearly his perfect thing. And the announcement, I don't know if I'll need help on this or not, but Tiberius, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Like, what would your ideal be?
Wow, that's a long time from now. I'm going to assume I'm not still in this same room. But that's about as far into the future as I plan.
Okay, here we go. Tyrellius Vex, unambitious yet stalwart warlord of the human variety. It's a voice that booms out from somewhere else. And
That's pretty darn close.
yeah, and the other voice says, Slackmore Bog, sadistic and yet occasionally insightful monk of Torog.
He's okay.
Should I call you Slackmore or Mr. Bog?
You may call me your death. In any case,
Oh, that's what this is going to be.
well, it's not. It's like, it says, the previous, here, let's put it out.
Yeah,
Actually,
let's put
no,
it
there's
right
a
out
whispering. This guy says to you, and is probably presumably talking to that one, he says, the previous tenants of the temple understood only one variety of hard choice, to kill or not to kill. If you are here finally on the high holy day, our high holy day, and you are taking possession, and although we are gone, we have a say. And then he says, I need your answer. There will be a question. And this presence
Is it favorite dessert topping? Because I really like hot fudge.
It's going to be.
Cookies are the best.
Kind of love that he's out
your
intellectual
answer
person.
must be something you actually believe in, and then there will be a die roll involved. And this giant sun-like creature right there says, is it better that one should die or that 10 should suffer horribly?
It was my understanding there we know math in this game. Normally Morlek helps me with questions with numbers, and he's not here right now.
And I'm just like, where is he? I don't hear shouting, so something's going wrong.
Something about torture?
All right.
I'm really confused. I'm sorry. I never tested well.
I mean, it was pretty funny when I realized it was going to be you. But please ask the audience for other metaphysical or theological questions that might feature in this particular contest.
Let me try this again.
Can I get back to you on that?
All right. So I think what's funny is that Slakmar Bog.
I'm still.
He probably has an answer.
documenting
I
this
mean, he'd
one.
want people to suffer because he's just make
Slakmar
people
Bog,
suffering.
you know, raises
he
his
say?
fist like this and says,
Clearly, these weaklings are not fit to take over the temple, for they do not understand that suffering is the human way.
suffering is for all mortals. It is better that as many as possible should suffer.
Wait, then I want the other answer.
You may make it.
If he says this one, the suffering thing that I want, I don't remember what the other one was, but that's the one I pick.
It was that one should die.
I don't remember what the other one was.
That one sounds bad, so probably not that one.
I mean, if he picks it, look at that guy. He looks just like Morlek, and I know he comes up with terrible ideas.
How to baffle the gods.
Have you, the dungeon master, forgotten, or has the lion-headed guy also forgotten what the question was?
The lion-headed guy remembers what the question
I'm
was.
going to roll my bamboozle
Yeah, no.
skill check here.
Yeah, go. Feel free. What skill exactly are you using as you go ahead and say that? Maybe I would suggest.
I'm being very polite.
Charming,
so it's,
naive. Yeah,
it's
charming
my diplomacy.
politeness or naivete.
Yeah.
Yes.
I rolled 21.
A total of 21.
Yeah.
Here's a. Oh, sorry. There's that.
Does somebody have a follow-up?
I was really worried he was going to ask you
that could come.
forward
Yeah,
or
that-
back.
I'm just sharing. Yeah.
And you said
Oh,
forward,
wait,
obviously.
wait,
What? That's
wait.
not a hard choice.
Okay, so here I'm gonna use it right now.
Okay.
The little
I mean, it's the
spirit-
only one we have so far.
Yeah, I know,
so I
no,
mean, be judicious.
No, I got it. Because it's really the same question.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Still talking.
Same question. Think about it.
Thanks for the raid, Band of Badgers.
I'm trying to help you here. Listen, just think of it this way. Would you order someone on a suicide mission to save a lot of people? If so, then you'd rather have one person die than 10 people suffer.
Wait, I'm someone?
Yes.
I'd order me to do it.
You'd order yourself to do it?
Yes. So the answer is yes.
And explain the sacrifice thing, the self-sacrifice thing, for fuck's sake. I mean,
That's your one.
There's one left, Mom. There we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
I'm speaking as a metaphysical creature.
clearly,
for
clearly,
sure. Yeah.
I would throw myself in front of any monsters to save my allies. Just review time, say 20 minutes ago.
All right, reviews. Okay, thank you. You've
Roll
now-
the footage, please.
No, he did it. 21. He rolled a 21. Meanwhile, the other guy who actually had an answer for this is
Had an answer.
It was sandwich.
You had an answer. The guy just didn't like your commitment to
It
it.
was sandwich. Yeah, there we go. Let's see.
Oh, I could go for a sandwich.
Oh,
You don't even know what your die says.
you tied.
Wait, I died?
You tied.
Oh, that's much better.
All right. So, you are both blown backwards with 17 points of damage. And
Oh, I'm back in the real world.
actually, they will be. They're not going to put them there yet. All right. So you are.
Okay, hi there.
Yeah.
Who did that? What did that?
The debate did that. Neither
This
of
is
you.
why I don't get into debates.
All right. Meanwhile, initiative in the real world. Who went first?
The baddies, I think.
Warriors. The tricky warriors are first.
Oh, the tricky warriors.
Do they look like the ones that know what's going on? And the meatheads are meatheads?
Yeah, I think they probably do. So there's a ranger in front of them. She runs forward.
I mean, it sort of looked like the two bad dudes from video games.
All right. She runs up to there, and you know how that thing you do when you attack with two weapons? Do you do that? Do you that? Do you?
I do.
I should be rolling my damage die at the same time here. Let me do that. All right. What's your AC? What am I aiming at?
AC 14.
Good Lord. Really?
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Know more about the reflexes
Okay.
of this.
That's a hit for 7
Are you
damage.
not wearing any armor?
I am wearing armor.
Good Lord.
I'm wearing hide armor.
Okay, it's good. Just not very good armor. Good.
All right. I hit you for 7 damage.
What?
With 1
7
attack.
damage.
Oh, thank you.
And the other one runs up, does this weird teleport thing to here. Actually, probably to there. Setting up this shift. And the fact that it teleport, it's insubstantial. We'll find out what this restrain does. Oh, yeah. Take only 5 points of damage this time. Okay. You're, let's see, +9 versus reflex. Does a 13 hit your reflex defense?
No.
No?
My reflex is 14.
I wasted. All right. This weird.
Yeah, it sucks when you waste your power, doesn't it?
This weird cage came out and was like trying to like encase you, and obviously, did you just skip out of the way, or did you?
No cage can hold the red shadow.
No cage can hold the red shadow. Yes.
He has said that before.
All right, this is true. All right, I'm done with them.
Here's an example.
Now they look like the opposite of meatheads. These two look fairly like sophisticated. They're not the same. Like they look exactly like this. Like they're not the same.
Tofu bodies?
Excuse me?
Opposite of meatheads?
Opposite of meatheads. Which is what you say?
Tofu bodies.
Again,
Or
remember
tofu
that.
feet? Tofu feet, maybe?
Opposite of a meathead is a
Tofu butt?
tofu.
Tofu body?
Tofu torso.
There we go. There we go.
All right, who's up?
Next up is the Tam.
Okay, so these two look different but similar. Which one seems to be wearing more like religious paraphernalia shenanigans?
Is this like a wall?
That's a wall.
Is this an around that
Yeah,
she
is
can
that an
go,
around I
or
can
does
go
she
around?
have to go all this way?
The fact that it is just. You see how narrow it is?
It's just, lucky she's small.
There's only one of you who could dodge through that small space without probably getting stuck.
It's definitely him.
It's you.
He would just Kool-Aid his way through.
And I can move, how many? One?
Probably 6, maybe 5 in armor.
Heavy armor? Who knows?
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh,
Yes.
sure, why not?
And which one looks...
The one that you just moved next to is definitely. I mean, I love that. As a paladin, like, for 1 second, a quick glimmer of medallions and other religious things and self-piercings indicate that she's probably more into it.
Okay. Yep, I'm going to use Divine Challenge, an at-will minor thing. So, and I'll say, "Oi, you! This place is for Yondala," because that's the sort of sacred ritual language I use.
Oh, Yandala in it.
That's right. Mark the
Oh, what? Say
target.
again.
Oh, gov.
Oi,
Yandala
gov.
in it.
Yeah.
Yep. -2 to attack anyone but you, and takes 5 damage if they attack anyone, not including me.
Oh,
We are paladin to paladin.
she's okay with that. Yeah, coming at you.
Bring it on.
right.
And so then I do my actual attack, if I understand,
Yes, your attack.
which
It's
will
an
just
attack
be
squared.
an enfeebling strike.
No, not the enfeebling strike.
That's right. I get her in the feelings. I'm like, oh, you like.
Yeah. Go for it.
So I'm going to use this one
Okay.
for 9 plus.
You
so
need to hit.
that's
Oh God.
16.
You're doing the time-honored tradition of a DM looking at their own notes and being like, yeah, let's adjust those numbers a little bit. Who designed this?
Jeez Louise.
When is this fight to be over?
yeah, so
Let's
what'd you
fix that.
I got a 16.
No, that's not going
Yes,
to
I
do it.
did.
Yeah,
You did, arguably you did.
arguably.
All right. All right. So these are saucy.
And I did. Do you know the rules well enough to know if you mark the target, it takes -2 penalty attack to
I'm
rolls?
looking at
Does
the power you had to hit.
Okay, I have to hit
that.
for that one. Cool.
Oh, so it doesn't take a -2 penalty.
Nope, it's
All right.
got nothing.
All right.
It's just marked.
It's
Yeah.
marked though.
Yep.
Okay.
Paladin to paladin.
Well, she notices you. All right. Who's up?
Next
There's a
up
chain of
is
noticing.
the Red Shadow.
The red shadow.
How do you say that in French? I don't rouge. Something rouge.
Something rouge.
Noir rouge.
The
That's black.
shadow.
Shadow.
Just saying it in a bad French accent is not saying it in French.
Are you talking? I don't think your character understands that distinction, sir. So no criticism is going to be accepted here.
This is a player intervention.
Okay.
Clearly, too much fun is being had.
All right, Shadow.
I'm gonna do this. So the
Let's do it, Shads.
nimble strike, which is shift one square before or after your attack. If I were to shift here,
You would.
would we then be flanking?
It is magic.
Yes!
It is magic. You would flank like a steak.
Delicious. All right.
Because of geometry.
You are trapped between the jaws of death, my friend. I hope you have made your peace with your God.
You are delicious like a steak.
You're delicious
trapped in
like
the jaws of death.
We will tenderize you.
I mean, you're presenting your back delightfully to that other thumpy.
Yeah, well, you know.
All right, so
the conga line of
death. Plus 7. That is the 13.
13
versus AC.
You know what happens when you roll 13 against AC?
13th day.
That's right, 13
Missed by one.
Yeah, missed by 1 dozen. No, not
Also,
quite
people
that
are
much.
probably yelling at me in the chat for not having used Hunter's Quarry before I did that.
Oh,
So
it's
my
okay.
apologies.
We can say you used it.
I used it.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
That's right.
That's why he's letting you do it.
Ah, no, I'm more benevolent than that. I would let you use it if you
Okay.
did. I mean, really.
Had I hit her,
Am I-
him, her.
Are you the last one again?
Well, no, it's Morlek's turn.
More like
We got plenty more turn.
more like the more magnificent.
So
Watch out for that.
Morlek,
two.
definitely not a
3,
Morlock.
4, 5.
1, 2.
Yep.
1, 2.
3, 4, 5.
I'm going to say something really funny. Andy, did we say that you couldn't move around corners into difficult terrain?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I know, it's just
5.
hilarious.
Be a jerk.
Also, I have 6 anyway,
Also,
so-
his speed is 6.
I
So
was curious. Was that
I
just from a-
believe.
yeah, you can't move across a hard
I think
corner.
from a rules perspective. I don't care. Go.
So I will curse him.
What does it look like when you curse somebody?
Remember, again, that face will appear, and they will feel judged by that face.
I mean, are you just like a life support system for a ghostly face?
Not just a ghostly face. Sometimes also a plant and a mountain.
What haunts a torturer?
Face plant.
What would their mother say?
Face plant mountain. I skied there.
What haunts a torturer is
That's one of my signature moves.
See, like Yondala is the
That's
perfect
right.
opposite of this.
Hey, did you like it when he face planted earlier?
Into a mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Of
pretty
skulls.
good. It was
Face plant mountain of skulls. This is like
the
we're
tactical
finding out
face
that
plant
Shakespeare wrote this with text analysis. On
Hey, it
the go.
worked out beautifully, didn't it?
Yeah. All right, so
Morlek.
I will. I will kind of go there. The face will curse,
Yeah.
and then I will kind of like grip the air and just like pull like shadow out of the air and tug it.
Yeah.
And the little tendrils of shadow will pull the spirit inside that one,
All right, so yeah. Okay.
and I will attempt to life bind.
Can I say something about this?
Yes.
If you could find a way to make this about hard choices, I would give you a little bonus.
Well, the hard choice was: do I try to? Well, I mean, this isn't going to
Hard.
work.
Yeah.
But if I, no, because I don't think that I had any actual tactical hard choices. To
No
make.
problem. You're on. Go for it.
All right. So,
Just think about that later.
yep. So I will attempt to bind their spirit to mine. And that will be 8, 16, 17 versus reflex.
Reflex.
I'm making a hard choice every day, letting him get away
Yes.
with this shit.
You got him.
So that will be 15,
Of the what?
21 points of necrotic damage.
What?
And until the end of my next
Striker,
turn,
baby.
the target cannot regain hit points, gain temporary hit points, and take a -2 penalty to saving throws.
That's a lot. Hold on. Can't regain. -2 penalty.
And can't get temporary hit points
All right.
or hit points.
All right.
So no healing.
I'm going to say it's mainly not happening. But did you say 31?
21.
21. Yeah.
I mean, I'll take 31.
That's right.
There are calls for
31.
maximum Derek on chat.
Maximum Derek.
Crank it up.
Maximum Derek.
Derek?
Have they seen? Derek? Have they seen it before?
Yeah, it has come up before.
Are you familiar?
I told you I was playing my classic
That's
default
right. You did.
archetype.
You did. And in fact, we heard that you had to do things so that people wouldn't. All right. So Maximum Derek has started warming up. the engines, so to speak. And we have a meathead left.
Yes, because I assume my turn. That was a whole separate
All right,
thing.
I would like the player characters to tell me who do you think has so far looked the most menacing and dangerous?
You've only described one of them.
No. I mean, which player character is the most dangerous? Out of you
looks the
guys
most dangerous?
in this fight, is it him?
All right. I think so too.
I mean, I claimed things for Yondala. I
Yeah.
shouted at people.
He's the scariest name.
Their face is coming out, and he's like,
Souls.
My face.
I'm a scary person.
I'm saying this is a compliment.
Why are you fighting us? You should be serving your Lord Torog.
I could see it in your eye. I'll hit you anyway, and he does. All right, so let's see if he does.
show you the ultimate truth of hurt.
All right, tell me what that number is.
28. No, 20.
It's a 20?
Yep.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Apparently, the ultimate truth of Torog hits real deep.
Yes.
I've got so many hit points.
I don't.
Say hello to max damage.
All right, he does. He goes like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hits you from there. Bam, for 8 damage. And then turns here. Moves here.
This guy's got some arms on him.
Well armed.
Yeah. Does a 16 hit your armor class, Mr. Guy?
It does.
It does.
We've reviewed this.
It's 14, I think.
Take 4 damage. And then he whoops it back at you.
Take 4 damage.
Does a 13 hit your armor class?
It does.
What is he doing
All right.
to attack?
What he's got is he's got
Is there
some
no armor in
weird.
4th edition?
Yeah, I know. These numbers are really low.
Warlock, lightly armored
Really low.
ranger.
I was like, what?
So,
You're the armored people.
So I suspect that there
Somebody
might
shows
be
up
some
playing armor is gonna
mathematical
rule this
errors,
world.
but still, I'm only wearing leather armor.
Yeah, it's what, a couple of points
I
and
think
a
it's
point
like
for
an
your
11.
level. And what's your
Dex
dex?
is +1.
And my magical item is dwarven plate mail, so I have +8 for 20.
Yeah, you've got armor. I've got armor.
1 and 3. All right.
We're the ones supposed to be
And,
taking attacks.
Guy,
That was the plan.
you take 3 more damage. You take 1 more damage, and that's it. What he did, he has these things that look like iron knuckles, like imagine like that. But as he steps forward and comes towards you, and he goes like this, the punch, they shoot out like a chain. Then he whips the chain around and hits you, and then they come back in. And just to let you know, he's only capable of doing that once every time he rolls a 6. All right.
Wow, that was cool.
And the meathead over there. Oh, all right.
So we're fighting Cenobites.
So here we go.
Does he get to do something? Because I didn't do
Cinnabons.
anything.
Both of you did something, actually. You both made an argument.
That is right.
And you're teleporting there, and you're back here. They sort of shimmer, and they show up. And now, okay. So, like I said, it's hard to keep your eyes open and see what's happening here. One of you is going to be sucked back there. Do you want me to determine randomly, or does one of you want to volunteer?
I mean, I'm just like, I think I would be the most curious about it, but I do not want to take that joy
I mean,
away
I'm
from any
right
other
here
players.
in front of you. Like, wow, it's amazing. You really should see what I just saw. Just like close your eyes a little bit.
And I've just talked some smack to chicks.
Yeah, so I think it's you.
Sure. All right.
All right. So please figure out what your best finery looks like while I figure out which one of these people gets taken away. It's not
This one.
him. So it's like that. Oh, it's her. The one you just marked.
She takes damage for leaving.
How much? That's fun.
5 damage.
That's hilarious. Shouldn't have left.
Oh, actually, if it attacks anyone, not including you, does this count as an attack?
I'm gonna let it. Yeah, we're gonna give you your
Okay.
happiness. Like there's so much unhappiness coming.
Wow.
It's like
And I've used my radiant delirium.
all right.
Back at the top.
It is the top, with one exception. You have to roll initiative again.
A new initiative roll.
Are you
It's
escalating
slightly
dying?
better than the last one.
And Slag, what's his name?
Slag Mog.
Slag Mog.
Mr. Bog.
Mr. Bog. Mr. Bog.
Slackmore Mog.
Yeah, he actually also has a new initiative, and it's 14. So there's 2 of them. All right, we're going back here to. All right. You are suddenly surrounded by radiance, golden affect. There's a giant golden thing in front of you, and a little creature hovering by your ear. You are also garbed in your best finery. I don't know what it looks like. Do you?
I mean, I think we're reaching maximum Derek now, where it is a cloak-like raiment of just constantly flowing, roiling shadow, and over my head in like kind of constantly sparking or changing. If anybody remembers Hellboy, the Hellboy movie, where we got the whole crown and the vision of destruction.
yeah.
So imagine that there's a crown formed of. Like clearly various dead and forgotten deities kind of rotating as a constellation above.
Alrighty then.
I am quietly
Melissa.
glad I cannot see that.
All right, so she
They're going to be serving drinks in your cups in there when you get in there. How do you feel about that?
she
Before
on the
you
other
judge me.
hand
It's
looks
a
exactly the
practical use
same.
of burn if the person is already dead.
She looks
and it's
exactly the
just-
same, but there's a ghost. There are ghosts following her swords of everyone she's ever slain or hopes to slay, and it's a really weird ass
Proactive ghost.
proactive. Did anybody give us any more theological questions? All right, I got it then. All right. So we're going to go to theology first. The same. You heard the drill the first time, so I'm not going to repeat it too often. But a little creature tells you you must tell as much of the truth as you can. You will, and your answers will be judged by the powers and principalities. And as far as introducing you,
They're super judgy.
all right. The big giant sun creature that otherwise doesn't speak says, "Who created the gods? Mortals? Immortals? Nature? An ongoing process? What happened there?" And I'm going to let you think while I think of what her answer is going to be.
Deep.
I mean,
And
it's,
you have to believe it to some
Oh,
extent,
sure.
as well
I
as
believe
provide
it.
it. All right. So you're going to be making, after you give me, I'll be giving you a bonus. You'll be making a d20 roll and adding your charisma.
Okay.
If you had the, I don't know. if
Religion.
You do? You can add it.
Great.
Right. And I'll make her answer first, shall I?
Sure. She's wrong, but go right ahead.
Well, if she makes the same answer as you, that'll be interesting.
Who's she?
The torture
what is her
lady.
name? But her name announced. I'm sorry. Hold on. She is C-Fan. She does look pretty freaking confused. She's like, you can see her going like this. She's got one of these next to her too. So you can go first if you want.
Oh yeah, absolutely. More like is
go for
literally
it.
like,
All right.
shush, 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 shush. I was born for this moment.
All right.
So like more like introduced as like regent of the inner circle, lord of the outer realms, and minister
Thank you for the
of the
intro.
forgotten
Yes,
names.
right.
We're probably rambling on even further. But
C-Fan, Savage Killer.
yeah. Great. Nice to meet you. It'll be great debating with you. Yes.
Yes.
So Morlock's answer is mortals, because mortals created the gods out of a need to shape the world into something that could make sense to them, that they could understand, and that they could grasp. And the only way to do that was to put someone in charge of them, because they couldn't acknowledge the inherent nihilism of reality. Deference to everyone else who's here, but it sounds like you're kind of wrapping this all up, and I've got a bottle for you when we're done with this.
She doesn't quite know what to do, and she looks at you and she says, she points, she says, heresy, heretic, the the gods are created by other gods, and then it's gods all the way down.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Yeah, right. Down to where the elephants are, something like that. The equivalent. So she's not actually going to get a big bonus on her D20 roll. You probably are. Why don't you roll it competitively? She's going to get a +3 bonus only because, hey.
Is the escalation die in action?
No.
Okay, so I got a 10. And if you want me to use charisma,
You got it.
I'm at 19.
You got it.
Okay.
You got it. You got it. The escalation die will be at 1. All right. With your idea that that you actually won this round, you have a decision to make. Do you want to do a lot of damage to her, like as a judgment, or do you want to give yourself some amazing boon?
Do I get to pick the amazing boon?
No, but believe me, I'll make it worth your while.
I am picking the amazing boon.
All right.
Because,
Because that's what you do. That's your life.
But also, yes, I mean, that's why I'm here
All
at this
right.
temple. But I get the vibe that somebody else has called dibs on murdering this lady, so...
I mean,
So
I
as
just knock her
you start
unconscious
shimmering
and then
back,
like have
when
a
you guys,
serious
something you'll notice
conversation.
as you guys are taking your turn, just to let you know, he starts when he like a transporter beam that like shimmers golden. Where Morlock was, the figure that is coming back is actually taller and has a giant crown and has robes flowing out in all directions like magnificent.
Be not afraid, I have returned.
I know what his hit points are like. He's a bigger target.
Always look on the dark side of life.
I'm just scared. I mean, maybe he's
All right.
stronger now. Maybe
Initiative, baby. It's real-time combat.
This tricky warrior is first.
That tricky warrior.
Being bigger just never really appears. It's not my jam.
And so he can see he can see Sifan sort of like shimmering back in, and he says, "God damn it, Sifan! We knew we had to prepare for this."
Did the dungeon master know I had to prepare for this?
Yeah. Apparently. Oh well, we'll see when he gets in there. All right. He's up. He already used his really powerful ability. If I roll 6 on...
Oh, no, it's
that
this
guy.
one. It's
All
this
right.
one. Tricky warrior.
He already used his cage.
Cage was
That's right.
He used his teleport, and he gets that back. Not. So no. Well... So I think... Yeah. He's going to do... makes 2 Katar attacks, and they're both 1d6 plus 1, so I'm going to roll them.
Against.
Is anybody marking him or anything? I don't think so.
Who did you challenge to a duel?
Who did you challenge?
Hunter Quarry?
That person is gone now.
Yep.
All right, well, he turns around and says, "I'll give you a fight." And that...
Oh.
Yeah, all right, don't have to roll that. All right, it's a crit. Oh, a crit is 12 damage.
Ooh.
Okay, and then the second attack... Yeah, that's a hit. 3 damage.
Okay. I'm at negative hit points.
Am I,
No.
am I close enough to do? Oh, actually, no. Yeah, I'm going to do
prone in the
Marty's blessing. And actually, am I close enough and adjacent? No, I
Not
guess.
adjacent.
Are you prone in the water?
Yes.
And vestige in the sky.
Hey, Rob.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Nobody under 40 got that reference.
Like, is there any way I can break the damage? No.
Oh.
You could offer a bargain.
Yeah, that would have been... Okay, that's another answer.
That just came.
Yeah, that's good. I knew...
I was satisfied.
Well, the funny thing is, what I could do is give a question and then have our fans give an amazing answer, but that would be difficult against the player characters. So we'll see.
There's also a time delay.
That's a good answer there. Yeah. All right. All right. So you've fallen down prone in the water. Take
So I get superpowers.
5 ongoing poison damage immediately.
Immediately?
Yeah. Well, if you
well,
stay
you-
prone, it'll
yeah.
ratchet up every.
You don't have to take it till your turn.
You don't have to take
worry.
it till your turn.
I know.
Who's up?
Tam is next.
Okay, so I will rush both to my fallen comrade and to smack the person that smacked him.
Yep.
As a minor action, I will lay on hands, spend a healing surge, and the target heals as if they'd spent one. You add your charisma modifying to the healing they gain.
So you now have hit points equal to your surge value plus her charisma
So
modifier.
+3 to your healing surge.
Okay. So sorry, I have 7 plus 3
Yep.
hit points positive. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
And then I will
And
do.
a mouthful of goo.
Well, yes, there is that.
And
Been
then,
there, friend.
and then I will do a shielding strike against that bad
right.
person. Four.
We need to start
Plus
rolling better.
11. Yeah, so
We need to start rolling better.
11, 12.
I say that in my
I
turn.
mean,
My luck is going
I'm
to
not
turn.
really sure what a 12 is.
Not great.
No, but at least with this one, it's the encounter power. So until the end of the next turn, you get a power bonus to AC plus your AC goes up by 2.
All right.
Okay.
So
Not that that's still a lot, but this is something.
It's like I'm wearing armor.
16 is better than 14.
all right. So far this is going well. You used your action point already, so there's no there. All right. Yeah. Who's up?
Red Shadow is next. Good news, you can stand up.
That's the thing I can do.
You might want to do
Is
that.
that a minor action? A quick action?
Move action.
Oh, it's a move action. Okay. So yes, I rise up from the
Dripping with
filth and muck.
Muck. Disgusting. Keep your boots on.
I believe I have 2 action points because I accepted a comedic bargain.
You're gonna mess this guy
Okay,
up.
the best kind of comedic bargain. It hurt it. Nothing. Go on.
So I am going to spend that to do a second wind.
Well, second wind's just your standard action, so you don't have to spend an action point yet. You've spent your move action to stand up. Now you can second wind as your standard action.
Yeah, but I'm going to fight too.
Then you'll spend
You'll
your
spend
action
a
point.
point,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, fair. All
Order
right,
of operations
so,
matters, sir.
yes.
Not as much as position. I read that line in the
Could he
rule book.
use the point before his
Yeah.
standard auction, right?
Yep. And
You could have.
because I am so inspiring, when you spend that action point, you gain 4 hit points.
Hey, I feel great.
Oh, that's cool.
Poison be going. You're inspiring.
I am inspiring.
Rub some dirt in it.
It
Is that the
confuses
ability?
us,
If
it's
somebody
true.
uses an action point
Inspiring
in your
presence. When an ally spends an action point, they regain 4 hit points.
Oh, then I
So-
should actually have. I spent some when I was damaged. So,
I like that.
So yes, I rise up,
so I've
clutching
actually.
For the
Right.
distance, not so bad. Yeah, pretty good. There.
Rise up from the muck swinging. To the muck he came. To the muck he might return.
We don't like it when our elf gets dirty.
There's a very predator moment.
I'm getting
here.
a little giddy.
Would a bull rush be the thing to do to knock him into the muck? Into the poison water?
How good's your strength?
Strength is 16,
Bull rush, bloody
which is a
Bull rush is normally just push one
Wow,
square.
you are
Yeah.
a strong elf.
Yeah, right?
I mean, is it? So the question mark
You
is.
tried tripping.
Let me think about that.
That's not a move available
Okay.
to me in 4th edition Dungeons and
saying.
Dragons.
All right.
saying.
So the funny part is that if you're
Sell
really
them
going to do that, like the move would be essentially you bull rushing and then jumping up on top of him to try to keep him down in the water. The funny part is the people above you would probably just start pounding on you, but they might hit him too. It could be amusing for everyone.
See, remember, you're not playing the game. You're playing the GM.
Yeah, you want the DM to be amused.
Fair.
So
true,
fly
so
tackle that
true.
guy into the muck. You're already poisoned. What do you got to lose?
Exactly.
This is true.
This guy gets
But
it.
you'll be on top of him. So
it.
Says the shadowy demon creature from the corner.
I trust the shadowy demon creature.
who gets taller?
So yes, what
By the way,
that?
if somebody ever really impresses you, Rob, you can give them a gold star.
Oh, well, that's happened so many times already.
Hey,
I didn't know I had these as a.
I know. I don't just give them to just any DM who shows up.
Once you roll
so
up
yes,
to 20 and
so
roll
I,
high.
so I rise up. I do the healing surge, and
Then you just throw yourself on him.
well,
and,
what I'm picturing is that I say, That is a very
I'll get this out of the way if you want.
Oh, no, thanks.
nuanced vintage you have introduced me to. Allow me to give you a taste.
Oh, yeah. Don't roll a 1.
So that is 12. What is it? There's mod and check.
Yeah, add it to your check. Add the check mod over here.
The check? Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be 16.
Plus
Against
one from the
fortitude.
escalation die, theoretically.
Yep, this is
The escalation.
yeah.
17
When
against
do you add
fortitude.
check?
Oh, against
So, if
fortitude?
you're, so mod is when
It is against
usually
fortitude, yes.
keyed
Oh,
off
yeah,
at.
that nails him.
Is
not
when
a
you're
problem.
doing a thing.
Excellent.
Because
All right,
remember, we
so-
always add half our level and that kind of
The way we're playing this is you use an action point, you knock him back, you end up, he immediately is taking 5 ongoing damage, and you're wrestling on top of him and trying to hold him down so that he might just take more and more and more. All right, I can deal with that. I can imagine he also is going to try to unfocus his eyes.
He's smart enough.
I'd really rather be in the
So
golden
you'll
room.
take the ongoing damage at the end of your turn and then roll a save.
But if he has to unfocus his eyes and he's under
Under
the
the-
goo, eyes in the goo in the eyes.
Doing the
You
eyes.
know what? I think you're right. I think maybe as
eyes
long as
melt.
he's underneath there, he can't.
That stuff stings.
It's really bad.
Oh boy.
Maybe
All
he
right.
likes it when it stings.
Okay, so
so okay.
yeah,
and,
he would, right?
roll a
Does
save.
he get to roll a
Yeah.
save?
Yeah, he does.
There's a 19.
Well, he's on top right now. He's sort of like using like there's a if you rolled a really
The
bad
other guy's
save.
just raft.
I mean,
His
my
mud
style
raft.
is if you'd rolled a really like a raft. If you rolled a really bad save, if you rolled 1 or 2 there, I would have been like, oh, I'm so sorry,
yeah,
but
yeah.
the poison is in your gloves now, and it's proceeding.
If you rolled an even save,
So yes, I am holding him under.
Oh, you should have seen some mechanics he toned down from what I suggested for some monsters.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh, we have
All
odds
right.
and evens to play with as a mechanic.
All right, who's next?
Tyrelli's Vex.
Tyrellius Vex. What's his
One
theme
more
music?
just because we can change the mechanics of the entire
Oh, I'll have to think
game.
about that one.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, what are you? Oh, are you going for the? So, are you going to stab the guy who's under the water, or are you going to go for the
No.
meathead?
He's got him. I wouldn't want to intervene on
Yeah,
his
right.
fight.
That's right.
Merci.
Yeah. Yes.
Uninjured. No, that's not true. He took. This is the one. No, that one over there is the one that took damage. Right.
yeah, this is uninjured meathead.
Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be another Valiant Strike. So I'll get a +2 on this attack roll because I have 2 adjacent enemies. 11, 12, 13, 14, 19 against armor class.
Oh my God! It's actually a hit.
On the thug. He will take 8 points of damage.
He felt that. He is not bloodied.
And then I'll point to this guy that I was chatting with earlier and say, hey, you, lumps in a bog, come here.
Oh, is that a warlord ability or just
No,
an
that's just me.
incentive?
That's just me.
Lumps in a bog. Lumps in a bog.
We bonded with our otherworldly experience, so come on over and chat.
Laxative one, come on, come here.
Okay, are we done?
Somebody's hurt. This guy's hurt. This guy right here.
Yep.
Let's do a little inspiring word.
Oh, inspiring word.
Spend one of your healing surges.
Okay.
And gain that many hit points +4.
Oh man.
Okay. Nice.
Bull rushed on top. And now is that the round?
Nope.
I'm almost back up. Who's up?
Now it's Bog's turn.
Oh, it's Bugs.
I imagine your
Oh,
inspiring
that
word
one
is
guy.
like,
Yeah.
that ruled.
All right.
Keep it up.
All right. Does he want to go fight you? No.
I am intimidating.
He wants to hit you. He's like he
I have the shield of Yondala.
he learned that he's going to pick on the smallest person here.
Oh, the most intimidating and threatening.
Why not
Yes.
both?
The more compact the person, the more the threat is made denser,
Right.
and thus dangerous.
Actually, he can do this. He can go like this. He's going to do it. 1, he's shifting. 2, 3, hit you. 4, hit him. And each of these attacks, this is his Dance of Death thing. And all right, let's see if he does it.
Do I
Almost
get the
Dance of
bonus
Death.
of opportunity attacks?
Nope.
Nope, you didn't go close enough.
Well, that is a maximum hit on the Ondala. You could also, though, use your Halfling ability, which I shudder to even mention.
To make him re-roll that attack roll.
Oh, yeah, let's reroll that.
That's a quote.
That's a good roll. Second chance.
Curses.
How did I think of it?
Not a crit.
Not a crit.
That's right.
All right.
I burned off that 18 for someone else. That's what we tanks do.
That's right.
I'm fierce.
You
Small
only
but mighty.
take. Nah, you still take a lot. You still take 8 damage, but it would have been a lot worse.
Yeah, that only takes me to 10. That's fine.
Ooh.
10
All
damage.
right. And now against the ranger wrestler,
Yes.
5 damage.
Okay.
Brings
And
home.
maybe not.
No, bro.
Clank.
What's your AC?
21.
Oh, you got to be kidding me! 21, and the other people have 13.
When I'm wearing
What
armor.
game is this?
I'm sorry, what was the stat you were rolling against?
AC.
So I have AC of 22.
Yeah, but he rolled a 19. Like,
Oh,
it didn't work out.
yeah. Oh, yeah, 19.
Yeah,
Sometimes you're just like, yeah, the math is fine.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to the halfling not taking a crit.
Yep.
The dance of death is now complete, and it is not.
Never a dance of friendship.
No, never dance of friendship. Well, no,
It's not the
there
game we
could be.
made. Not the game we made.
Is it? Is it the round?
It is other meathead's turn.
All
He's
right.
not
Does he
getting a
get
turn yet.
his? Does he get his dance of death back? No. Does he make a feeble attack at? Are you hurt? Oh, you're
Yeah,
ridiculous.
absolutely.
No way.
The
Ranger.
debate blasted
He's
me.
hitting the ranger, and if he misses badly, he may hit his own guy. That's not gonna miss bad. I bet with a 20 he hit you, right?
Yeah.
20 versus AC? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
The
7
team's just
damage.
going to cheat left and right.
7.
Can't stop him.
And then he shifts.
These guys are stacked, I'm telling you.
All right, he goes like that. Gets out of the way. Turn? Round?
That's it.
All right, shimmering. Okay, we'll talk about the shimmering.
Shimmery.
Oh, hello.
Shimmery.
Rude.
And, okay, let's talk about him being back after we figure out which of you is going away. Is there a volunteer in the house that's not you?
I mean, I've got people to protect, so I'm very in the present.
I
But
think it should be the two of them.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's hilarious.
Honestly,
Let's-
Open your eyes. Open your eyes.
he raises above the surface.
we appear.
They're blasted off each other a little bit.
Oh, rats.
But he takes. All right. Whoa. Okay, no harm done. All right, you
Most damage I've done.
are
This.
in a flowing robe of all colors with crowns of like past deities. How did you describe yourself looking?
A raiment of roiling shadow, capped by a crown of rotating faces of long forgotten dead gods.
All right.
I believe that's an Iron Maiden album cover from 1986.
Does he get a bonus for that?
All of you crit this turn on a 17 plus. So good luck with it. That's what you got brought back here.
Okay.
And there's flowing energy coming out. Meanwhile, though, we go first. Hold on, let me ratchet up here. Escalation die is now 2. All right.
Did you want us to reroll initiative?
Oh, yeah, I want you to reroll initiative. Sorry. The people who just came back.
So that would be you.
You're really making this hard for me.
I know, I'm trying to help you out here.
We're trying to.
Hey, I think my initiative went down by 1.
Oh, mine went down a ton. She's really not happy about this. She's all the way down at initiative 11. CFAN is 11 now. I like mixing up initiative a little bit when
Okay.
things happen. All right, so we're going over here. Guy.
Yeah.
All right.
How passive aggressive much?
A lot.
Just aggressive.
It's a little bit of a. It is a dungeon mastering style, so that you're not aggressive. You have to get out the little microaggressions all the time, because the truth is you love your players and you want them to succeed. But it would help. It's such a weird relationship that you have to be teasing them constantly.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
If that's how you justify it, I mean,
Yeah, any of my players watching the stream, see, this is what I'm talking about.
You do you, man.
It's good stress.
And Chad has pointed out that specifically it's the Iron Maiden cover of Somewhere in Time.
Oh, somebody knew that.
1986.
Really?
Yeah, exactly.
Did I get
But-
Did I get that right?
I was not actually
you got that right.
referencing
You
it.
got
You can
that
find that before we're out of
Stick in
here.
your bones.
Yep, it's absolutely in my bones.
So it's just there. It's like, wow, That is pretty awesome, and especially because it's like your character's self-image. You're like, you just got that. That's who I am. If some fan finds out other things that album should provide,
Probably a lot of skulls and skeletons
Yeah,
and lightning.
Maybe your theme music.
right? But I don't know.
Don't help. Don't help.
No, I'm trying to. I'm
All
here
right,
to
so
help.
what's happening?
All right. Hello.
Is he talking about French
Yes,
accent?
it's bad French accent.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Do you speak Elvish?
Yes, I do. You're here to answer questions honestly, with the best of your ability. Unlike your big lunk of a friend, I wish you well.
I answered honestly and to the best of my ability. I'll have you know.
How did that go?
It was.
He answered sandwich.
Low bar. Low bar.
It was painful for all of us. But really,
Hey, mine.
we're on your side.
Oh,
We want you to win. Honest. It's like.
this is what you're saying to the other friend.
Like we hear whispering from the outside. I'm telling you, I'm on your goddamn side. Totally on your side.
All right. You know the drill. You can tell us how you're introduced. The other guy, the introduction? Okay. Hold on. Bronn, secret champion of the Prince of Shadows and the Lord of Dreams. And he looks around like, well, I guess that cat's out of the bag. All right. And
But here got some delusions of grandeur.
Well, I think now we find out who is the identity and
I don't know how to
who
put it on
is
straight,
the
though.
secret identity.
Right?
Is the
what now?
Don't worry
Yeah,
about
how are you going to be announced?
it. As
Yeah,
Guy.
yeah.
Please introduce him as Guy.
okay, must hold it together. All right.
How am I introduced?
Yeah. What do you look like? And
Well, I am in my garb as the Red Shadow, but it is very much an upgrade. So my red hooded cloak is just this rich vermilion, and I have this gold border around it. And
You're
I have,
draped in velvet, aren't you?
I'm draped in velvet. I have this cool
Vermilion.
mask.
vermilion, purple.
I don't
Sort
know.
of reddish purple.
Red.
It's like super.
It's red.
Very, very blood.
It's crimson.
So expensive.
It's
we don't
crimson.
even care.
Yeah, only the rich people get it.
All right.
Poor people don't get to have that many
yes,
letters in their
that's right.
colors.
We don't get that color.
I have gold trim. I have a really cool shader on my armor. Maybe
right.
some exotics.
Shader.
Some
Yeah.
aubergine.
A premium you had to buy at the
It's another
the
expensive
in-game
color.
shop.
Yeah.
So this is what we're getting here is a little
Sparkles.
preview. We're getting
Tell
a
me
preview
those
of Epic.
sparkles.
This is who you are as an epic character, dialing in. Meanwhile, Bronn, after the first introduction and saying that, just Shadowjack. Just like, you think he's there, and then he's there, and then he's there. He's just sort of gliding in and out of shadows. But he's not attacking, This is
He's
not for
tricksy.
that. And it's like,
I
ooh,
roll my
doesn't
eyes
help
and
in a
make a
debate.
subtle, kind of motion.
yeah.
Get a load of this guy.
Yeah, get to know this guy. He's still choking. It's ruined when he has to go, get it out of my eyes. All right. Your question, sir. If evil can only be punished in one place, should it be this world or the afterlife? And I have Bronn's answer ready. So,
How do you define evil?
Wow, a question with a question. That is super deep.
Disqualified. Exited.
It is an offense against the gods.
I mean,
is it?
you're the
is
one
it-
answering. You must answer what you believe.
You are too clever for me, my friend. Yes. My apologies. I underestimated you.
I know what my answer would be.
Yeah, I know, but you're not there.
I know.
Yeah, all of us are sitting in the sidelines, like just like hanging out in the middle of the fight, being like, we know.
And when it comes to my question, I'll be like,
Yeah, exactly.
I am not a god.
You're not what?
A god.
You're not a god.
I'm not a god.
But you could be.
I am but a man.
I am but a man.
Oh, we have an answer from chat. They should be punished here, but sent back in time, so it's longer. That's from Matt Lemire.
Oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, Adelmar, I'm so sorry. we missed the theology. Hopefully Wade runs this himself, so you can go ahead. Go, Wade.
So I do not know what awaits me in the afterlife for sure. You know, perhaps it is heaven, perhaps it is hell. Who knows? However, I must fight oppression and injustice wherever it is, and therefore evil must be punished in the world.
This guy gets it. This is why we get along.
Yeah.
All right, pretty good answer. Pretty good answer. And the
One more thing.
Wait. No, don't.
Got Columbo here.
Don't still defeat for the Joseph victory.
Thank you.
the other guy.
So polite.
Braun shows up, like flickers back in,
be that polite?
and says, let me see. I need one of you to roll a saving throw for him.
I'll do it since
Yeah,
Yeah, it's your conflict.
13. Is he trying not to vomit?
Questions. I would like to make the case that the favoritism of this particular court is obvious in the questions being asked about evil. I have it on good authority that you, the judges, are trying to throw this contest in the favor of so-called heroes. And I would just like to say that there is no, this is what he really believes, there is no such thing as evil. There are actions. Some help people, some hurt people. There's no good evil. There's no good. There's no evil. There's only fact. And I will show you soon.
What? I mean, you're pointing at me, and I feel like in another life, you and I could have been friends, buddy. But you come back here, and I'm shoving flies down your throat.
Oh God, Braun! Roll your theology roll. Go ahead. You
Roll my theology
Yeah.
roll.
Yeah.
Or
That would be
Or
religion.
philosophy, or religion,
Or what other skill you'd like to
whatever skill
argue.
you have.
Diplomacy, I would find acceptable. Argue, I would abdicate.
Thank you.
Seeing as your politeness.
Derek has sort of mastered this particular sector, and I'd like to deputize him as the
You give me a crown of dead
I gave you a crown of dead gods. I don't know who has done that for you, Derek.
Nobody.
Nobody has realized, has looked and said, "What do you want?"
A crown of dead gods.
A crown of dead gods.
A nice sandwich.
all-
That's part of why we.
Crown of dead gods or a sandwich.
All of my options
That's the
are
hard choice.
It's a nice sandwich.
That is an 18 in
All right.
diplomacy.
Choose, please. Do you wish to receive giant benefit in keeping with your excellent argument, or do you wish to blow this so-called dream dude to kingdom come? It is his choice, Andy. It's his choice. I don't know if the camera is definitely catching that. That's good. All right.
Sorry, this is distracting you, isn't it?
Then I'm doing my work.
This
I'm not sure.
Celtic assassin and I have unfinished business back in the quote-unquote real world. So I will take the benefit and we will finish our little dance.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Called your bluff.
I guess so. All right. So
Also, that lets me re-roll my initiative and maybe I'll get Hunter's Privilege.
oh god. All right. My initiative is a 13.
My
For-
initiative, it is a 15.
Well, poop.
Or 16, sorry.
All right.
Got it.
So that's happening, although they're not back yet,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
what we need to do is see who lives and
Remember
dies
this
in the real
round,
world. Oh yes.
Crit on
Everyone.
17.
17 plus.
And you know
so-
what?
To you.
Hold on a minute.
We did bump that up to 2.
I'm
Yeah, I
down.
know.
It's now 3.
The
nine.
shimmering thing
done
here with him coming back, he asked for a benefit. He got it, among other things. But this thing goes up.
Okay. First up for us is Tam. So I recommend spending those action points this round to get some more attacks because we're critting on 17s. So
Not a bad point.
let's get some crits.
Tam-tamity,
Okay.
tam-tamity.
So. So what am I? So I am going to I'll do. I might as well do Divine Challenge
Yeah.
against the person that.
Yep.
Hang on. Well, how close?
So
am
I believe your divine challenge lasts until that person is dead.
That's right. I think you've already
So you
got
don't
it.
need to redo
Oh,
it.
okay. I don't need to redo it. I don't think there's any other.
I mean, she's been delivered right back
Oh.
to you.
So I will. She's back. The things.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that she came back. She like shimmers back in, and she's like, "God damn it!" Because you're right there, down below. Ah, surprise!
I will do. I will channel divinity, divine strength. Apply. Oh, what does divine metal do? One creature in burst makes a saving throw against.
That would be
helping you.
helping us.
That's helping.
roll a
helping
save
you.
Oh, okay.
like, to get rid of ongoing poison
Yeah, yeah.
damage or something.
Actually,
For
maybe.
example.
Oh, have you got that?
I don't.
You are all, what's the burst radius?
One.
Okay, I might just hold on to it rather
Yeah.
than be extra smacky, given I don't have a lot of smack. I mean, I'm very frightening and intimidating. I want you all to know that. And I will do a smack. I will do. She's back, and I'll be like, I think you need to reconsider your life choices. Righteous
That's what you
smite.
always say to me.
Because everybody's within 5 squares of me, right?
Oh, yeah. Everybody is.
Yep.
Yep.
So I do my attack, but also you and each ally within 5 squares gains temporary hit points equal to 5 plus my wisdom modifier. So
Love
plus
it.
plus seven hit points.
7 temp hit points.
Yeah.
All right. And nobody else has been using temp hit points, so that works fully. Good job.
So and now I will try
roll.
to might
Big roll.
righteously smite.
Remember, 17 plus crits.
But not a natural one.
And don't you get to reroll every one because you're a halfling?
No, different edition. She got to reroll that attack against her.
So wait a minute, is it 5th edition that lets you? What edition?
5th lets halflings reroll ones now instead of their own ones instead of attack speed against them.
Hold on. All right, give me a
It
minute.
all blurs
Hold on
together.
a second, everybody. What was that? What was that album called? It was
Somewhere in
called-
Time.
What in time?
Somewhere in Time.
Somewhere in time. Well, I'll tell you where Somewhere in Time is. It's in 5th edition. Reroll the 1
Yeah, that's right.
with a die 20. Wait, that's not a die 20. That's a 10-sided die.
If
Am I right?
No.
no,
they're both
sadly, there
I'll
are big
accept
numbers
it,
on the
but-
other
Wait
side.
a minute. This die is this die. Don't never use this die again.
Okay.
This is oh my God. I'm just saying it's not good.
Well, this is the one that gave me the 1. So I went to a
they
different
just
die.
all our dice are bad.
All right, wait a minute.
got plenty for
Hold
you
on a
to pick
second.
from.
Oh, these are my husband's dice. He rolls terribly. Why did I do this?
Why did you do
It's like he's notorious. He has to build his characters for ones that do stuff that don't hit.
Liz! Anyway, that's. I love the way you just realized that. Wait a minute. Love is. Eyes open! Okay. 4. You actually hit a 4 plus 3 is 7 plus what?
Plus 4 plus
So 14.
14?
14.
Ex-nay on the Itve, unless it was against something other than armor class.
It was against armor class.
Yeah.
Damn it, that was my.
Well, I gotta say that was a lot of fun and it was good for everyone, but no, nothing happened. Where else do you want to go? Do you want to move, or you
I
can
mean,
shift
I've
one?
divinely challenged.
Oh, you divinely challenged her, yeah.
So I shouldn't
All right, well,
disengage with
divinely
her.
challenge. Yeah, whatever. You're fine.
Yeah, you're good. All right. I apologize to the world on behalf of D20 Rolling Games.
Next up is the Shadow of Red.
Liz, would you like some dice?
No, he's
Yeah,
not
I'm
back
gonna
yet.
put
But he's not
these
back yet.
dice
That's
away
right.
now.
So next up is me.
Love you, sweetie.
Ah! Oh no, you're fine.
You look like an enemy.
Oh, do I look different now?
Right. Just
How do you like my hat?
I look different now. This is gonna be really
I
funny
should
if
take the
this
hit points
entire
for
round you guys
myself.
all have like giant crit radiuses and all this stuff and nothing.
All right.
How do you handle the truth?
Time for some brash assault. Which one of these guys is Bog? Is that this guy?
Yes, that's the Bog, and Bog
Hey,
is
Frog-a-log,
he's
come
hurt
here.
more.
We're gonna use the brash assault here.
Brash.
Yeah,
That's a power.
it is. God, come on, roll better. 8, 13, 16 to hit one of the thugs, the meatheads.
Oh my God.
You hit armor class higher than 16?
Yeah.
This game is terrible.
I
Arguably, on the other side of things, any game that you can just complain about the dice rolls on is very D&D.
So did you roll 6?
I rolled an 8.
Rolled an 8.
8's a pretty good roll. It's not great, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, these,
All right.
these definitely
Well, then I'm
weird.
going to spend an action point. I pretty much gotta. Well, first of all, the effect of Brash Assault goes off.
Yeah,
he
what is
can
it?
make a basic melee attack against me with combat advantage.
He can?
He can.
You could decline that.
He's
can't do the
definitely going to do
reroll.
it.
Of course he is.
It's going to do it. I'll roll my damage simultaneously because that's how
Get your dice ready.
that's how sure I am of. Oh,
Am I
I
basic?
rolled a 1.
He's with advantage. I gotta. So that the combat
No,
advantage. So
1
yeah,
is
1. Yeah,
automatic.
it's a miss.
Nothing.
Oh, he did that? And now, like, within 5 squares, you can make a basic attack against it with combat advantage. And your Eldritch Bolt is a basic attack.
Oh, is it? Sweet.
He
So
knows some tricks.
Shoot it.
Attack. It's like you played this game before.
it would be 20, 23 verse
yeah.
reflex,
You hit.
4 minimum damage. So 5 damage.
He's
and
now-
I do not believe that he is cursed.
He is bloodied now.
Oh, yes.
Then I'm going to spend my action point and do it again.
All right. I hope that. Okay, if I do it again, you mean attack.
Same one.
All right.
Same Brash Assault. So that will.
I gave him some bonus
This
hit
time
points
I
instead of
get
spend
2
them.
points better.
You hit.
So it's, yes.
You
All
hit.
right.
That
So
was what you
hold
needed.
on. This is
I make deals for 1, but
8
not dealing
points.
for 2.
8 points of damage,
8. Okay.
and he can now attack me as a free action. Attack me base melee with advantage.
Yeah, there it is. This is
Combat
Bog.
advantage.
He's like,
Come at me, bro.
we're so stupid. Can't believe. And he swings.
I still am.
6 damage. That did drop you.
All off the temps, baby.
Oh!
Free attack with a combat advantage.
That's a 3. So there's no salvaging that. So that's 6, 12.
I know, it's like the whole, like, look around at your sheet.
13 versus reflex.
Reflex, 13. I'm a meathead monk. You missed.
I know. I figured.
Man, that was 4 rolls and we couldn't get a 17.
Oh, I know. The powers. So, yeah, we'll see what happens when you take your turn.
Either, let's see, you're not back yet. Either of you hurt?
Only very. I'm like 9 down.
How are you doing?
I'm like a
I'm
third
doing
down.
fine.
Sidekick? Okay, I'm going to
Yeah.
hold on to my other inspiring word for right now. And
I ain't quite bloodied yet.
tell you to tell Mr. Bog.
Mr. Bog
Mr.
is still
Bog,
alive.
Bog.
We got to
He
save our
tries
healing
to
things for the
recharge his-
frail people.
He fails horribly. He is engaged with you and just
Yeah.
going to keep fighting.
And is looking forward to the wedding.
Actually, he shifts away from you and tries to. That's a hit. 4 damage. Very small.
He's got plus 10? My AC's 21. I saw that 11. You can't just hand wave everything. If you roll dice in front of us, you got to live with it.
I hit a 20.
There you go.
Busted!
Maybe tomorrow.
Hey, he said he makes deals for 1, but not 2. So you could offer him a deal to let the hit happen. And then
Yeah, you want to give me a free swing?
Simultaneous?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, see? You're not playing the game, you're playing the GM.
But I'm making another swing too.
But that was this guy, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm swinging at this dude.
that's probably right.
Yeah, sure, let's do another brash assault at him. Whoops, off the table.
rolled a
Look at
1.
that. It's off the table. It doesn't count. You didn't see it. That's worse.
But do I still get to make
You
it?
know, I don't like these dice you gave me.
I've got so many dice.
Beggars can't be
4
choosers,
damage.
you know?
4 damage,
You're
Andy.
rolling
4
okay.
damage. You did a lot.
Mostly off temps.
You made a deal, and you know what happened? Pathos.
Do I get to make?
Does he want to make a free? Does this? Okay, so
Yeah.
this guy gets to make a free
Absolutely.
basic attack against
like
me.
these guys, I said these
Yeah.
guys were meathead
Yeah, bring it.
monks of Torok.
Bring it.
They don't even know how to pronounce their god's name. They're going in. All right, here we go. And they've been rolling a lot of 1s lately. That.
that's
did
a
I
hit.
hit that time, Andy?
Yeah, you
Is that
did.
okay?
Yeah, you did.
5
Yeah.
damage.
Free shot.
Okay, I don't believe I've cursed this guy. 'Cause
Just
I think I
because I
only had 1
can
round
give
in
you
here.
hit points doesn't mean you should spend them all.
So I'm pretty sure that I will be
a good
hitting
line.
on a 19 versus reflex.
That is unnamed meathead.
Correct. And he's not bloodied, correct?
No, that's brawn.
Yes.
No, Braun was one of the warriors. Never mind. That's
Braun's over there.
Unnamed meathead.
Yeah, that's Stog. Stog.
Stog.
Stog is not bloodied.
Not quite.
Then 19 versus reflex.
That's a hit.
For 10 points of damage.
All right.
Let's spread it out.
Not quite dead. I mean, bloodied. All right. Who's up?
More like.
Wow, this is crazy.
Great.
All right. You've got a flowing robe, a crown. You will never be more powerful than you are right now. Please go ahead and take that into account when you say what you do. You can go ahead and go over the top a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, you're allowed. You're allowed. This is your chance. This is your one and only chance in a game I am running, a 4th edition. It will never happen again. I suspect.
So, can I, and argue with you, ready? Ready?
Yeah, can
I use a daily power again?
Yes, you
that
can.
would prevent somebody from moving so that next turn they don't get a representative to debate. And thus they can't win.
Does that feels a little unfair?
I know that's the point.
But I mean, this is a thing with the gods. You shouldn't mess with the gods.
No, you always should mess with the gods when you have a chance.
All
to
right, so I guess the answer is yes, but there won't be any more benefits given you. That'll be it. That'll be it.
All right, I feel this in my bones. So we've gotten 3 people in. Do you want,
Do you really believe in me so little that the paladin can't do okay when you're in a conversation with the gods? Yeah, let me have my moment.
Okay, fine.
Really believe
Fine.
in me so little.
Fine. Fine.
Just make a lot of attack rolls.
Then, all right, so I will curse this guy.
Oh, beauty.
That'd be Stog.
Yep, so I'm going to curse Stog. I am going to use Cloud of Flies against Stog. So I'm going to summon a horde of flies to crawl in his mouth and eyes and acid him.
That seems much better.
So we still don't manage to get a 17, but we do manage to get a 24 versus Fortitude for a total of 11, 13, 15 acid damage.
Alive, barely.
Is he bloodied?
Oh, yeah.
Action point.
Alive, barely.
Yes,
Said alive,
so
barely.
I will action point to Eldritch Blast. Yeah, actually, I want to say, would you mind if I have moved there?
You're not.
Okay.
In your flowing robe, it's difficult to tell where you are. It's just,
That seems reasonable.
it's like, whoa. And here you are.
So I will flow there, and I will Eldritch Blast him after spending an action point, which means I get 4 hit
4 hit
points.
points.
Great. And I crit.
There we go. Finally.
Hey! Against the
damage.
almost dead guy.
I was rolling max damage anyway. So we are
Don't say
at
that.
So wait, you critted and you were already rolling max damage.
on one of the dice.
Do you want to make a deal?
This guy's gonna be dead
of
anyway.
the table. Who? Yes, I know, but then I don't get a soul.
He's dead.
The vestige
He's dead.
gets the soul.
He's dead. So the weird part is that you could suck his soul so hard that you also
Make a cup.
Yep. Sucking
I
super
can't
hard.
believe
One time
it.
is all it takes.
It's a family show. Come on.
Yeah, I know your mind's
No, I'm all here for this.
yeah.
Let's
Okay,
go.
You
Soul
could
sucking real hard.
Suck his soul so hard that you suck the other soul of the guy who's like his twin brother.
Absolutely.
Right? Just
Absolutely.
like Stog and Mog, both gone. Now,
Yep.
what does the table think would be a fair consequence if this attack misses and it doesn't actually manage to get the other guy? You're definitely getting the one. Like, what is a fair compensation for the dungeon master making a deal here?
I mean, well, if they're that intimately connected.
I know. If it fails, the gods of making hard choices will be a little bit disappointed in the fact that you've spent their amazing gift on the soul sucking thing, and there will be probably a penalty against the next debate point,
Okay.
which is yes.
But you got this. Remember? You're totally fine.
So he's just gonna attack the next guy as well at the same time.
Yeah.
That's what I've been training my
so
whole
if he dies,
last 5 years.
his soul goes into the very judgy regal face, and you are like outfitted in like a shimmering spectral, almost forged from his soul version of your armor that you liked. So you get plus 2 to your defense till then.
Yeah.
So that would be 13, 19 versus reflex.
Bog, Slayer of Nimb. Poison. God. You did not disappoint.
See you, Susan.
And you get a second suit of armor just on top of the first.
Wow. Wait, you went from 0 armor the first fight to 3 now.
We had some effects budget to spend right at the end, so we're layering
right.
it on.
This is the opposite of Tank Girl. All right. Nice. Okay, I have no idea who's going next or what's happening.
Braun is going next, who I think is this guy.
Well, he's not back yet.
Not back yet.
Yeah. Still? No, it's not yet.
And end of this turn, you're both back.
Cfan is going next. Is this Cfan?
Yep.
That's Cfan.
Got it.
She doesn't like the halfling cleric of Yandala,
Well, we don't like you.
and she says she actually has some hit points left.
Not for long.
Hey, does anybody want to remind me what? Actually, she's going to use this on you. She'll just do it. Here we go. Cage of Gloom. Oh, come on.
It rolled into the dice tray, 14.
Oh, that's a big hit. I'm pretty sure.
What is it against?
25 against your ace.
Anything.
Yeah. So I only hit you for 6 damage, and now I'm rolling a secondary attack. Crap! Does a 12 hit your reflex defense?
Nope.
You know that cage thing I tried before? Tried it again. Didn't work. Overrated. Torog weak. See,
they don't deserve a temple.
She wisely shifts here.
Is that moving away from me?
No.
It does not.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Does she take damage if she moves away from you?
She does.
Yes. Take 5 damage if it attacks anyone not including
Oh,
you.
no.
Because of Mark.
No,
So she teleports to here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like just teleports and looks a little shadowy herself. That's that.
There's a knowing nod between the two of us of like, yes,
Does
fellow shadow aficionados.
Does it look like she's aiming for anything in particular? Is she trying to beat me to sanctifying something?
That would require amazing perceptive qualities.
Okay.
She's got pretty good wisdom.
Roll
true.
roll d20 check.
All right.
Pick a color you like.
This is a d20. Yes.
Yep, it is.
20.
That's a pretty amazing check.
My perception is 3.
A small little thing like this says, she's trying to get to the altar. And you don't even know what this is, but something whispers in your ear. And it's like, she's trying to get to the altar.
All right. Next turn.
That's the end of the round.
4, you're back. You're not.
Do I have time to yell? She's trying to get to the altar.
Sure.
The other guy that was going to go.
She's trying to get to the altar.
To the
all
wow,
what?
no, there's only one person left from their side to
She
go.
got cut
and it's
off.
her.
Did you,
It's
she
her.
trying to get to the all what?
No, she's already been.
I know, she's back again.
Oh, back
She
again.
didn't exactly do well the first time.
Assassin's back.
Assassin's back.
Assassin's back. Assassin's
All right.
back.
You two, I don't know if you re-rolled initiative, but you're now.
Yep, we got him.
All right. Wow. All right, this is
we
very
got
close to the end.
Our segue over there
Let's
first.
do it. All right. Give me 1 second.
Should I announce
any
myself?
theological
I can
questions
announce
from our
myself while
audience?
you're thinking if you
There
know.
weren't, were there? Strangely, nobody. Okay,
I
give me
like
a
to
minute.
imagine you're saying that in character to the. How would you like to be announced? Well, I can announce myself if you like.
If you're busy, you
Judge.
know.
Very
Not
polite.
judge.
Doesn't want to make a scene.
I mean, God's got a lot of
judgment.
stuff to
You know what's
do.
going on?
I mean, yeah.
All those prayers to answer, those souls to
What I
harvest.
got. All right.
There's always the one of, if you do nothing, something happens, but if you take action, would you take action to save a life if it killed some other life?
Have you heard of the trolley problem?
The trolley problem.
This God loves them.
The trolley problem.
I feel like I actually don't want to hit them with the trolley problem.
Yeah.
So let's do it this way.
Should I announce?
What?
Did she get to announce herself?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, the announcement question comes in, and when the voice is trying to announce Sifan, she's just spinning magic. She's like, Sifan, killer, you're a killer. It shall be done. You will be one of my ghosts. And then they shut her up a little bit.
All right. So, and my appearance is somewhat. My hair is a little bit longer and blonder and sort of waving about. Instead of a shield. Like there is still a shield, but there's like a big cornucopia.
Yeah, yes.
Her attire is like she normally has pretty nice, beautifully maintained dwarven plate mail.
Yes.
Normally, instead it's
Awesome
like a beautiful but not too over the top, but definitely well sewn, like leather tunic.
Exquisite buttons.
Exquisite buttons, beautifully knitted socks, and
If you don't mind my asking, are each the buttons made from someone who pissed you off?
Do you want to become a button?
no.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was a button question. I'm backing off.
The button maker.
No.
You are literally
If
pressing for
anything,
buttons right now.
the buttons are made from treasured pets that died of old age and that were then lovingly.
Oh, okay.
Not creepy.
That's not crazy.
Death is part of life, and it's
Yeah.
And anyway, so this is.
You're nothing compared to her, frankly.
This is
Getting to me.
Tama Shanlin, daughter of Tana and
Yeah.
Steve.
I like how your announcement is still somehow apologetic.
Master craftswoman,
Monster craftswoman, I guess.
servant of Yondala, doesn't make a very good stew.
Okay. Doesn't make very good stew.
Okay at gardening.
All right. Okay. Okay.
We have a real gamut of future images for our characters.
That one didn't make the Metallica cover.
But there's definitely an indie folk rock album that's like pretty good at, or okay at gardening, makes a bad stew is like the name of the album.
That's right.
That's a downer album. I looked into that a lot in the 90s, like post-college. I was kind of, finding myself,
You work with the tanning chemicals. I do. Your sense of
That's
smell
right.
is
That's right.
just
It
not
just goes away.
good. Yeah.
All right. The voice says. We regret the apparent sexism of the timing of this question.
oh boy.
But how
I'm not racist, but
I'm glad Derek's on this thing with me.
Not to offend anyone, but why can't gods just tell jokes anymore?
How would your faction, your god, respect the fact that this used to be a temple of the god of hard choices?
Well, I think.
Because I just made a very hard choice and changed my question.
Well, I think. Hard choices are part of life, and it's something to be respected. And Yondala, they're just hard choices are to be respected, and they're important to give them the time they desire. And there aren't many Yondala temples, and that's just part of it. The most important religious practice is taking care of your friends, and it's what happens in your home and with the people you care about, and raising a family or taking care of people. So I think, we don't need a very big temple. So I think as long as, Yondala knows a lot more than me, but I don't see any reason why, hard choices are part of life. So I don't see why we can't respect your sanctity. And,
I can't believe that your hard choice is what the hard choice we would make is to give the temple back to you when I specifically came here to just take a little bit of dead god material, and you're like, well, let's bring it back to life.
That's right.
Thwarted.
That is what's happening. All right. Simultaneously, she had to figure out her answer. And her answer is... Wow, she's already proven herself to be really, really bad at this, which is good for me. And I don't have Alomar providing me any really good answers here, right? All right. I'll tell you what, I'm going to roll and see how well she does. And if she does terribly on her die roll, then I don't have to come up with something intelligent. Oh,
That's 4.
4.
Yeah. So she's. Please go ahead. Do your roll.
What does she roll?
Just to see if like she really was a successful. If she rolls a 1 or a 2.
I can't even make it out. That's a 7.
Oh, you're fine.
7.
Yep, you beat her, and you already made a really persuasive argument. Little voice next to you says, "Are you saying that this temple could be known as the Temple of Yondala of the Hard Choices?"
I couldn't give Yondala. It's not my right to give Yondala a name.
No, just the temple.
Because Yondala and Hard Choices.
Another band I listened to in the 90s.
Yondala and the Hard Choices.
Yeah.
They weren't Lilith there.
Didn't get as big as Florence and the Machine,
fair
but
enough.
very,
Fair enough. And as you both flicker back here for a moment, you see that the figure on this is not actually a giant sun. It's a small little creature that looks like this. And the D11 that it had in his hands that was misshapen is now glowingly shaping into a 12. And there's no more flickering eyes.
11 gods becomes 12 gods. I think I got the reference.
You learn math, my friend. This is
All right.
a wonderful day.
And we're doing one more round here because you guys have a rare opportunity. So let's see.
Red Shadow goes first.
Red Shadow, you're up.
All right.
You've got Braun. He's down. He's breathing poison.
Okay, so we got a good quote from chat here. Action Surge 5E. Yondala was better when it was more punk and less the synth core that they are now.
The what core?
Synth.
Synth core.
They sold out, man. They sold out hard.
They sold out.
Well, they lost their voice.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in terms, like the Hard Choices is a bigger act. It's,
Give them the business.
And the Hard
All right.
Choices.
You got any dailies? Bust them out.
Dungeon Master.
That is my name.
Here's what I'm going to do here.
you still have an action point too, I think.
Gonna stand up.
Gonna stand up. It's like this is the song. Gonna stand up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gonna stand up. Then stab.
Use my daily duelist weapon, so I have combat advantage against the next creature I attack.
Well,
with
that
my
dude's
rapier.
already prone. So you know.
Ahem.
Yeah.
Let them
I'm
finish.
not done.
Let the man finish.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
it's okay. I understand. You're excited. This is a pretty tense moment. Duelist weapon. And I am going to hold an action so that my foe can get to his feet. And I strike a duelist pose.
Okay.
So the vibe I'm getting is you don't want me to snipe him out from underneath you.
I didn't hear him say that.
This is the hard choice we have to make: is do we abide by his feelings?
It appears that they are playing their last song of the evening. We have time for but one more dance.
Whether to sell out or stay true to your voice is a hard choice. You got a different voice than you do. Yeah. This is like one of those bands, like there's everybody writes the music. God knows what happens next.
Yeah, that was a song that guy was.
All right. Well, I'm waiting to see who goes next. I'm not.
I do.
You're up.
I have to charge over here to protect my lightly armored comrade.
That's right.
Just in staying with what we've
Oh
done
my
before.
God! I just
Are they
remembered.
back
Oh my
yet?
God! 4E has charge rules.
Well, I'm not actually
Doesn't
charging.
every edition?
No,
I mean,
not
Well, charge
necessarily.
is just a move and attack, yes.
No, like it was a specific action.
That wasn't too much trouble.
Well, but GM,
yeah.
are they back? Are those two targets
that's
back
right.
yet, or are they back at the end of this round?
That's right.
Oh,
This
they're
guy-
back now.
Okay.
No
great.
more.
Okay.
There's that.
Let's
that
mosey
squinty,
on over there.
yeah,
Great.
Squinty room is gone. It's nice to have this little timid monster there, but. By the way, you sort of have. There is a change in this room. The lighting is like growing rosier and sunnier, like just as you're fighting. Like there's an element of like it's a little bit Yondala yellow.
Pick me out a winner over there.
You want dice?
D20.
Well, I mean, the
Winner, Bobby.
you need damage dice to
Nope, I got those.
How many d20s are you rolling?
I'm rolling my best attack. This is my bastion of defense.
Oh my.
Daily power.
I accept no responsibility for all these rolls.
She's
These
right.
are only for entertainment purposes only.
And this is not.
It's terrible.
It's daily, it still does a miss effect.
Yeah, it does. It's not nearly as exciting as if I did. Well, let's see. 8, 13 against armor class doesn't come close. Everybody gets 8 temporary hit points, which you probably already had some. But
So yeah, in terms of temporary hit
They
points,
don't-
They
we're-
do not stack, they replace.
so take the
now
higher
you're
of
at
the
8.
two numbers.
Okay.
that's a shame.
3d8 damage would have been cool, but why shy away from missing every time? It's pretty much my thing. So
So wait a minute. Want a deal?
yes.
Let me think about this. The
Free
truth
hits,
is the
free hits, come on.
Yandala yellow, Yandala, you have already, in a certain sense, won as far as the god thing is concerned. But if you were to all die right now, it would be sort of embarrassing, and they would
tell
barely
me.
take over. So the truth is, you're very close to winning. I will let you hit her, but all her abilities recharge,
Yeah.
and they're quite nasty. And I look forward to using them.
You haven't hit with any of them, so I fully support it.
Yeah.
As a GM who's been on the other side of that,
Yeah.
I get it.
All right, go for
So
it.
I hit.
This is a terrible
The damage I
plan.
deal is hello. Take 24 points of damage.
I live.
Are you bloodied?
Oh,
How scared should
blood
we
from
be?
here, blood from there, blood everywhere. Bloody.
You know who goes next? That guy.
Should I mention to you that my plan was to just leave?
I'm setting up a kill right here.
It is really tempting, but... So,
Your plan is to just leave
yeah.
because it's no good to
Well,
you
no.
anymore.
Key question for you.
Yeah.
So, it seems pretty clear that this temple is now dedicated to Yandala.
True.
And that the vestige that I was hoping to come claim
Yes.
has now sparked back.
Yeah.
Okay. But there was another god that was largely forgotten.
Yes.
In my heightened state, my, let's say, avatar state, perhaps.
yes.
Can I get a sense of
Where you want to go? You want to go suck the last juice.
I
you want to leave this fight and go suck the last juice out of the god of necessary murder.
I want to bottle that for later.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
right.
an-
Well,
that's-
it's definitely and
All right, I've set this one up for you. Finish it off, Morlek.
Yes.
Come on, buddy.
So,
Where you going?
So the thing is, if I can sense where that is,
I think he thinks he's not responsible to you the next session. Nope. Yep.
if I can sense where that is,
Yeah.
I will pass through you as a shadow. She's going to get an attack of opportunity against me.
Okay. She'll take it.
Is that the direction where it's...
Oh! 12 damage.
That's fine. I will.
She critted you with a.
Yep. I
Lucky
will.
you had all those temps.
Yep, that's true actually. But in addition to that, I reduced the damage by 4.
Did you break your mic?
I hope not. I hope I didn't break
No,
my
no.
mic.
I think you're fine. I reduced. You broke the chair, I think, which is again in keeping with the stories. But I'm going to use Kaifon's leap. So she hits me. I reduce it by 4 because I'm actually made of shadow.
Yeah.
Teleport 2 more squares closer to my actual target.
Okay. Go ahead.
So,
Yeah, there you are.
is it like here, over here, where the guy was hiding first, maybe?
Yeah.
Great. I'm gonna go there, and let's say that there's one of those symbols in the mosaic.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm gonna just take a shadow claw will come off my finger, and I'll just kind of slowly peel that off into a little beaker, and then look back to you and be like,
You know the funniest part? We're going to make you make a roll.
Sure.
And if you roll a 1 or a 2, you're going to get way more than you bargained for.
sounds great, love it. Just straight up, or you want a skill roll?
1 or 2.
11. I mean, there's
2 ones.
I know. I'm not going to do that, though. That's very halfling style. 2 1s, I win! No. Yeah, well, it would have been really interesting if we rolled a 1 or a 2 on that, but there it is. Scraping. All right, so I don't even know who's up next.
Braun is next. That one, Braun?
Yep.
Right there, Braun.
And you''t been holding your strike.
Yeah.
I have been
Understand
holding
that.
my strike.
Yeah.
So if and when Braun attacks me, you can still surrender honorably. if you wish.
He stands
The battle
up.
is done, my friend.
I don't
stands
think
up.
that's what they do.
Yeah, but remember, he's not Torog.
He shifts.
Shift.
He runs / teleports. 1, 2, 3. He says, "You'll be seeing me again." He's out. He's
We'll meet again.
Meathead again.
sorry, man.
If there is
Run.
one thing that the Red Shadow likes more than winning a duel, it is a "we'll meet
Meet
again."
again.
Well done.
You've
You're gonna have so many stories to tell, Guy.
so many nemeses.
Yes,
All
I cannot
right.
wait.
We should
cannot
really,
wait.
the 5 of us, get together for dinner sometime.
He's very busy.
It never happens.
I
Who's up?
am usually on patrol.
We can finish this round. Is that it?
C-Fan,
Oh,
See,
oh,
fan?
come on.
She got all her powers back.
Come on. Come on, lady. Let's dance.
She fakes at you.
Because I've been in
She
a
teleports. 1, 2, 3. She runs. 1, 2, 3. What?
May I
May you
make
what?
an attack since I've been holding mine?
That's
Or is it just because my guy's gone that I can't?
think that technically if you were playing with some total jerk as a game master who actually read the rules and was applying them, that you would not be able to. And yet, I say, absolutely give it a try. Give it a try. Give it a swing.
Okay. I am going to throw one of my
Like how
throws.
you're like, I let him go.
You can only have so many adversaries who are going to come back.
That's
you just,
right.
Otherwise, you can't
And by
keep
the
track.
way, she just seems like she's a
bad person.
she's a bad person. Yeah.
Well, one might even say
I
that
figure.
killing her is a necessary murder. I whisper into the little vial I have with me.
All right, big roll.
I believe I don't have any cool ranged things.
Well, you'll just have to charge her then.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh, okay.
We already
All
moved
right.
you there.
All right, then.
We moved your character for you, I think.
Yes. So this is going to be an
You have limited
offhand parry.
autonomy.
Autonomy.
So I move, I attack with a +8. That's 12,
16.
16.
16.
She was probably giving him advantage because she's running away.
I also
18.
that's actually yeah. Also, I have elven
If
accuracy.
we never look, we can't prove.
I have elven accuracy, so I can re-roll.
Reroll it, please.
All right. Well,
Much better.
Thank God I don't have to fudge the rules anymore. Okay.
yay! All right, 3d8 plus 4, baby. All right, that is woof. Okay, that is sorry, or is 19? 19 points of damage.
That says 13.
No, right there, 19.
That's a 9. That says 19.
19. Meant to be.
Boom, teamwork.
Is she not unconscious or is she dead? You always get the choice in 4th edition, is what I'm told.
Her wicked ways end here. She is dead, slain.
Fueling up necessary murder.
All right.
Hard
And
choice.
so this, guys, you've won.
What wasn't that hard?
There's one ending that I
Some
want
of
to
us
talk
find
about.
it
There's
hard.
several endings possible. The ending for him is that a very small voice, smaller than it was before, having nothing to do with the little blue people, says, there may be a small bit of necessary murder left for that Rathbone character.
Oh, yeah.
And like, but it might take a sacrifice on your part. Anyway, meanwhile, Yondala, Burrow, you can like dig it out. You can get other halflings to help. You're going to have the first temple so halflings can actually come here and live. I think when you guys get out of here, the voice that now reveals that their name is Deacon, yeah, will tell you, oh, it's so good you won. I was really hoping that Lord Rathborn's troops wouldn't get here, and I don't even think they showed up, did they? And
No, we only saw Cultists of Torog.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Nice. Oh. Cultists of Torog, you say?
It's a shame we didn't see those Rathborn troops.
It was super exciting. How was your day going?
I mean, we didn't get to ask people a lot of questions, really.
Evil was vanquished and fled the field.
Temples were sanctified.
Theological
were
questions were
collected.
satisfied.
Yes,
Justice.
Many
has
theological
been
questions
done.
were settled.
I know that if I ever run anything like this again, I'm going to make up a few more.
We require no reward.
Would you like to?
Tyrellius, we talked about this. What was the one thing
If you'd
I
like
asked
to
you to
help
never
me-
say? I'm pretty sure it was
Extra
we
mayo
require
on your
no reward.
sandwich.
No, you can have as much mayo as you want.
That was your sandwich.
I know. I would take the mayo over the
I'm just glad I was in a
reward.
different reality
you'd like
when
some
you
mayo.
betrayed
He would
him
like
horribly.
mayonnaise
This would
as
be
his
very-
reward.
I'm gonna say,
Large jar, please.
you turned your back on a comrade. I was in a different reality at a time. I didn't. You just yeah.
He knew we had it.
Yeah.
That's
And there-
faith. That's
there
faith
were-
in your allies, is
There
what
was-
that is.
I extended trust. I
They could keep this
extended
rolling for quite
trust.
some time.
Yeah.
I choose to believe him.
Would you like to help me dig out this thing? We've got a lot. I'm really excited because we've got a
I
lot
look
of fixing
forward
and
to it.
mending
I
to
would
There's like
do.
tons
Yep.
of things to do.
I would
Yeah.
love
The
to
red
help
shadow
you, but
has
I have a
disappeared.
lot
The red shadow's gone. That's right.
Yep.
Like the wind.
Yep.
Wow.
We got the
good
slime
at
to
that.
clean up.
Yep.
He
More
is.
like we'll definitely
The words
commit to
clean
doing
up.
it and then not be there.
So much mending to
And
do.
gone.
I'm so excited.
Does
I've been
Guy
doing
show
lots
up a
of
little la- get Guy-
advent-
does
like
Guy
I
show
get
up a
to
little
just
later?
like.
Oh yes, Guy is going to make a sizable donation to the temple.
You missed all the action again. You keep doing that.
And I'm just glad everyone's still happy to be associated with me, given that you've found out
Of course,
about me.
sidekick. We're always here for you.
Do our wonderful appearances fade at some point, I presume?
Okay, so
Maybe on the outside.
I believe that what would actually happen if I was running this campaign is that at some point when you had a really, really hard choice to make and you made it in an interesting fashion, I would allow an action point used at that point to bring you the crown of dead gods or bring him a vermilion ensemble
Yep.
or
the armor.
the
Cornucopia.
and actually, the Andal and Cornucopia may be actually more accessible to you if you play High Priest here for a while. So, and Tyrellius Vex, make
Shiny your armor.
I mean,
shiny your armor.
you're the priest. You don't need the high part. Just priest. It's not a high. We don't do that.
Well, actually, the strangest thing is, I just let you all know that the one piece of it that I'm afraid you're not going to be able to change is that temples of Yandala are pretty short. Like the ceiling's coming down, and for guests who aren't of the halfling or gnome
we have an
size,
antechamber of hard
there's
choices.
an antechamber, but also there's like a there's a sort of a groove cut into the floor that's wide enough for two people, and the big people walk in that,
In the groove.
so that they're about this much of them is like over it, so that halflings can kick. Halfling taverns do this all the time, so halflings can kick them in the face. But temples also do it.
There's face kicking in temples?
No, I'm sorry, that's the taverns.
No. I just imagine now that all halfling temples are taverns. That's why they wear the wooden shoes.
Well, and it is a cornucopia situation.
Yeah.
It is possible if, depending on the priest, not the high priest, depending on the priest.
I like corn.
Thank you guys.
Thanks,
You guys
Rob.
are really super
We
fun.
won D&D.
Very good. And thank you for running this event. Very good.
Huzzah!
Yes. Yes, thank you also, those of you who are watching, for joining us, and I hope you're enjoying this series celebrating 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons, and today's episode on 4th edition with Rob Hainso, Andy Collins, Wade Rocket, Liz Argall, and Derek Gooder. And I hope you will come back and watch us next Saturday, June 15th, for the series finale, when we will talk about 5th edition. We're going way back in time, talk about 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons, and then play 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons with Mike Merles, Rodney Thompson, Damon Van Hee, Megan Karamanasser, and Bryce Bebop right here on twitch.tv/GenConTV. Thank you.
Huzzah!
Huzzah.